You are not entering a single battle. You are entering a condition shared across distant fronts of the same war. Across forests, marches, oceans, and open sky, the Second World War reduced life to a quiet question. How long can a person endure when survival becomes routine? This film observes precisely that. Endurance without judgment or urgency. Not strategy, not ideology either, but only the lived experience of staying alive. You will move through frozen ground, forced movement, endless crossings, and finally isolation, where survival is no longer shared, but carried alone. There is no need to stay alert. No need to follow a timeline. Let the stories unfold at their own pace. Let the hours soften their edges. This is not a story of victory. It is a record of endurance, and the quiet spaces where the war narrowed to a single human life. Part 1. The Eastern Front. What it was like to endure the war as a German soldier in the East. The cold greets you first. A cold so old, so patient, that it feels less like weather and more like a judgment. You hear it before you feel it, a faint ringing tucked somewhere behind the wind, as if metal is singing far away in the dark. This is the Eastern Front. Not the battles, not the maps, not the history books, but the human edge of it, where men carried rifles, hunger, frostbite, orders they did not understand, and a silence that stretched out longer than the horizon itself. The German soldiers who marched east didn't know what waited for them. Some expected a short campaign. Some believed in promises. Some just followed orders because that was the world they had inherited. And some, quietly, privately, already doubted everything. But once they arrived, the land swallowed their expectations whole. Forests so thick they felt endless. Villages burned down to chimney spines. Fields of white so wide you could walk all day and never find the end. And in all of it, an enemy that seemed to rise out of the snow itself. Here, ideology meant little. Cold meant everything. You can almost feel their breath freezing inside their scarves. You can hear the crunch of boots stiff with ice. You sense how time loses its shape out here, days turning into a long grey ache. Most of all, you feel the weight of isolation. Not just physical, but moral. A growing awareness inside many of them that the war they were fighting was not the war they had been told. And so tonight, as you drift into the quiet, we walk beside them. Not to glorify, not to excuse, but to understand. To linger with the cold, the doubt, the frostbitten hands gripping a Mauser rifle, the letters home that never sounded quite honest, and the whispered fear that none of them dared speak aloud. Will I ever see home again? The road east. The road east did not begin with snow. It began with dust, long columns stretching across summer fields, engines coughing warm air, boots raising thin yellow clouds that clung to the hems of uniforms. The men marched beneath a sun that felt almost forgiving, a sun that made the whole war seem strangely possible. For many German soldiers, this was the moment they remembered with a tight, uneasy nostalgia. Before the frost, before the hunger, before the silence. They had been told the Soviet Union would collapse quickly, that the enemy would crumble, that they were marching toward a victory already half-written. Some believed it, some didn't, but all of them kept moving. Landscapes rolled by, villages built from pale timber, birch forests shimmering in the wind, wheat fields swaying in soft gold. At night they slept in barns, in meadows, under trucks, sometimes under the stars. Letters home were optimistic then, full of the casual confidence of men who had not yet felt winter's teeth. They marched past children standing barefoot at the edges of roads, watching silently, past families who did not wave, past the first signs that this land was not like the others they had crossed. The roads grew longer, the distances wider. Maps felt strangely inaccurate, never capturing the true vastness of the place. And deep within the column, men began to sense something they did not speak aloud. They were entering a world designed to swallow armies. Still, spirits held. The summer air made everything feel possible. Trucks rattled forward. Boots struck earth in rhythm. Officers barked orders that still sounded crisp and sharp. War had not yet revealed its real shape. But in small corners of their minds, some soldiers felt the faintest prickle of doubt, a quiet sense of marching towards something far larger than they had imagined. Something waiting. Something cold. The first shift in the wind. The first shift came quietly, not through gunfire or ambush or any dramatic moment soldiers later wrote about, but through the weather. A subtle coolness slipped into the evenings. Breath lingered longer at dawn. The fields no longer shimmered with summer heat. Officers spoke confidently. Radios carried messages full of certainty. But the men felt the change before anyone admitted it. The road grew harsher. Rain turned dust into thick mud. Trucks stalled in ruts, and entire companies pushed their shoulders into steel just to move a vehicle another few meters. Boots stayed wet for days, socks never dried, and the first cases of foot rot appeared quietly, unmentioned. Still, they walked. Distances stretched wider. A village marked on a map took 2 days to reach. A supply depot promised by command was simply not there. A river that looked narrow on paper turned out to be a cold, churning barrier that split the land in two. At night, soldiers listened to the wind brushing through the trees. It carried strange sounds, distant engines, cracking branches, and something else, a sense of movement just beyond sight. It was the first hint of the Red Army's presence, watching from the forests, shifting through the undergrowth. But the soldiers did not speak of it yet. They spoke instead of home, meals waiting for them, girls they planned to marry, victories they assumed still lay ahead. These conversations became a lantern in the dark. Yet underneath, something was changing. A growing awareness that they were marching deeper into a land that did not feel conquered, a land that slowed them, tired them, resisted without lifting a weapon. And as they pushed forward, they sensed, faintly but unmistakably, that this campaign, this war, this march into the east would not end the way they had been promised. Something was waiting for them out there. Something colder than the wind. Something older than the war. But for now, they kept marching. The land that fights back. Before the first true battle, the soldiers encountered an enemy they had not been trained to defeat, the land itself. The Eastern Front was not just a direction. It was an entirely different world, a world where distances expanded like breath turning to fog, where forests swallowed sound, and where the sky hung heavier than anywhere they had known. The first villages they occupied did not offer cheering crowds or flowers or scenes of triumph. They greeted the soldiers with silence. Homes built from rough logs, yards empty except for a few wandering chickens, wells covered with wooden lids worn smooth by generations, all of it watched by people who kept their distance behind curtains. The silence felt like a warning. Every day pushed them deeper into a landscape that grew stranger. Open plains made them feel exposed. Rivers twisted unpredictably. Forest belts tightened around the roads like dark corridors leading nowhere. And everywhere, the same feeling followed them, as if the land itself was studying them. Officers insisted morale remain high, speaking confidently of encirclement tactics and rapid advances. But soldiers saw crates arriving half empty, horses dying along the roadside, fuel drums lighter than expected, uniforms fraying from constant wear. The campaign was meant to be fast, yet the land stretched every hour into something long and grinding. Slowly, quietly, a new question crept into their minds, not spoken aloud, but present in every trudging step. How far does this place go? The horizon never changed. The villages blurred together. The forests breathed with a kind of patience that felt ancient. And deep within the trees, unseen but always present, the Red Army waited, not broken, not fleeing, but watching. The soldiers began to understand that this was no ordinary war. This was an entire world pushing back. The forest that sees everything. As they pushed deeper east, the forests became something entirely different from the woods they had grown up near. These trees were older, darker, crowded so tightly that the sky was reduced to a pale ribbon overhead. Even in daylight, the undergrowth carried a kind of dusk. Every sound felt wrong, absorbed too quickly, swallowed before it could echo. The soldiers felt watched. They didn't speak it aloud, not at first, but the feeling spread through the ranks like a shared dream. A twig snapped too sharply. A flash of movement slid between trunks. A metallic glint flickered and vanished. Birds quieted without warning. The forest didn't just surround them, it observed them. At first, men blamed their nerves. They told themselves exhaustion could play tricks on the senses. But soon, the illusions broke. The Red Army was not shattered. The Soviet retreat was deliberate, controlled, and the forests were full of them. Scouts moved between trees like shadows. Marksmen lay hidden beneath branches, patient as stone. Small Soviet teams tracked every German road, every column, every position. A soldier would swear he saw a face watching from the trees, but by the time he blinked, the shape was gone. Some nights brought sudden violence. A single shot from nowhere, a guard silently falling, rifles trembling in numb hands as men searched for an enemy they couldn't see. Other nights brought nothing at all, and that emptiness was somehow worse. Silence meant safety, or a trap inches away. Uncertainty gnawed at them. It stole sleep. It shortened tempers. It made even veterans jump at the crack of their own boots. War on the Eastern Front was fought not just with bullets, but with patience, fear, and waiting that stretched into hours so tense that even breathing felt like a risk. A few soldiers rubbed small crosses or icons hidden in their pockets. Others stared into the darkness until their eyes stung. Eventually, exhaustion forced their eyes closed, but sleep remained shallow, fragile, and inside every dreaming mind rose the same helpless thought. If they come, I won't hear them until it's too late. The forest knew this. The Soviets knew this. And by morning, the soldiers understood with absolute clarity. They were no longer the hunters. In these woods, they were the ones being tracked. First contact. The first real clash didn't begin with shouting or a charge or anything dramatic. It began with a single, distant crack, so soft at first that many soldiers thought it was just a branch snapping under snow. But the officers froze. The veterans froze. And a cold understanding spread instantly down the line. That wasn't wood. That was a rifle. The shot came from the treeline. Quiet, precise, measured. A corporal fell forward without a sound. No warning, no cry. Just a sudden collapse into the mud. Then the forest answered. Not with a volley, not with chaos, but with movement. Shadows slipping between trunks, leaves trembling despite the still air, the metallic click of a bolt being readied somewhere unseen. The soldiers dropped to the ground, fingers stiff with cold as they scrambled for their rifles. Eyes scanned the treeline, searching desperately for shapes that refused to appear. The Red Army was no longer a rumor behind the horizon. They were right there, calm, hidden, patient. More shots followed, spaced out, deliberate. Each one forced the men lower, pressing their chests into the frozen earth. Each one reminded them that the enemy had chosen the place, the distance, the timing. This was not blitzkrieg rolling across open plains. This was something slower, older, woven into the land itself. When German machine guns finally roared in response, the forest swallowed the noise. It absorbed the gunfire, threw back scattered echoes, revealed nothing of where the shooters were. No targets appeared. No figures broke from cover. Only the sense of being observed by men who knew these woods better than the soldiers knew their own uniforms. When the firing finally subsided, the soldiers lifted their heads cautiously. They expected a charge, a rush, a counterattack. Instead, nothing. Only the vast, heavy quiet of a world that had decided to wait and watch. For many of them, that first day of contact carried a lesson they felt more than understood. The enemy you cannot see. Night fell quickly on the Eastern Front. Not like in Europe, where dusk softened the sky into colors. Here, darkness dropped all at once, like a curtain falling, and with the darkness came a fear the soldiers struggled to name. The forest changed at night. It stopped being scenery and became a presence. Every branch creaked like a boot step. Every gust of wind felt like someone's breath on the back of the neck. Every distant rustle sounded like a figure shifting weight, preparing to fire. They built a perimeter, posted guards, whispered orders. But the truth settled among them like frost. They had no idea where the enemy was. Somewhere out there, 30 meters away or 300, Soviet scouts lay in silence, watching through rifle sights. Men trained to melt into the darkness. Men who could wait longer than exhaustion allowed a German soldier to stay alert. Sometimes a man swore he saw a figure between the trees, a flicker of a silhouette, but when he blinked, the shape was gone. Some nights brought sudden violence. A single shot. A guard falling quietly. A ripple of movement. Officers whispering for everyone to stay low as rifles trembled in hands that could barely feel the trigger. Other nights brought nothing at all, and that was far worse. Silence could mean safety, or scouts crawling closer, inch by inch. Uncertainty hollowed them. It shortened breaths, sharpened nerves, stole sleep. Even veterans admitted, quietly, that they had never felt anything like this. War here wasn't just fought with bullets. It was fought with waiting, with listening, with a fear that stretched into hours, thin as wire and just as ready to snap. Some soldiers prayed quietly, rubbing small charms hidden in their pockets. Others stared into the darkness until their eyes burned. Eventually, exhaustion forced them into a fragile half-sleep that broke at every imagined sound. And under that half-sleep, every man carried the same truth. If the Soviets came in the night, they would not hear them until it was already over. In these woods, the night itself was an enemy. The cold arrives. The cold didn't arrive with storms or drama. It arrived quietly, the same way everything on the Eastern Front crept into a man's life. One morning, soldiers woke to see their breath hanging in the air a little longer. Their blankets felt thinner. The ground beneath them felt harder, as if the earth itself had frozen during the night. Even the metal handles of their mess tins burned their fingers with cold instead of heat. And then, day by day, the temperature kept dropping. Jokes slowed. Conversations shortened. Hands that once moved easily over rifle bolts stiffened until even basic tasks felt clumsy. Officers insisted winter clothing would arrive soon. Supply trains were imminent. Wool coats, gloves, felt boots, all promised. But the soldiers sensed the truth well before anyone said it aloud. Winter had outrun the logistics. They had only summer coats. Leather boots meant for autumn mud. Scrap fabrics tied around hands in place of gloves. Meanwhile, The cold swallowed everything. Rivers froze with sounds like groaning steel. Horses exhaled steam like tired engines. Mud cooled into brittle, uneven ridges that shattered under marching feet. Inside their foxholes, frost crept along the walls in delicate crystalline patterns that looked almost beautiful until they melted from breath and soaked their clothes, turning cold again a few hours later. Some men rubbed their hands until the skin cracked. Others wrapped rags around their feet that froze stiff by morning. A few felt numbness spreading through their toes, the kind that never fully returned. Still, orders pushed them forward. The war didn't pause for weather, and the cold didn't pause for the war. Something fundamental shifted inside the men in those days. They stopped fearing the Soviets the most. They started fearing the temperature. On the Eastern Front, winter didn't simply accompany the enemy. It fought for the enemy. When the cold takes the body. On the Eastern Front, cold wasn't weather. It was a slow possession, patient, methodical, almost intelligent in the way it dismantled a human being. First it took feeling. Fingers lost their sensitivity. A man could touch his rifle and barely sense the steel under his skin. He'd try to button his coat and fumble like a child learning the motion for the first time. Then it took color. Ears turned pale. Noses lost warmth despite constant rubbing. Cheeks faded into a sickly gray that made even the young look old. Next, the cold took sleep. No amount of fabric, no closeness to others, no shared body heat could hold it off. Men woke every few minutes in shallow, jittering half-rests, always aware of the temperature pressing inward like a slow tightening fist. And then came numbness, the stage every man feared. It wasn't a useful numbness. It was dangerous. A seductive quietness told the body it wasn't so bad, that the cold felt almost peaceful, that maybe a man could loosen his coat or close his eyes for a moment. Medics knew what that meant. Once the cold reached the bones, it didn't give them back. A hand placed too long on metal froze to it. A rifle pressed against a cheek during aiming ripped skin when lowered. Fabrics stiffened into shapes that no longer bent. Some men walked on feet they could not feel, hearing only the crunch of snow, not knowing if the skin beneath was splitting. Medics worked constantly, but couldn't keep up. Cold moved faster than bandages, faster than warmth could return, faster than orders could change. Around them, the world froze too, trees cracking open like bones under strain, rivers locking solid, air so sharp it stung the throat. The cold slowed every step, every thought, until the men felt as though they were moving underwater. Even their memories seemed to drift, weighed down by exhaustion. Some began to hallucinate in the silence. Shapes in the snow, voices in the wind, the crackle of ice sounding like someone calling their name. Day by day, winter eroded them. Not suddenly, slowly, quietly, completely. The Eastern Front didn't break bodies in dramatic moments. It wore them away, layer by frozen layer. Letters home. When the front finally slowed under the pressure of winter, the soldiers found themselves doing something unexpected. They began to write. Not because they had time, and certainly not because they were warm. They wrote because the silence between battles had grown so heavy that words felt like the only shelter left. They crouched inside dugouts lit by weak candles, their breath turning to frost in the air. Ink froze if left uncovered too long, and paper softened from the constant damp. Some wrote with pencils because they were the only tools that still functioned. They wrote in stiff, cramped handwriting, hands trembling from cold, telling stories meant to travel hundreds of kilometers to kitchens and living rooms far from this frozen line. The letters they sent home were always bright on the surface. "We're holding firm. The Russians are retreating. The cold is bad, but we manage. These were the lines families needed to hear, fragments of hope wrapped in careful optimism. But the letters they never sent, the ones folded and hidden or burned after rereading, told a different truth. They spoke of frost that gnawed through boots, of nights spent listening for footsteps in the dark, of fear that settled into their chests like a second heartbeat. Some wrote about hunger, others about doubts they weren't supposed to have. A few wrote lines so heavy with guilt or clarity that they destroyed them immediately, terrified of what could happen if those words were found. Occasionally a soldier shared a letter he had received, a warm detail from home, a story about snow falling in Bavaria or bread rising in an oven, a picture from a sister or a kiss pressed into a sheet of paper. For a few minutes, the dugout softened. The cold seemed to step back. Men listened with tired eyes, their thoughts drifting toward a world that now felt impossibly far. But when the reading ended, silence reclaimed everything. The war outside waited like an unfinished sentence, and every man understood that each letter home was a conversation with a life slipping further away. The farther east they marched, the harder it became to imagine those kitchens, those warm rooms, those people who waited for news. For many soldiers, writing became a ritual not of hope, but of remembrance, a way to hold on. When hope turns thin. Even the strongest men carried a small flame inside them, a quiet, unspoken hope that helped them endure the endless cold. For some, it was the promise of returning home. For others, it was the dream of surviving the winter. And for a few, it was simply the thought of making it through the next night. But as the days dragged on, that flame began to flicker. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but gradually, the way a candle shrinks unnoticed until it's almost gone. Food rations arrived late, then smaller, then sometimes not at all. Bread froze into bricks so hard they had to be thawed under an armpit before they could be bitten. Canned meat became a luxury spoken about the way city people speak about treasures, as if it belonged to another world entirely. Men shared more quietly now, a crust passed hand to hand, a spoonful divided between 3 men. These gestures carried a weight far heavier than the food itself, and in that slow erosion of comfort, something deeper eroded with it: belief. The first crack was small, a private thought. This isn't the quick victory we were promised. A glance exchanged when officers repeated slogans no one quite believed anymore. A creeping suspicion that headquarters had no idea what the front truly looked like. Then the crack widened. Rumors spread. Trains stuck behind the lines, Soviet reinforcements arriving from the east, entire German units disappearing in the forests. Some soldiers accused the land of swallowing them. Others whispered that the Red Army was not collapsing, but coiling, preparing to strike back harder. But the most dangerous erosion wasn't tactical. It was emotional. Men who once spoke of victories now spoke only of survival. Men who once joked stared blankly into the evening fires. Men who once marched with purpose now shivered and drifted, thinking only of warmth. The flame that kept them moving didn't go out at once. It thinned. It dimmed. It became a fragile ember inside a world made of ice. By winter's deepest nights, many soldiers felt the same truth settling into their bones. On the Eastern Front, hope itself was a ration, and it was running low. The slow starvation. Hunger arrived quietly at first, an emptiness after meals, a hollow feeling that could be ignored. But as supplies thinned and the cold consumed calories faster than the men could replenish them, hunger sharpened into something far more demanding. It became a companion that followed them through every march, every watch, every sleepless night. It changed the way the soldiers moved and thought. A man might check the same pocket twice, knowing it was empty but hoping for a forgotten crumb. Another might lick the corners of his ration tin to catch whatever taste remained. Conversations drifted whenever food was mentioned. Eyes narrowed whenever someone opened a package, no matter how small. Some scavenged frozen potatoes from abandoned farms, chipping them out of ice with bayonets. Others boiled strips of leather from old harnesses into bitter, oily soup. Bread hardened into bricks, and men held it under their arms to warm it before biting. Canned meat, when it appeared, was treated with a reverence normally reserved for treasure. Officers spoke in hopeful tones about supply delays, trains trapped behind the lines, depots just one push away. But the soldiers saw the truth in the faces of the quartermasters. There was simply not enough. Not for the men. Not for the horses. Not for the front. And hunger wasn't just physical. It changed the rhythm of the mind. It fueled fear, sharpened despair, stole the last reserves of strength. Men became quiet, withdrawn, protective of what little they had. Some tried to save a scrap of bread for later, only to wake and find they had eaten it in their sleep. At night, the soldiers lay still, hands folded over their stomachs, listening to the wind scraping across the snow. The cold hollowed their bodies. The hunger hollowed everything else. Sometimes a man whispered in the dark, "If the Russians don't kill us, the winter will," and no one argued. No one had the energy to. On the Eastern Front, hunger wasn't just a feeling. It was a weapon, slow, relentless, and devastating. When the body begins to break. As hunger deepened and winter hardened, the soldiers began to learn that the body gives warnings before it gives up. First came the trembling. Not from fear, this was different, but from something deep inside, a constant vibration in their arms and legs that never fully stopped. Men tried to hide it, tucking their hands under their coats, clenching their jaws, but the tremors always returned. Then came weakness. Boots felt heavier. Rifles felt heavier. Even lifting a mess tin required effort. Some men stumbled during marches, catching themselves on trees or on the shoulders of their comrades. Others needed two hands to steady a weapon they once handled with ease. Their muscles weren't sore, they were empty, and then the mind began to thin. Not dramatically, not with confusion or hallucination at first, but with a drifting fog. Men repeated sentences without realizing it. They misheard simple orders. They stared at maps as though they were written in a foreign language. A soldier might be called by name twice before he turned his head. It wasn't fear. It wasn't shock. It was starvation reshaping thought. The medics recognized the signs. They wrapped frostbitten limbs, tried to feed the weakest, whispered quiet encouragement to keep a man awake. But they also knew the truth. The body dissolves faster in the cold, and winter moves faster than any medical supplies could reach the front. Some men drank melted snow despite knowing it could make them sick. The need for water was more urgent than the risk. Others rationed the last crumbs in their pockets, only to panic when they reached for them later and found they had already eaten them. A few muttered prayers under their breath, though no one admitted it. At night, sleep brought no relief. Legs cramped. Joints stiffened. Dreams blurred into images of food that vanished whenever touched. Some soldiers began to see shapes in the dark, shadows that moved, voices that whispered through the wind. The line between exhaustion and illusion grew thinner by the hour. Every day, winter stripped another layer from them. Body, mind, memory. Not abruptly, but as erosion. The quiet wearing down of men who had once marched proudly under a summer sun. On the Eastern Front, survival was not a single battle. It was resisting a slow collapse from the inside out. The endless retreat. Retreat on the Eastern Front didn't begin with a shouted order or a dramatic collapse. It began the way so many things did out there, quietly. A rumor passed between sentries. A map folded too quickly. a supply convoy that didn't appear. Then one morning, the truth arrived disguised as an instruction. Pull back, hold a new line. But the soldiers heard the real meaning beneath it. They could no longer stay. The retreat didn't feel like movement at first. It felt like exhaustion changing direction. Men who had marched east with long, confident strides now trudged west with short, uneven steps. Their coats were thinner, their packs lighter, their faces hollow from cold and hunger. The land they crossed looked different now. Fields were frozen into ridged plates of earth. Villages they had passed in summer were nothing but burned chimneys rising from snow. Forests that once watched them quietly now felt like they were closing in. There was no rhythm to the withdrawal. Sometimes the men walked in heavy silence. Sometimes artillery boomed behind them, a constant reminder that the Soviets were no longer waiting. Sometimes a soldier collapsed in the snow and had to be dragged upright by those beside him. And sometimes, despite every effort, he simply didn't rise at all. No one used the word defeat. Officers spoke of shortening the line or redeploying. The radios insisted it was temporary. But the men felt the truth pressing in with every step. They were returning the way they had come, not as conquerors, but as men being pushed home by an enemy they no longer understood. Every step west felt heavier, every kilometer longer. Every night brought the same dread. Would the Red Army catch them before morning? They could feel it in the air, in the ground, in their bones. The Soviets weren't scattered anymore. They were organized, confident, advancing. One soldier murmured to a comrade, hardly louder than the wind, "We marched into the snow. Now the snow is marching after us." No one corrected him. The retreat wasn't simply a change of direction. It was the war revealing its true shape, a long unwinding, a reckoning, a journey through a land that had never wanted them and now refused to let them leave easily. When the enemy turns into a tide. As the retreat deepened, the soldiers sensed something that chilled them more than the winter air. The Red Army wasn't just following them. It was swelling, gathering strength with every passing day. The horizon shifted constantly. The ground trembled faintly with distant artillery. Machine gun fire rolled like thunder from directions that shouldn't have been reachable so quickly. What had once been scattered ambushes now felt like a tide pushing relentlessly west. The enemy grew larger in whispers before they ever appeared in sight. Rumors spread through the ragged columns. Fresh Siberian divisions arriving with winter in their bones, tanks that moved easily through deep snow, artillery units firing with uncanny precision, and Soviet forces forming lines so long they seemed to stretch from one edge of the sky to the other. The soldiers felt the truth in small details. Shells landing closer than before, patrols disappearing without explanation, Soviet scouts seen at distances that should have been safe. Each new day tightened the pressure. The retreat wasn't a withdrawal anymore. It was a narrowing corridor. One evening, as the men stumbled into the ruins of a village to rest, the sky flashed with distant fire. The air vibrated with a kind of momentum the Germans hadn't felt in months. Someone whispered, "They're not chasing us. They're sweeping us." The word lingered in the cold. Sweeping. It felt right. The Soviets were no longer reacting to German movements. They were shaping them. The retreat became a scramble to stay ahead of something vast, coordinated, unending. The soldiers looked at each other with a new understanding. Not panic, not despair, but a quiet realization that they had become part of something much larger than their own orders or maps. They weren't fighting a series of battles anymore. They were being carried by a tide they couldn't stop and could barely outrun. For the first time, they saw themselves not as soldiers holding a line, but as men caught in the wake of an army rising behind them. An army that had endured its own suffering and was now moving forward with the force of inevitability. The encirclement begins. The encirclement did not arrive with sudden violence. It arrived like a change in the air, subtle, invisible, but unmistakable. Scouts returned with tension in their eyes. Maps were pulled closer to lanterns. Officers spoke in shorter sentences. No one needed to say the word Kessel yet. The men felt it forming around them. The first sign came when a supply route went silent. A road that had been safe the week before suddenly offered nothing but the tracks of abandoned wagons half buried in snow. Another path west showed signs of recent fighting. Shattered crates, spent shell casings, a frozen horse lying stiff in its harness. The soldiers looked at the wreckage and understood. The lines behind them were thinning. The space to retreat was shrinking. Radio signals grew erratic. Some came through distorted, others not at all. Directions meant for one unit arrived hours late to another. The men marched from position to position without knowing whether they were falling back or simply circling a drain. Snow drifted thicker. Winds shifted. The world around them felt tight, as if the horizon itself had begun to close. Then came the Soviet pressure. Not overwhelming at first, just a steady push. A patrol cut off here, a defensive line overrun there, artillery that landed closer each day. At night, the sky glowed faintly with distant fire, and the earth vibrated in long, low pulses that carried through the soles of their boots. The men whispered among themselves, not about tactics or hope, but about the strange sense that they were being guided, herded, moved toward a point they couldn't see. Every hill felt like it hid an ambush. Every forest felt like it held watchers. Every clearing felt too large, too exposed. By the time the officers confirmed what everyone already knew, that Soviet forces were pushing around their flanks, the soldiers felt a kind of quiet acceptance settle in. They had been here before in training, in theory, but not like this. Not in winter. Not hungry, exhausted, half-frozen, and marching into a shape on the map that felt less like a tactical situation and more like a jaw closing. Encirclement had begun. When escape turns into delay. Once the threat became official, everything accelerated. Orders came rapidly, sometimes contradicting each other. One unit was told to hold a ridge. Another was told to abandon it. Some were instructed to break south, others north. The men followed as best they could, trudging through snow that rose to their shins, breath burning in their throats. Rifles carried more for obligation than for hope. Every direction felt wrong. When they pushed west, they found Soviet patrols. When they moved east, they collided with retreating German units. When they shifted north or south, they encountered stretches of forest so dense that even daylight struggled to enter. The soldiers realized they were not maneuvering out of danger. They were circling it. The cold worsened. Hunger deepened. Men who had once marched in columns now drifted along in loose, ragged groups, stopping only to catch their breath or shake warmth back into their limbs. Communication broke down further. Runners didn't return. Messenger vehicles froze in place. Even compasses seemed to fail in the numbing cold. Rumors spread faster than facts. Some said relief divisions were on their way. Others insisted the Soviets had already sealed the pocket. A few whispered that escape was still possible, a narrow corridor through the woods that might let a fraction of them through. No one knew for sure. And then there were the sounds at night. Distant engines, wolves howling, artillery rumbling like thunder rolling across the plains. Men lay awake in their shallow shelters, gripping rifles with numb fingers, waiting for an attack that sometimes arrived and sometimes didn't. The pressure didn't break them quickly. It squeezed them slowly. One soldier muttered into his scarf, "We're not moving." "We're being moved." The others didn't answer. They felt it too. The Soviets weren't charging at them with overwhelming force. They were shaping the battlefield, narrowing every option, pushing the Germans into a space that shrank with each passing hour. By the time the men saw how small their world had become, they were already inside it, and the ring continued to tighten. When the ring closes. Dawn arrived without color. It didn't brighten the horizon. It only thinned the darkness enough to show the silhouettes of trees and the faint gleam of frost clinging to every branch. The soldiers rose stiffly from sleep, or something like sleep, a shallow, shivering half-rest that left them more exhausted than before. Their rifles felt heavier. Their coats felt thinner. Their breaths rose in pale, uncertain wisps. It was in that dim half-light that they sensed it. Something in the air had changed. The silence felt crowded. The forest seemed to listen. Even the wind moved with a kind of purpose. Then they heard the sound, faint at first, carried through the trees like a distant drumbeat. Boots on snow. Many of them. Slow. Steady. Advancing. The Soviets were closing the ring. A ripple moved through the German line. Not panic, but a quiet, bracing tension. Men tightened their scarves, checked their bolts, adjusted their belts. Officers spoke in tight murmurs, drawing quick arrows in the snow with gloved fingers, their breath mixing with the cold air in thin clouds. No one raised their voice. No one wasted a word. They all knew what was happening. The encirclement wasn't a possibility anymore. It was here. To the east, dark shapes flickered between the trees, infantry moving with disciplined intent. To the north, bursts of machine gun fire crackled briefly and then died away. To the south, the air vibrated with the dull, distant growl of tanks. And to the west, the direction the men needed most, the land lay open but not free. Scouts returned with tight faces, whispering the truth. The Soviets were there as well. It was a trap with no weak side. Some soldiers reached for small talismans tucked under their coats. A pendant, a wooden cross, a folded letter worn soft from rereading. Not because they believed it would change anything, but because it reminded them they had names, memories, lives. Things the cold had not taken yet. A voice near the rear murmured, "If we break through, we live." Another answered softly, "If we don't, we stay here forever." But the tone wasn't panicked. It was resigned, almost calm, the steady acceptance of men who understood that the next few hours would define the rest of their lives. As the first Soviet shells began to fall, heavy and muffled in the snow, the men felt the world tighten around them. They lowered their heads, steadied their grips, and braced for what was coming. The ring had closed. When the circle becomes a cage. The order to prepare came in a whisper passed from officer to officer, moving down the frozen line like a final prayer. The men rose from the snow, joints aching, limbs stiff with cold. They could barely feel their fingers. Some couldn't feel their toes at all. But they moved, not with strength, but with the last threads of instinct. The only direction left was west. They couldn't see the Soviets yet, but they felt them. Every breath seemed to carry that knowledge. The sense of being watched from the trees. The sense of weapons being raised. The sense that the forest itself was holding its breath. A flare hissed upward and bathed the landscape in pale green light. Shadows stretched long across the snow. The moment the light faded, rifles clicked shut, bolts slid home, and the first German machine gun opened fire, not to kill, but to carve a heartbeat of confusion into the Soviet line. The men surged forward. There was no formation, no discipline, just movement, a desperate push through snow that clung to their legs and slowed every stride. Some stumbled. Some leapt fallen logs. Some clutched their rifles like lifelines, and behind them, the Soviets answered. Rifle fire cracked along the flank. Bullets snapped overhead, tearing through branches, kicking up bursts of snow that glittered briefly before settling back into silence. Mortars thudded behind them, throwing earth and ice into the air. The ground shook with each blast, and the shock waves knocked several men off their feet. Still they ran, not because they believed they could all escape, but because stopping meant dying where they stood. A shout rose from somewhere near the front. "There's a gap." Whether it was real or imagined didn't matter. Hope, even fragile hope, had gravity. They pushed toward the opening, a narrow corridor where the snow was unbroken and shadows lay undisturbed. Bullets whistled past. The air vibrated with overlapping bursts of machine gun fire. But the gap held. A soldier at the flank whispered, "Just let me reach the light." Another stumbled beside him, breath tearing from his lungs. A third dragged a wounded comrade for several meters before the weight grew too heavy and instinct forced him onward alone. They were no longer breaking through a line. They were racing a noose as it tightened. And in the cold, grey dawn, the snowfield ahead opened like a held breath. The breakout attempt. The order came without fanfare, a low, strained whisper that passed from man to man until it reached the farthest edge of the line. Prepare to move. It wasn't shouted. It didn't need to be. Every soldier felt the urgency in the air, the tightening grip of the Soviet cordon, the sense that the window for escape was narrowing with every breath. They rose from the snow with stiff, painful movements. Some men needed help to stand. Others leaned heavily on their rifles, using the cold metal as a crutch. Their faces were hollow from hunger. Their coats were crusted with frost. Their breath formed thin clouds that dissolved quickly into the freezing morning. Then, without further delay, they stepped forward. The breakout began with a single burst of machine gun fire. A harsh, desperate burst meant not to strike a target, but to create a moment of confusion before the Soviets adjusted. The men surged toward the west, toward the only direction that offered even a sliver of possibility. The snow slowed them immediately. Every step broke through the crust into powder beneath, turning the sprint into a labored, staggering charge. Their boots slipped. Their legs burned. Their lungs seized from the cold air. But they ran anyway. And then the Soviets responded. Rifle fire cracked along the tree line. Bullets snapped past ears, thudded into trees, and kicked up fountains of snow that drifted back down in slow, ghostly arcs. Mortar shells landed behind them with deep, muffled explosions that sent shock waves rolling across the ground. Men fell, sometimes quietly, sometimes with a choked cry that was lost in the roar of gunfire. Still, the line pushed forward. A soldier stumbled as a shell burst nearby, and another grabbed him under the arm, pulling him along until he found his footing again. A machine gun swept across the field, and the men veered instinctively, adjusting their path in the blind hope of slipping through the smallest gap. A sergeant shouted something, maybe an order, maybe a warning, but the wind carried his voice away before anyone could hear it. The world narrowed to snow, breath, and movement. Every man knew what this was. Not a charge, not an assault, but a gamble. If they could find a break in the Soviet line, if they could exploit it before the enemy adjusted, they might survive. If not, they would join the frozen shapes already lying behind them. And then, through the chaos, someone shouted from the front, "There, a gap." It didn't matter if it was real. It was direction. It was hope. The soldiers barreled toward it with whatever strength remained in their bodies. Their vision blurred from exhaustion. Their legs trembled. Their hearts pounded so hard they could feel it in their fingertips. But the thought pulsed inside them, raw, simple, desperate. Move, move, move. Around them, the encirclement tightened. Ahead of them, the snowfield opened. The breakout had begun in earnest. When the line breaks, and men break with it. The so-called gap was not a path or a clearing. It wasn't even truly open. It was simply the thinnest point in a wall of fire, a brief hesitation in Soviet gunfire, a moment where the enemy shifted positions, just enough to give the illusion of escape. The first men reached it at a full sprint. Their boots plunged deep into the snow. Their breath tore from their lungs. Their hands clutched their rifles not as weapons, but as anchors to keep them upright. For a heartbeat, the opening felt real. Then the world erupted. A Soviet machine gun hidden behind a fallen tree unleashed a torrent of fire. Snow leapt upward in violent bursts. Men fell mid-stride, their bodies collapsing into the white in brutal, sudden silence. The line buckled. Several soldiers dove aside, others dropped flat, and a few simply froze, stunned by the shock and the impossibility of the path before them. A voice cried out, "Left flank! Left!" But the order dissolved into chaos as the machine gun shifted and found new targets. The retreating soldiers veered instinctively, scattering just enough to disrupt the kill line. But every step cost them. Mortars landed behind them with muffled, crushing force. Shrapnel hissed through the air. A man lost his footing and slid down a small embankment, scrambling back up as bullets snapped past him. Still they ran. One soldier reached down to help a fallen comrade, but when he lifted the man's arm and felt how limp it was, he hesitated. It lasted only a second, a single flicker of doubt, but in that second the truth revealed itself. He couldn't carry him. Not now. Not under this fire. Not at this speed. With a shaking breath, he let go and kept running. Ahead, the snowfield widened. The faint outline of a ridge appeared in the distance. Dark shapes at the top, impossible to identify at first, then gradually sharpening into the silhouettes of German soldiers holding the far line. The sight jolted the survivors with a burst of desperate energy. They pushed harder. A private stumbled to his knees, hands in the snow, eyes unfocused. He tried to stand, but the cold had hollowed him out. Another soldier dragged him a few steps before the weight became too much. The private looked up once, lips moving silently, and then his strength left him completely. The others kept moving. The ridge drew closer. German machine guns opened fire overhead, laying down covering fire to shield the last sprinting men. Tracers cut through the morning air. Snow kicked up in violent fountains. The soldiers felt the vibrations of explosions rolling through their legs as they climbed the final slope. And then, hands grabbed them, arms pulled them upward. Voices urged them on. One by one, the survivors spilled onto the ridge, gasping, coughing, shaking uncontrollably. When they finally turned to look back across the snowfield, they saw the bodies of the fallen scattered behind them, slowly disappearing beneath drifting snow. The Soviets continued advancing, methodical and unhurried. The breakout had succeeded, but only in the sense that anyone remained to tell the story. On the Eastern Front, success and survival often looked the same. The snowfield of no return. The forest didn't end gently. It broke open all at once, revealing a wide snowfield stretching toward a distant ridge. The sudden openness felt like stepping into a dream, pale, silent, and strangely exposed. For a moment, the soldiers hesitated at the tree lean, staring at the expanse before them. It looked like freedom, but they all felt the truth in their bones. Open ground meant death. Behind them, the Soviets pressed closer. Every soldier sensed their presence, the rhythmic crunch of boots in the snow, the low murmur of commands, the shifting of rifles. The encirclement wasn't abstract anymore. It was a physical pressure tightening around their bodies. "Go," an officer murmured. No speech, no rallying cry. Just a simple instruction given with the resignation of a man who understood the cost. The soldiers broke from the tree-line and ran. The snow was deeper than it appeared. Each step punched through a crust of ice into powder beneath, slowing them immediately. Their legs churned through it, heavy and uneven. Their breath tore at their lungs, burning in the frozen air. Some men stumbled. Some crawled a few steps before standing again. Their weapons bounced awkwardly against their sides, now more burdens than tools. The Soviets opened fire. Rifle shots cracked along the flank. Bullets snapped past, kicked up bursts of white that drifted down softly even as more gunfire tore across the field. Mortars landed behind them, each explosion muffled by the snow yet powerful enough to knock men off their feet. The soldiers moved as if pulled by invisible threads, stumbling through the cold haze, driven by nothing but instinct. A few fell early, collapsing silently, bodies folding into the snow as though swallowed by it. Others kept moving with shattered determination, refusing to look back. A shout rose from the ridge ahead, though the wind shredded the words before they reached the runners. Still, the sound gave them direction, urgency, hope. The ridge grew closer. Dark shapes appeared at the top, friendly silhouettes or enemies. The soldiers didn't know. They only knew they had to reach it. They forced their legs to move faster, ignoring the pain, the freezing air tearing at their throats, the fear pounding in their chest. They were no longer running toward safety. When only silence crosses the snow. The ridge loomed closer with every brutal, gasping step, but each meter felt heavier than the last. The snowfield was an ocean of white dragging at their legs, pulling them down with every stride. Behind them, Soviet rifles continued their steady work, measured shots, deliberate and calm, picking off men who slowed even slightly. One soldier collapsed forward into the snow. He pushed himself up once, then again, hands slipping on the icy crust. A flare rose into the sky, bathing everything in pale green. In that brief illumination, his hands looked ghostly, almost transparent. He made it a few more steps before his legs gave out completely. No one could stop to lift him. Even compassion had a cost the men could no longer afford. Another private dropped his rifle without realizing it. He stared at his empty hands in confusion, as if they belonged to someone else. Then he turned toward the ridge and walked, not ran, walked, moving in a slow, dreamlike trance toward the promise of shelter. A bullet found him moments later, spinning him sideways into the snow. His body rolled slightly, then lay still. The ridge was close now. German machine guns opened up from the top, firing over the heads of the retreating men, trying to carve a thin curtain of protection. Snow jumped in violent spurts as the tracers cut through the air. One soldier dropped to his knees, gasping, his vision narrowing into a small tunnel. He forced himself forward on hands and knees, clawing at the snow, dragging himself toward the ridge. Another stumbled past him. Leaning so far forward, he looked as though he might fall with every step. A third man reached the base of the ridge and simply collapsed, unable to lift himself. Hands reached down from above. Arms pulled the men upward. The survivors were hauled onto the ridge, collapsing into heaps, panting, trembling. Their faces were gray from cold and exhaustion. Their eyes were hollow, reflecting nothing but the lingering shock of being alive. When they finally turned back, the view below froze them in place. The snowfield was dotted with the dark shapes of fallen comrades, scattered across the white like forgotten coat buttons. Snow drifted softly over them, beginning the quiet work of erasure. The Soviet advance continued steadily, silhouettes moving with unhurried confidence. The breakout had succeeded, but at a cost so heavy the survivors would never speak of it, not because they forgot, but because the memory lived too sharply inside them. On the Eastern Front, silence crossed the snow faster than men did, and it buried what the living could not carry. When the war turns into waiting. After the breakout, there was no sense of victory, no exhilaration, no burst of relief. The men simply collapsed behind the ridge, breathing hard, their bodies shaking uncontrollably from cold and exhaustion. Survival didn't feel triumphant. It felt hollow, like a drum beaten too many times. The ridge offered height, not safety. It wasn't a fortress or a stronghold. It was just a line of bare earth where men could at least see what approached. They huddled against splintered trees, letting the numbness settle into their bones. Some stared at the sky, others at their boots. A few simply closed their eyes and listened to their own breathing, trying to convince themselves they were still alive. Waiting settled in quickly, not the gentle kind, the heavy, suffocating waiting that stretches minutes into hours. The front wasn't moving forward anymore. It wasn't even holding. It was pausing, a single breath caught between battles. In that breath, every fear became sharper. Officers whispered among themselves, glancing at maps that had become more hopeful than accurate. Their voices were low and tight, carrying a worry they didn't dare show fully. And the men didn't need explanations. They could see the truth in every gesture. The Soviets were still moving. Winter was deepening. Supplies were fading. The ridge had become a stopgap, not a sanctuary. The men felt it in their bodies. A soldier rubbed his temples, trying to push away memories of running across the snowfield. Another sat with hands pressed to a frostbitten cheek. A third dug his fingers into the frozen earth, as though grounding himself was the only thing keeping panic from rising. Small fires crackled where they could be lit, their flames weak against the wind. The cold crawled beneath coats and up sleeves, ignoring every attempt at warmth. Snowflakes drifted lazily through the air, each one landing softly before melting and freezing again. Someone whispered, "If we stay here, the cold will do what the Russians couldn't." Another answered, "If we move, they'll finish the job." Neither man spoke loudly. Neither needed to. Waiting became the only thing left to do. Waiting for orders, waiting for supplies, waiting for the next attack, waiting for anything that might shift their fate. Nothing came. Sometimes war rages with fire and thunder. Sometimes it grinds down with silence. That day, silence won. When the front becomes a memory of itself. By nightfall, the ridge felt like a place suspended in time, a point where the war paused just long enough for the men to understand how much of themselves they had already lost. They weren't part of a grand advance anymore. They weren't even a full company. They were remnants, scattered pieces of what had once been an army. Darkness fell quickly, swallowing the last of the daylight and turning the ridge into a silhouette against the snow. Fires flickered weakly. Shadows stretched long across the ground. Conversations faded. Men stared into the flickering light, seeing not the flames but memories of roads, forests, and villages left far behind. They talked about home in quiet fragments, a mother making soup, a wife waiting by a window, the feel of a warm stove, the sound of rain on a roof. But each memory felt like something from another lifetime, a life they could barely claim as their own now. War had rewritten the world so thoroughly that even familiar thoughts felt foreign. A soldier touched the corner of a photograph hidden in his pocket, but didn't take it out. He didn't need to see it, he just needed to feel the outline. Another adjusted his boots for the 10th time, though it changed nothing. A third man rubbed his hands together, staring at them as if trying to remember when they had last felt warm. Officers moved among them, checking positions, exchanging quiet words, giving out instructions that carried more hope than real direction. Their faces were drawn tight, marked by the same frostbite and fatigue as the men they commanded. They weren't hiding the truth. They simply had no language that could soften it. Beyond the ridge, the Soviets made themselves known without attacking. Voices drifted through the dark. The rumble of tanks echoed faintly. Equipment clattered. Occasionally a flare rose, revealing a glimpse of the world closing in around them. Endless snow, dark tree leans, silhouettes shifting like ghosts. One soldier muttered, "Feels like the world forgot itself out here." An older one replied, "No, it remembers too much." In that moment, the men understood something quietly devastating. The front was no longer a place on a map. It was a memory they were watching collapse in real time, a shape of trenches, positions, and orders dissolving into snow. The ridge wasn't a defensive line. It was simply where the war had paused long enough for them to feel the weight of what would come next. When capture stops the body, but not the fear. Capture on the Eastern Front didn't happen the way the soldiers had imagined it back home. There were no dramatic last stands, no shouted surrender with hands raised high. It happened quietly. A man who had fallen behind during a march. Another who stopped to rest for just a moment too long. A third who collapsed from cold or hunger and couldn't rise fast enough. The war simply caught them. Sometimes Soviet scouts emerged from the trees without warning, their coats blending into the winter landscape. Their rifles were steady, their breath forming thin white plumes that disappeared almost instantly. They approached cautiously, gesturing with small, sharp motions. Other times, capture came in darkness, a boot pressed lightly on a shoulder, a gloved hand signaling for silence, a voice in Russian that meant only one thing: get up. And men did, not out of defiance or obedience, but because there was nothing else to do. The first sensation was disbelief. Even with rifles pointed at them, many felt as though they should be marching still. Their legs twitched with a leftover impulse to move, to run, to continue following a retreat that no longer existed. Then fear seeped in, slow, patient, cold. Fear of the stories whispered around campfires. Fear of camps somewhere far to the east. Fear of never being accounted for, of disappearing into the snow without a name or grave. Fear of the unknown more than anything else. The Soviets confiscated watches, knives, and sometimes even boots. Letters were taken too, the ones soldiers kept folded in pockets for comfort. A few guards wore expressions unreadable in the dim winter light. Others stared with a mixture of exhaustion and hardened distrust. The prisoners moved when ordered, hands raised or clasped behind their heads, the cold stinging their faces. As they formed into small groups and were led away, a realization settled deep inside them. They had survived the breakout, the cold, the hunger, the fear, only to face a new uncertainty. A path without a map. A journey without direction. Capture did not end the fear. It simply changed its shape. The road that no one mapped. The march into captivity had no markers, no names, no clear destination. The prisoners walked in a narrow column across snowfields that seemed to stretch forever, their footsteps muffled by the cold. They moved not in formation, but out of necessity, each man tracking the back of the one ahead, as if the path were held together by nothing but shared exhaustion. Soviet guards paced along the edges of the column. Some watched closely, rifles ready. Others simply walked, as tired as the men they escorted. Their boots crunched in rhythm, a steady metronome that echoed through the cold air. The prisoners learned the unspoken rules quickly. Keep moving, stay in line, do not fall. When a man stumbled, he felt eyes on him immediately. Sometimes a guard paused, waiting to see if he would rise on his own. Sometimes a firm kick nudged him forward. If he stood, the march continued. If he didn't, the line moved on without him. The snow covered those moments quickly, and the march left no time for mourning. The landscape changed with agonizing slowness. Burned-out houses, empty wells, frozen fields dotted with abandoned equipment. Now and then, villagers appeared at a distance, watching in silence. Their faces revealed nothing, not hatred, not sympathy, just a tired awareness of a war that had dragged across their land for too long. At night, the prisoners were herded into barns, ruined farmhouses, or shallow pits dug into the snow. They huddled for warmth, sharing thin scraps of food taken from their pockets or given grudgingly by the guards. Sleep was shallow and full of shivering. The cold claimed more men during those nights than any rifle ever had. As the days passed, hunger blurred thought. Steps became automatic. Words became rare. Some prisoners tried to count their paces, believing that if they reached a certain number, they might arrive somewhere safer. Others recited names beneath their breath, their children, wives, siblings, as if speaking them could keep those memories alive a little longer. But the road stretched on with no sign of its end. The column drifted west to east, carried by forces they could no longer see and could barely understand. The front was far behind them now, swallowed by the winter. Ahead lay a direction no one could name. It wasn't a march anymore. It was surrender to a road that belonged to someone else. The words that never found their way home. Long before the front collapsed around them, the soldiers wrote letters with a kind of quiet urgency, as if each sentence were a thread tying them to a world that felt increasingly distant. They wrote in trenches lit by dying candles, in barns that smelled of smoke and damp straw, on the edges of frozen fields where their breath turned into small, trembling clouds. The ink often froze. Their fingers were too numb to guide the pen. Still, they wrote. The tone of these letters was always brighter than the truth. I'm fine. We're holding strong. Winter is tough, but we're tougher. These were not lies meant to deceive. They were gifts, small comforts sent across impossible distances to people waiting by windows, kitchens, and radios. The men believed that if their families felt reassured, they could endure anything. But as the front shifted and the cold deepened, the letters began to disappear. They were collected at field posts, sorted into bags, tied with string, and never arrived. Some were lost in retreats. Others burned in attacks on depots. Some vanished during chaotic repositioning, and many simply stayed where they were dropped, abandoned on roads buried by snow. The soldiers noticed the silence first. Replies came late, then never. A man would reach into his pocket for a letter he planned to send and find it still there, creased and damp, untouched by the postal system that no longer functioned. The realization was slow and heavy. Nothing they wrote was reaching home anymore. But they kept writing. Some folded the letters into their coat pockets for warmth. Others tucked them into boots or helmets. They wrote about the cold, about numb fingers, about days without food, about the way the sky looked before a bombardment. They wrote about fear, not in the direct, blunt way of confession, but in small phrases that carried the weight of dread. One soldier wrote, "The winter here feels like a wall. I can't see what's beyond it." He sealed the letter carefully. It never left his coat. The words they wrote were meant for mothers, wives, children, brothers, fragile bridges across a continent at war. But the front consumed those bridges, and the men who penned those words carried the weight of what might never be read. On the Eastern Front, Even words froze before they reached their destination. The silence that replaced their voices. Back in Germany, families waited for the letters with a patience that frayed slowly. At first they blamed the weather, then the chaos of repositioning, then the railways. They offered themselves explanations that soothed the worry for a week, then a month, until the silence grew too large to ignore. A wife read the same letter every night until the paper softened in her hands. A mother visited the post office, asking if anything had arrived, even a scrap, even a postcard. Children traced stamps with their fingertips, asking when the next message would come. Some homes left a chair empty at the table, a quiet form of hope, as though the missing man might walk through the door at any moment. When letters did arrive, they were often months late, blurred by moisture, the ink feathered into soft shapes. A message written in deep winter might arrive in spring, carrying words that no longer matched the season. The cold is beginning, or we'll push forward soon, or tell the little one I'm fine. And sometimes the heart of the message, the part unsaid, hurt more than the words. But most letters never came at all. The silence that replaced them became a presence in every home touched by the Eastern Front. A mother folded laundry in quiet. A wife paused mid-sentence, unsure what she had been about to say. Families gathered around radios, hoping for mentions of units, battles, anything that might give shape to uncertainty. They rarely heard what they needed. In the East, the soldiers felt the silence too. No letters from home, no familiar handwriting, no encouragement tucked into envelopes, no reminder that someone, somewhere, still knew their name. The absence tightened something inside them. Their voices grew quieter, their thoughts heavier. Some men stopped writing altogether, convinced the words would be lost. Others wrote more, desperate lines scribbled by candlelight, folded carefully, carried in pockets close to their hearts. They weren't writing for delivery anymore. They were writing to remember who they were. One sergeant slipped a final letter into his boot. "If someone finds me," he said softly, "maybe this will find its way home. But winter does not carry messages. The snow keeps its secrets." And across the front, silence became the language of men who had lost their voices to distance, cold, and war. When home no longer feels like home. For the few who returned from the Eastern Front, coming home felt less like crossing a finish line and more like stepping into a world that had moved on without them. They arrived wearing uniforms that hung awkwardly from bodies thinned by hunger and cold. Their boots were worn, their faces sharpened, their eyes holding the distant look of men who had spent too long staring at horizons that never changed. Home was warm. That was the first shock. The heat of a kitchen, the glow of a stove, the softness of a bed, all of it felt almost unreal. After months of cold that seeped into bone, warmth felt intrusive, overwhelming. A wife reached to touch her husband's cheek, and he flinched without meaning to. A mother embraced her son and felt ribs sharper than she remembered. A child stared uncertainly, trying to match the stranger in front of them with the face from a photograph. The returning men tried to smile. They tried to fit into conversations, into chairs, into the familiar rooms they had once taken for granted. But something inside them stayed out of place. Rooms felt small after the endlessness of the East. The sound of voices felt loud, too quick, too bright. Even comfort became strange, a softness they no longer knew how to accept. At night, many found themselves lying awake in beds that were too warm, too still. Their bodies didn't trust stillness. Silence without danger felt wrong. Some woke gasping, disoriented, reaching for rifles that were no longer beside them. Others slipped quietly out of bed to stand by windows, staring out into the dark, searching for something they couldn't name. Families tried to help. They told stories, cooked meals, filled the air with gentle reminders of normal life. But the men had spent too long surviving on instinct, too long carrying fear in their chests, too long shrinking their lives into the space between footsteps and cold breaths. Those habits didn't vanish with a warm room. One man stood in his childhood kitchen, holding a loaf of bread still warm from the oven. He stared at it as if it were a relic from another world. "It feels wrong to have this much," he whispered. His mother touched his arm, and he flinched again, overwhelmed by a kindness his body no longer remembered how to receive. Another stepped outside into a snowfall that looked softer, gentler, harmless, yet it still sent a shiver through him, echoing memories he couldn't speak aloud. They understood something their families did not. They had returned, but not entirely. Parts of them were still out there, in the forests, in the trenches, on the snowfields. Pieces scattered across a land that had swallowed so many others whole. Home had stayed the same. They had not. And as the days passed, that truth settled deeper inside them. They weren't living their old lives again. They were learning how to exist in new ones, carrying shadows that followed them through every warm room and quiet night. When the war follows you indoors. In the weeks after their return, the soldiers tried to move through the routines of home as if they could weave themselves back into the fabric of their old lives. They greeted neighbors, repaired fences, helped with chores, sat at family tables. But the war followed them indoors, slipping into the quiet spaces between moments. It lived in the way they paused before answering a simple question, weighing the words more slowly than before. It lived in the way they stared at a full plate of food with a mixture of gratitude and disbelief. It lived in the way they flinched at sudden noises, a door slamming, a pot clattering, a dog barking unexpectedly. At night, the war reclaimed them. Dreams pulled them back to the snowfields, to forests whispering with hidden movement, to the thundering echo of artillery rolling across frozen ground. Some men woke drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Others woke cold, sitting upright before they realized the room was warm. A few slipped from their beds to sleep on the floor, unable to explain the gesture except to say the softness of a mattress felt unsafe. Families watched and tried to understand. A wife placed a warm blanket over her husband, only to find him pushing it away minutes later. A mother reached out to her son during a meal, and he tensed before forcing a smile. A child hugged a father's leg, and the man froze, not out of fear, but out of the shock of feeling something gentle after so much brutality. Some returning soldiers found solace in work, chopping wood with mechanical focus, repairing tools, sweeping yards, cleaning stables. The repetition steadied them. Tasks with clear beginnings and endings offered a sense of control they had lost in the chaos of the retreat. Others walked miles each day, through forests, across fields, along rivers, as if motion itself was the only way to quiet their minds. They didn't always know where they were going. They just knew they couldn't stay still. A few tried to talk about what had happened, the cold, the hunger, the nights where footsteps in snow meant death. But the words felt too heavy for the room. The listeners grew pale. The men grew quiet. Some stories were too sharp, too raw, too impossible to share without reopening wounds no one could see. So the soldiers carried them in silence. Over time, the war's presence softened, but it never left completely. A man chopping would pause mid-swing, staring into the distance. Another would stop mid-conversation, his mind drifting somewhere miles away. A third would feel the winter wind on his face and shiver, even in spring. They had survived the Eastern Front. But survival had its own weight. And even in the warmth of home, even surrounded by the people they loved, the war lingered. In memory, in reflex, in the quiet moments when their minds drifted back to a land of snow, silence, and shadows. The front did not remain in the east. It followed them back. The deepest winter. Winter did not peak on the Eastern Front in a single night. It deepened gradually, day after day, tightening its grip until the men stopped wondering how cold it might get and began wondering how much colder they could endure. The season seemed endless, a stretch of time with no beginning and no promise of an end, only the steady descent into temperatures that felt like another form of warfare. The soldiers woke each morning with their coats stiff from frost, their blankets frozen into rigid shapes. Breath rose in sharp, silver plumes that vanished too quickly. Even the air felt solid, as though it needed to be broken with each inhale. The simplest movements became painful. Fingers refused to bend. Knees cracked. Lips split. Eyes watered constantly, and the tears froze on their cheeks. Weapons suffered too. Rifle bolts froze shut. Machine guns jammed after only a few bursts. Lubricants thickened, turning metal sluggish and unpredictable. A man could fire one shot and then spend 5 minutes trying to unfreeze his weapon, hands trembling, breath clouding the steel. Some soldiers slept with their rifles pressed under their coats, their own body heat the only defense against the cold. Horses fared even worse. Many collapsed during marches, legs shaking violently before they fell into the snow. When they could no longer stand, men removed the harnesses and moved on, leaving the animals behind in a silence broken only by their slow, labored breathing. Their bodies froze quickly, stiffening into shapes that dotted the roads like frozen statues of exhaustion. The nights were the hardest. Darkness came early, swallowing the landscape. Fires were dangerous, visible for kilometers, so the men huddled in shallow pits or behind shattered walls, wrapped in thin blankets, teeth clattering uncontrollably. Sleep came in short, shallow waves. A man might doze for 5 minutes before waking again, arms numb, feet burning with frostbite, the cold gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. In those moments, thoughts wandered to strange places. Men dreamed of warmth so vividly they reached for it upon waking, only to find their hands sinking into snow. Others whispered quietly to themselves or recited old prayers, not out of devotion but out of desperation for something familiar. The cold did not simply threaten their bodies. It eroded their sense of time. Days blended together. Dawn and dusk looked nearly identical. A week could pass without distinguishing itself from the next. Some soldiers began speaking of winter as if it were a living thing, not a season, but a force that stalked the front with patient malice. One soldier murmured, "The cold isn't trying to kill us. It's trying to wear us down." And the others, shivering in a half-circle of exhausted silence, knew exactly what he meant. Winter didn't break them all at once. It stripped them down slowly, breath by breath, night by night. When cold becomes the enemy with no face. As winter deepened, the soldiers began to understand something quietly terrifying. The cold wasn't just a condition of the front. It had become the front. It dictated movement, strategy, morale. It crept into joints and thoughts alike. The Soviets were relentless, yes, but winter itself felt invincible. Frostbite arrived like a thief. First the fingertips numbed, then the toes. Then small white patches appeared on skin, spreading like pale stains across cheeks, ears, and hands. A man might rub his fingers until they stung, then burned, then suddenly stopped feeling anything at all. That was when panic set in. Not loud panic, but a silent, inward dread, the realization that a part of his body was slipping away from him. Medics did what they could. They wrapped limbs in cloth, handed out tiny portions of ointment, offered quiet reassurance. But there was only so much to give. Frostbite didn't care about ranks or experience. A veteran froze as quickly as a recruit. A seasoned officer could lose a toe as easily as a boy barely trained for war. Clothing became both armor and burden. Coats stiffened into inflexible shells. Scarves iced over within minutes, turning stiff against lips and chins. Boots froze solid during the night, requiring long minutes of painful stomping in the morning to soften enough for walking. Some soldiers lined their socks with newspaper or straw, anything to add a layer between their skin and the winter's bite. Marches became slower, more painful. Every step sent needles of cold through their bodies. Breath rasped sharply, freezing in their mustaches and forming brittle ice along the edges of their collars. Men walked hunched over, hands pressed beneath their armpits, shoulders trembling. And then there was the wind, the real terror. It could rise without warning, sweeping across the plains in long, chilling gusts that roared like distant engines. It found every gap in every coat, slipping beneath layers, freezing sweat instantly into thin sheets of ice. The wind didn't push or pull. It carved, slicing through cloth and skin until the men felt flayed by air itself. Visibility dropped to nothing. Snow swirled in frantic spirals, erasing tracks, blurring the line between earth and sky. Men could march for hours and not recognize the landscape. Trees melted into white walls. The horizon vanished entirely. A soldier might lose sight of the man walking only a few steps ahead, and once he fell out of line, the blizzard swallowed him. Sometimes they found the stragglers later, curled beneath a drift of snow, their bodies frozen in poses that suggested sleep rather than death. Other times, the snow kept them. The Soviets understood the advantage. They attacked when storms rose, when visibility dropped, when the Germans were slowed and weakened. Gunfire cracked through blizzards, echoing off the wind. Shadows appeared in the white haze, quick, coordinated, deadly, before vanishing again. The Germans fired blindly, uncertain whether they hit anything at all. Winter favored those who belonged to it. At night, the soldiers lay curled in the snow, sharing meager warmth. Conversations faded into trembling breaths. Dreams became fragmented. Some whispered about home, imagining fireplaces, warm kitchens, and beds with real sheets. Others stayed awake, afraid that sleep would weaken them enough to never wake again. One soldier murmured into the darkness, "I don't fear the Russians half as much as I fear closing my eyes." The man beside him nodded, teeth chattering too hard to speak. In the deepest winter of the Eastern Front, there were battles fought with rifles, and battles fought with breath. And every morning the men woke, not because they were strong, but because winter had not. The lost companies. There were places along the Eastern Front where men disappeared without a sound, not in battles marked by explosions or sweeping maneuvers, but in quiet stretches of forest and snow where visibility shrank and the world closed in around them. These weren't dramatic last stands. They were erasures, entire squads, sometimes full companies, swallowed by winter and distance. No one spoke of it openly, but everyone knew the signs. A patrol that didn't return. A column that marched into a patch of forest and never came out. Bootprints leading east, ending abruptly in wind-swept snow. Sometimes the only trace was a forgotten helmet half buried in ice, or a scarf snagged on a branch, fluttering in the wind like a signal no one was left to interpret. The lost companies became a kind of whispered legend among the troops, not the kind that reassured, the kind that haunted them during the long, freezing nights. Men lowered their voices when referencing them, as if speaking too loudly might attract the same fate. One company, they said, had marched north after receiving an outdated order. They were spotted by villagers 2 days later, trudging single file through a field, weapons slung low. After that, nothing. No bodies. No equipment. No trace. The Soviets claimed nothing. The snow kept its silence. Another group vanished during a retreat. They had been seen entering a dense birch forest to avoid a Soviet patrol. The forest was searched days later. The only thing found was a broken rifle butt and a circle of disturbed snow, the kind that suggested a struggle, but nothing more. Some believed they had been captured. Others insisted they had succumbed to the cold. A few whispered that the men had turned on themselves in desperation. None of these explanations brought comfort. There were stranger accounts too. Stories of soldiers following tracks that led in circles because snowstorms had erased their orientation. Men marching for hours only to find themselves back at the same frozen creek. Groups splitting unintentionally when visibility collapsed to a few meters. The front wasn't just lines on a map. It was a shifting, unpredictable landscape that could swallow direction itself. The fear of becoming one of the lost seeped into the soldiers' movements. They stayed closer together, counted heads more frequently, marked trees with scratches to retrace their steps. Yet the cold, the hunger, the exhaustion, all of it worked against vigilance. One night, during a blizzard, a soldier woke and realized the man who had been lying next to him was gone. He thought he had wandered off to relieve himself, but when dawn came, only smooth snow lay where the footprints should have been. No one knew what had happened. No one spoke of it again. The Eastern Front had room for millions of men, but it also had room to hide thousands of them. In forests, ravines, frozen rivers, abandoned buildings, collapsed trenches. The land was too vast, the winter too deep, the chaos too complete. Some were found months later when the thaw came. Others never surfaced at all. The front moved on. The snow remained. And the memory of the lost companies lingered like a quiet shadow across every new position. When absence becomes a story of its own. As winter dragged on, the stories of the lost companies didn't fade. They multiplied. Absence on the Eastern Front was not an anomaly. It was a companion to every march, every patrol, every moment a soldier stepped beyond the warmth of a shared fire. Men didn't just fear the enemy. They feared vanishing without witness. Sometimes the signs were small. A set of footprints diverging from the main trail, leading into a grove of trees. Footprints that simply stopped after 20 meters. The men assigned to investigate found nothing but a glove lying in the snow, stiff and curled as if it had tried to hold on to something in the final moment. Other times the signs were unmistakable. A camp abandoned in haste, blankets scattered, embers still faintly warm, tin cups overturned. No blood, no bodies, no tracks leading away. Only the suggestion of sudden flight or sudden capture. What unnerved the soldiers most was how quietly it happened. Battles were loud. Skirmishes echoed in the distance. But disappearance worked in silence, slipping between trees, between snowdrifts, between the hours when men drifted toward sleep. A corporal once said, staring into the darkness of an unlit forest line, "It's not the Russians I'm afraid of. It's the spaces between us." His words stayed with the men far longer than any briefing. There were moments when the soldiers caught glimpses of movement in the distance, shadows slipping between trees, too quick and soundless to identify. Sometimes the Soviets, sometimes animals, sometimes tricks of exhaustion. Each possibility was no less unnerving than the others. The Germans adapted in small ways. They tied lengths of rope between trees to trace their steps in blizzards. They assigned pairs during night duties so no one stood alone in the dark. They carved quick notches into bark while scouting, leaving a zigzag pattern that promised, at minimum, a breadcrumb trail back to camp. But even these precautions failed when the weather turned violent, when snow fell thick as smoke and wind erased every trace of movement in minutes. One night, during a violent storm, a group of 7 soldiers went to gather firewood. Only 3 returned. They were pale, trembling, unable to explain what had happened. They claimed they had been walking in a straight line the entire time. Yet they returned from the opposite direction, their own boot prints already buried by the storm. As the weeks passed, the lost companies took on a meaning beyond tactical fear. They became reminders of how thin the line truly was between survival and disappearance. The front consumed men in many ways, through hunger, frostbite, bullets, and exhaustion, but the quiet vanishing carried a unique terror. It suggested that a man could slip from the world without struggle, without witness, without even understanding when the moment had come. For every soldier who survived, the thought lingered. Will anyone know if I don't come back? Will my absence even be noticed? The front didn't answer such questions. It simply kept moving, leaving behind patches of disturbed snow and empty air where men had once stood. Absence became its own kind of story, the kind told in whispers, with eyes lowered and hands trembling near the fire. After the march. Surviving the march should have felt like deliverance. The soldiers who made it through the breakout, the cold, and the endless retreat expected that once the danger passed, their bodies would rest and their minds would quiet. But survival came with its own weight, a different kind of heaviness that settled inside them like a second winter. In the days after the retreat, when they were finally allowed a moment to breathe, the men discovered that rest did not bring relief. Their legs trembled even when they sat still. Their hands remained half-curled, as if still gripping rifles. Their shoulders stayed tense, refusing to unclench. They ate greedily, unable to trust that food would be there the next day, and drank water as though it might vanish between gulps. Sleep was shallow and restless. Eyes snapped open at the slightest sound, a shifting log, a cough, the wind brushing against a torn wall. Some couldn't sleep lying down. Their bodies had grown so used to collapsing against trees or snowbanks that a bed, even a crude one, felt like a trap. Others slept in short bursts, waking suddenly with the memory of running across the snowfield still pounding in their chest. Their thoughts drifted constantly. One moment they were present, whispering with comrades or staring into a small fire. The next, they were miles away, reliving the rhythm of boots over ice, the sound of bullets tearing through branches, the dull roar of mortars chasing them through the white expanse. Most kept their fears quiet, not because they lacked words, but because they feared speaking would make those memories too solid, too real. They had survived, and yet part of them remained out there, in the frozen places where their bodies had moved on instinct and hope alone. Some withdrew completely. They sat with their backs against ruined walls, eyes fixed on their boots or on some distant point beyond the horizon. They answered questions slowly, if at all. They blinked as though waking from a dream that had followed them into daylight. Others became restless, unable to stay still for long. They paced the perimeter of their camp, checking the same paths again and again, searching for threats no one else could see. They were not expecting an attack. They were expecting something. They didn't know what. They just felt that danger never truly left. A few tried to talk about what they had seen, the bodies in the snow, the men collapsing mid-step, the comrades who had vanished into storms without a sound. But the words felt too heavy. Their voices cracked, and whatever they managed to say barely scratched the surface of what they carried. One soldier whispered, "I keep thinking I left a piece of myself out there." Another replied, after a long pause, "Maybe we all did." The truth settled quietly inside them. Survival was not an ending. It was a beginning of something harder, a reckoning with what they had endured and what they had lost, not to bullets or hunger, but to fear, cold, and the slow unraveling of the self. The march was over, but its echo followed them with every breath. when survival becomes its own burden. In the days and weeks after the march ended, the soldiers began to understand that survival carried its own weight, not the frantic urgency of battle or the immediate terror of retreat, but a slower, quieter heaviness that settled into the spaces where adrenaline used to live. Their bodies healed, but not evenly. Frostbite eased, yet left fingertips numb. Wounds scabbed and tightened. Muscles regained strength, but they trembled without warning. A memory of exhaustion lodged deep in the fibers. The cold had left marks that no amount of fire could erase. But the mind healed differently. Some men grew fearful of stillness. The absence of danger felt suspicious, unnatural. They struggled to sit by a fire without glancing over their shoulders every few seconds. Nights were the worst. Each creak of wood, each gust of wind, each shifting shadow dragged them back to the snowfields, back to the sense that something unseen was always approaching. Others withdrew into themselves. They spoke less, moved less, reacted slower. Their comrades sometimes joked that these men were still on the march, but there was no laughter in it. The hollow gaze in their eyes told the truth. They were trapped in the memory of running, their minds replaying the breakout over and over, as though searching for a different outcome that would never exist. A few became restless and unpredictable. Their bodies twitched at sudden noises. Their temper flared at small inconveniences. Even simple tasks, tying a knot, lighting a fire, tightening a belt, could unravel them without warning. They weren't angry at others. They were angry at the echo of helplessness they had felt in the snow. And then there were the quiet ones, the men who seemed outwardly fine, who smiled, nodded, obeyed orders, performed their duties. But their calmness was thin, stretched over something fragile. They startled too easily. They stared into the distance too long. They blinked a second too late when spoken to. These were the men carrying the heaviest memories, and they bore them in silence, as though afraid that sharing them might make the memories permanent. Some soldiers tried to journal, scribbling in small notebooks with hands that shook from habit rather than cold. They wrote about the march, the cold, the fear, the comrades lost. But after a few pages, many stopped. The words felt inadequate, too small for what they had lived through. A lieutenant once said while staring into the embers of a dying fire, "We left men behind, but we also left parts of ourselves." No one answered. They didn't need to. Every man around that fire felt a missing piece inside him. Not a wound, but a hollow, like a space where something essential had once lived. Some coped by helping others, sharing food, adjusting blankets, checking on comrades who hadn't spoken in days. Small kindnesses became a way to anchor themselves, to rebuild something human inside their fractured minds. Others wandered alone at dawn, walking aimlessly through half-frozen fields, breathing the cold air as if trying to find proof they were still alive. They didn't search for danger. They searched for themselves. In time, the front moved again. Orders came. New positions were taken. The war pulled them forward, carrying them into battles where exhaustion and memory intertwined. But the march stayed with them. Every step forward felt connected to the steps they had taken across the snowfield, the ones that had decided who lived and who didn't. They had survived, but survival had changed them. Some found resilience in that truth. Others found only weight. And all of them, in quiet moments, felt the echo of winter breathing behind them, as if the front itself walked with them wherever they went. You begin to notice it long after the war ends, a cold that doesn't belong to the weather. It settles in quiet moments, when the world around you is warm and safe, yet something inside you remembers a different kind of silence. A silence shaped by snowfields, hollow footpaths, and the faint rattle of breath in air too cold to hold sound. For many who returned from the east, winter never came and went. It stayed, not as frost on windows or ice on roads, but as a thin film across memory. A chill that moved differently, inward instead of outward. Sometimes it arrived as a tremor in the hands, other times as a breath caught halfway, as though the lungs expected the sting of frozen air. Even the softest snowfall could bring old instincts rising from somewhere deep, where the body still believed it was being hunted. A sudden gust, the way it pressed against the eardrum, could feel like distant artillery. The crunch of snow beneath boots on a quiet night could echo the marches that once stretched endlessly across plains where the sky felt too large and the ground too unforgiving. It wasn't dramatic, this inner winter. It didn't announce itself with fear or panic. It moved with the same slow persistence as real cold, creeping, settling, tightening. An old soldier could be warming his hands by a fire and still feel the bite of wind from decades earlier, as though the past had never quite released its hold. Families sensed it even when they didn't understand it. They saw it in the way a father paused before opening the door on a snowy morning. They noticed how he hesitated before walking across a frosted field, how his eyes narrowed, not in fear, but in a careful, measured awareness, the habit of someone who once survived by listening to what winter tried to hide. Some men learned to live with it quietly. They worked, laughed, raised children, all while carrying an interior landscape that no season could soften. Others found the weight heavier, their nights longer, their sleep thin. A sudden cold draft through the room could pull them back through years, back to a place where breath felt like brittle glass and footsteps felt too loud. But in all of them, winter remained, not as a memory of suffering, but as a companion, a shadow stitched into the fabric of who they had become. There were moments, brief, delicate, when the inner winter softened, watching a child build a small snowman, hearing laughter echo across a field blanketed in white, feeling the first warm breeze of early spring. But even in these gentle interruptions, the cold lingered beneath the surface, quiet and patient. Aging veterans often spoke less as time went on, not because they had nothing to say, but because winter had taught them the value of silence. The Eastern Front carved a certain stillness into them, a slow, contemplative way of moving through the world. Every decision measured, every step deliberate, every breath taken as though weighing the space between danger and calm. Some found comfort in rituals that no one else understood, sweeping snow from a doorstep in long, smooth strokes, warming their hands before touching cold metal, checking the wind before walking outdoors. Little acts that once meant survival, now woven into the rhythm of peacetime life. And on certain nights, when the air grew sharp and moonlight glinted on frost, they would lie awake feeling that familiar presence, the winter that followed them home. It wasn't frightening anymore. It had become part of them, like an echo from a story they no longer told, but could never forget. They learned to carry it with quiet dignity, to let the world warm around them even if their own warmth flickered at times, to let their loved ones believe that age, not memory, made them slow on cold mornings. But inside, where no one could see, the snow still fell gently. The sky still stretched wide over empty plains. The wind still whispered through broken trees. And the winter that once nearly took their lives became the winter that stayed with them always, a reminder of endurance, of survival, of the strange, fragile strength that grows in places where warmth is a distant thing. In the end, that winter was not an enemy. It was a testament, a quiet record of everything they endured. And though the world around them moved from season to season, the cold inside them remained steady, an old companion walking beside them long after the war had passed into history. Aftermath. You sit with the silence for a moment, not the silence of victory, not the silence of defeat, just the silence that follows men who have walked too far through winter. You weren't there with them, Yet somehow you feel the weight of their steps, the slow drag of boots stiff with frost, the hollow ache behind the ribs, the way cold can shape a life, as surely as any uniform or order ever did. The Eastern Front leaves an imprint on you, even from this distance. You sense how the world must have felt to them, the sky too wide, the distances too large, the land itself indifferent, not cruel, just vast in a way that swallowed everything, that tried to cross it. In the quiet, you feel the steady truth rising like breath in cold air. Not every soldier believed in the war they fought. Not every man who marched east understood what he was stepping into. Many arrived as conquerors and left as ghosts trailing behind the retreat, their stories scattered across villages, whose names no longer exist on maps. You picture one of them now, not a hero, not a monster, just a tired, freezing man, standing on a ridge he didn't choose to hold. His hands shake, his breath curls in the air. He looks out over the whiteness, trying to see a road home, through a winter that does not forgive. And somewhere inside, you sense the quiet truth he might never say aloud. No one wins against a land that fights with cold. Not a regiment, not an army, not an empire. You let that truth settle. You let the quiet deepen around it, and you understand why so many veterans, on every side of that vast front, spoke of winter more than they spoke of the enemy, because winter was the enemy, and winter never left. Take a slow breath. Let your shoulders drop. Let the last echoes of marching feet fade into the snow. The ground changes, but the body does not. Cold gives way to heat, snow to dust, but exhaustion moves the same way through muscle and bone. What was once a soldier holding a rifle becomes a prisoner holding balance. The war does not announce this shift. It simply continues, and the body follows. Part 2. The Bataan Death March. What survival became when movement was no longer a choice. You are standing where the road seems to drink the morning and give nothing back. Dust hangs like breath that refuses to leave. A line of men moves as if pulled by a thread through the throat of the day, boots scuffing, canteens empty, eyes low not from shame but from the weight of heat. A guard's bayonet glints once and then goes dull again, as if the sun is embarrassed to be seen in it. You do not know the name of this place yet, only that the air has a flavor, metal, salt, something burnt and stubborn. Palm fronds lift and settle with the rhythm of a tired lung. Somewhere a truck coughs and keeps coughing. The sound joins the line of men and becomes part of the march, like a drum that has forgotten its song and beats anyway. Even without words, orders travel. Hands flick, rifles tilt, and the river of bodies adjusts around potholes and thorns. A canteen tips. A single drop falls and darkens dust. A small eclipse, a brief mercy. The man who owns the drop keeps walking, because stopping has been taught out of him by the last hour, and the hour before that, and the hour before that. You taste quiet, but it is not peace, only the kind of quiet that grows in places where speaking has no use. Wind shrugs in from the bay. It brings with it the smell of brackish water and the distant complaint of gulls who do not know the calendar. Far ahead, a checkpoint waits with the patience of a rock, and behind it the road continues, thin as a decision. There is another sound under the boots and growling engines. Paper. Paper sliding. Paper naming. Paper promising. Orders drafted far from this heat. Maps that drew straight lines through jungles that never agreed to be straight. You do not see the paper, but you feel how it touches these men all the same. Ink turning into hunger, signatures into miles. A man to your left counts beneath his breath. Not the days. Those have come loose from their nails, but steps. He counts because numbers are steadier than hope. He stops at 100, then begins again, building a small house out of repetition, a place to put his mind while his body is borrowed by the road. A fly lands on your lip. You do not brush it away. You save the motion for walking, for balance, for the tiny economy of muscles that keeps you upright. Somewhere in the column, a canteen shrieks against a belt hook. Metal on metal, the leitmotif of captivity. Now the pace loosens, breath lengthens, and the story drifts wider. You look up and discover the sky is a pale bowl, too bright to be an answer. Jungle presses at the road's edges, banana leaves with their torn, green flags, bamboo whispering in a language made of friction. Water glitters in ditches, but is not for you. Every glimmer is a lesson in distance. You are standing in a camp that should not exist, then not standing in a camp, then standing again at a crossroad guarded by faces that pretend to be stone. The wind lifts a scrap of song from somewhere. Tagalog, Ilocano, English, a prayer in a private grammar, and places it back down, gentle as a mother with a sleeping child. The song does not last. What lasts is heat, and the knowledge that moving is safer than asking. We will name this soon, because names matter. But first, we let the weather do its work in memory. April light that turns noon into a hammer. The smell of camphor and mildew in abandoned field tents. Mangrove shadows flickering across faces like the bars of a cell. The clink of dog tags described not by sight, but by weight on the sternum. Years later, they will call this day what it is. For now, it's simply the day that keeps happening, yard by yard. Beyond the wire, beyond the ditches and bamboo, the forest keeps its silence like a bargain. Somewhere radios that could not save anyone still tick, cooling. Somewhere a general signs a paper that recognizes what the body already knows, that resistance has become a different shape. Somewhere a lighthouse blinks an innocent rhythm at a bay filling with ships that do not speak your language. Chapter 1. Peninsula Without Shadow. The Fall of Bataan. A map drawn in thirst. You stand on a peninsula that no longer believes in mornings. The air is heavy with metal and wet leaves, a jungle exhaling its patience. Even the birds sound uncertain, their calls blunted by heat. Bataan lies between two bodies of water, the West Philippine Sea whispering on one side, Manila Bay sighing on the other. It should have been a refuge, a green bastion where soldiers might catch their breath. Instead, it became a funnel. Everything, men, hopes, gun barrels, poured toward its narrow tip and found only salt. For 3 months, the jungle has been your ally and your judge. It hides foxholes with its ferns, conceals batteries in its ribs, but it also feeds mosquitoes fat on fever. The ground itself is soft, remembering rain even when there is none. When you dig a trench, the earth breathes out rot and the ghosts of fruit. Each night artillery glows across the bay like lightning that never quite reaches thunder. Ships you cannot see answer with throats of flame. You mark time by the cough of distant guns and the thin whistle of supply planes that never land. Rations thin into arithmetic. One biscuit divided, one sip of water measured by faith. Inside the command caves, maps sprawl under kerosene lamps. The red pencil lines have blurred into rivers of sweat. Every hour someone erases an arrow that once promised reinforcements. Outside, men whisper MacArthur's name as both prayer and rumor. He has gone to Australia, they say, to return later. The promise feels like paper left in the rain, legible for a moment, then gone. General King looks older than his medals, his signature already trembling inside his hand. Wainwright holds what's left of the defense like a man cupping a candle in wind. Across the lines, General Homer writes of victory with a poet's neat handwriting, unaware that his triumph is walking barefoot through the mud toward him. You inhale. The air tastes of chlorinated streams that no one dares drink from. Your tongue is a map too. Dry valleys, bitter mountains, no rivers. Somewhere behind the lines, a Filipino medic stirs rice into watery porridge for the last patients in a field hospital. He hums an old Kundiman song that slides between minor notes. His hands tremble from fever, but he keeps ladling. The sound of the spoon in the tin bowl is steady, almost the sound of rain you remember. The last water of Obuque. At Obuque and Pilar, the front has collapsed into exhaustion. The foxholes are half water, half prayer. You see a man scoop a handful of mud and press it to his lips, not to drink, just to feel the idea of coolness. Trucks rattle past with their ribs showing, each one a moving confession. The wounded cling to their sides as if to the hulls of ships. The lucky climb aboard. The rest form a line that begins with obedience and ends with inevitability. The air hums with flies. They do not know the difference between victory and surrender. A nurse ties her last bandage with a strip torn from her own skirt. A priest blesses canteens instead of bodies. When you close your eyes, the sun still burns through the lids in blood-colored patterns. Orders come down. Destroy nothing. The order is strange. So many things already destroyed, but it means the surrender is hours away. You watch men bury ammunition they will never fire, turn over engines that will never run, and sit down to write their names on scraps of paper in case someone needs to remember them later. The wind rises from the sea, carrying salt into wounds. A corporal mutters that the wind is a spy. Another says it is mercy disguised as pain. Both could be right. When darkness falls, the jungle glows faintly with fireflies. They drift over foxholes like lanterns searching for owners. Someone begins to whistle an American tune and stops midway. The notes hang, embarrassed, above the palms. The signature and the silence. April 9th, 1942. Major General Edward King Jr. signs the document that ends the defense of Bataan. He does not call it surrender. He calls it necessity. He signs for 76,000 soldiers, American and Filipino, and for the civilians caught between the armies. The ink is still wet when the guns stop. What follows is not silence but a rearrangement of noise. The buzz of insects reclaiming their territory, the creak of boots shifting weight, the distant clang of captured rifles stacked like fallen scaffolding. Japanese officers photograph the moment. Their cameras click like small, polite detonations. The lens captures none of the smell, the mixture of sweat, cordite, and decay, or the texture of defeat, which feels oddly like relief at first. King removes his hat. He expects anger from his men, but finds only vacancy. They stare at the sea as if the horizon might erase them. One whispers, "At least it's over." But it isn't. It is only beginning to rename itself. Homer's headquarters receives the news with measured satisfaction. Orders spread outward through interpreters, down through officers, to NCOs, to guards. Each translation sheds a layer of mercy. By the time the orders reach the road, they are simpler. Move them north. A peninsula exhales. Bataan exhales through the mouths of the captured. It exhales dust, disbelief, and the faint smell of burned coconut husks. Columns form under a sun already bright enough to bleach memory. A whistle blows. It sounds like a knife being drawn. You join the line. The road ahead is a pale scar winding between jungle and shore. Somewhere behind you, ammunition dumps smolder under their own confusion. In front of you, guards adjust bayonets that catch every glint of morning like accusations. The first mile feels like reprieve. The second tastes of rust. By the third, the road has learned your weight and begins to remember it. A Filipino scout beside you recites the names of rivers under his breath. Pasig, Pampanga, Ogno, as if calling on water might summon it. He stops when the guard strikes him across the shoulder with a rifle butt. The sound is not loud. The silence that follows is. At Marival's, the column swells until it becomes geography. Civilians watch from doorways, their faces blank from rehearsed indifference. A girl drops a mango into the dust. No one bends to pick it up. The fruit rolls once, bruised gold, then splits, its scent of sweetness cut by rot. You think of how the word march once belonged to music. Now it belongs to thirst. That night you sleep sitting, your back against another man's shoulder, the two of you propping each other up like architecture. In dreams you hear the sea climbing the shore to whisper, "Walk, walk, walk." At dawn a rooster crows somewhere inside the jungle. The sound startles everyone. It is the first honest thing you've heard in days. The chapter closes on a quiet image. A single boot print filling slowly with dew, the sun bending down to drink from it. Chapter 2. The Long Column. Orders that don't drink water. The road begins before you wake. It hums under bare soles, under boots split at the seams, under the shuffle of 70,000 men who have forgotten the difference between dawn and exhaustion. The order is simple. Move north. But simplicity is a cruelty here. Every voice that passes it down strips away a layer of understanding until only movement remains. The column organizes itself as instinct does. Bodies following bodies, a tide obeying gravity. You walk through air that feels chewed and spat out by the sun. Each breath scrapes. Heat pools in the hollows of your collarbone, behind your knees, inside the fabric of your shirt. Sweat becomes salt, salt becomes dust, dust becomes skin. The road is lined with acacia and smoke. Somewhere beyond the trees, a carabao lows, a slow, bewildered sound that makes even the guards glance sideways. A truck full of captured rifles passes, barrels pointing backward like a warning to memory. Orders drift along the line in broken English and sharper Japanese. No stop. No water. Keep go. A guard gestures with the flat of his sword, and the gesture carries more weight than the steel. You learn a new grammar made only of direction. Villagers appear like ghosts at the edge of vision. Some hold tin cups, others nothing at all. When they step forward, bayonets bloom between them and the line, metal flowers without fragrance. They retreat, the dust swallowing them as quickly as it released them. You swallow air until it tastes like brass. It is the only thing free. Discipline and its absences. Discipline is supposed to be symmetrical, but here it wobbles like heat over asphalt. Some guards keep perfect rhythm, their boots clicking like metronomes of empire. Others walk with the slack gait of men who have outpaced belief. One hums a song, short, high, and lonely, and for a moment the march sounds almost human. Japanese soldiers had been told this was a victory procession. What they see instead is contagion. Ragged prisoners who do not fall fast enough, who stink of malaria and defeat. The smell offends them. Their orders are to keep the line pure of hesitation. You hear a gunshot somewhere up the column. The sound travels back through the crowd like a rumor. Nobody asks who it was for. The knowledge is already communal. A Filipino sergeant collapses beside you, his knees buckling in prayer that never finds words. Two guards drag him to the ditch, the movement efficient, almost bored. When they return to the road, They wipe their bayonets clean with leaves that will curl before noon. The lesson is clear, but even obedience has a temperature. Under this heat, everything softens. Orders, hate, will. A few guards start using rifle butts instead of bullets. One, younger than he looks, keeps glancing at the horizon as if expecting someone to forgive him from there. Flies buzz around the edges of thought. The sound is intimate, like whispers you can't answer. By midday, discipline becomes thirst's accomplice. Men march with tongues thick as cork. Lips split and bleed in quiet symmetry. Someone begins to chant names, of rivers, of saints, of cities with fountains. It helps for a while, then hurts more. Crosscut. A villager at Balanga. At Balanga, a woman stands in the doorway of her nipa hut, clutching a clay jar of water that is already hot from the sun. She has watched the line for hours. The shuffling rhythm, the guards' angled shadows, the slow punctuation of gunshots farther up the road. When the column reaches her gate, she lifts the jar and steps forward. A guard raises his rifle, not to fire, only to warn, and the motion stops her breath. Then wind stirs dust across his face. He coughs, blinks, looks away. In that instant she tips the jar, letting a thin ribbon spill into the ditch. A prisoner at the edge of the column falls to his knees. He cups the muddy water and drinks, then looks up at her without expression. The guard turns back, sees nothing but dust, and laughs at his own imagination. The woman retreats inside, heart hammering louder than the march outside. Later she will scrub the jar 3 times and still smell metal on her hands. Voices inside the noise. You begin to measure time by sound. Boots. Pause. Boots. A truck backfires. A body hits the road with the thud of a dropped sack. A guard yells a word you don't understand but learn by tone. Keep moving. The road itself starts speaking. It creaks under weight, sends pebbles skittering like Morse code. Somewhere behind, someone prays in Spanish, the rhythm steady as a drum. Dios mío, Dios mío. It blends with English curses and Tagalog lullabies until language becomes weather. A Japanese private walking beside the column keeps count of steps on a slip of paper. He means to report mileage later. After 50 paces, he loses count and tears the paper into tiny squares. They flutter down like pale insects and stick to sweaty backs until rain, or something pretending to be rain, washes them away. You notice patterns. Every mile, someone's legs refuse to bargain. Every few minutes, a canteen clinks, a sound sharper than any cry. When the lid rattles, dozens of heads turn, instinct stronger than discipline. One man pours a spoonful of water into his palm and offers it to the soldier beside him. They share it the way light is shared through a crack, wordlessly, completely. Crosscut. The letter home. That evening, in a field 10 miles behind, a Japanese corporal writes to his wife. He begins formally, as the manuals require. Dearest, the Emperor's will is victorious. Then he hesitates. His handwriting falters over the word victorious. He stares at the ink until it dries into a dull bruise on the page. Outside, prisoners pass on the road, silhouettes against the lantern light, so many that the line seems endless, a human river moving through his dreams. He does not write about them. He writes about the moon, about how it looks the same here as in Yokohama. He signs the letter and folds it carefully. When he looks up again, the column has vanished into darkness, but he can still hear the boots, the coughs, the sound of thirst thinking aloud. Night and its permissions. Darkness arrives like permission to remember who you are. The guards slow. The air cools enough to carry thought. Men collapse where they stand, some sleeping upright, others sinking to their knees as if in prayer. The stars above Luzon are fierce and close. Fireflies blink between branches, mimicking far-off gunfire. A prisoner hums a hymn his mother taught him. Another answers with a line from a marching song. The two tunes find each other halfway and merge into something unrecognizable but true. In the dimness, one guard lights a cigarette. He inhales deeply, then passes it to the prisoner nearest him, a small defiance of every rule he has been taught. The ember travels hand to hand like a shared pulse until it disappears. For a few breaths, smoke and mercy are the same thing. Somewhere down the road, a body burns. The smell folds itself into the night air and becomes another kind of memory. You do not look. You keep walking inside your half-dream, counting the stars instead of the steps. Dawn finds the column. By dawn the line stretches 10 miles long. From a distance it looks orderly, ants on a pale ribbon of earth. Up close it is chaos disciplined by fear. Men lean on one another, trading balance the way children trade marbles. Guards bark, bayonets flash. The sun repeats its daily betrayal. A carabao cart creaks past loaded with rifles, and for a heartbeat you imagine they are walking sticks, harmless wood instead of iron. Then a guard laughs, and the thought breaks. The horizon wavers in heat. Hills rise ahead, Oroni, Lubao, names that sound like breaths, and beyond them San Fernando, where the march will twist into another shape. You hear the sea no longer. You hear only your own pulse. It tells you the truth that no map dares print. This road is longer than the island, longer than war, longer than reason. The quiet inventory. At rest stops that aren't rest, you take inventory. 2 blisters, 1 missing button, 1 memory of rain. You trade a pin for a swallow of water and wonder if you should have asked for more. Someone nearby counts in Japanese, Ichi ni san, until the numbers slide into nonsense. A lizard darts across the road, its tail sketching something indecipherable in dust. You follow it with your eyes until a boot erases the line. The erasure feels honest. By mid-morning, fatigue becomes landscape. You no longer walk on ground. You walk on time itself, each step another minute worn out of existence. The cuff button. The road narrows between 2 fields of dry sugarcane. Wind shivers through the stalks with the hiss of pages turning. You see a glint in the dust. A cuff button, brass, still warm from a body you will not see again. You stoop, pick it up, and turn it in your fingers. The letter stamped on it, perhaps U for United States, perhaps unreadable, catches the light and throws it back at the sky. You pocket it without thought, the smallest act of salvage against forgetting. The column moves on. From a distance the glint vanishes. From inside, it remains, pressing faintly against your thigh like a heartbeat you've borrowed. The chapter ends on a quiet image, the button resting in your palm that night, its warmth finally gone, leaving only the cool weight of memory. Chapter 3. Checkpoint Lessons. The bridge. The road hesitates before a river. You can hear the water before you see it, its soft argument with the stones, its lazy folding around roots. The current glints between bamboo stalks, a promise of coldness that feels like cruelty. Then the bridge appears, timber planks, nailed too thin, trembling under weight. Guards wave the column forward. Men cross in groups of 50, shoulders brushing, boots drumming a tired percussion. Below, the river keeps speaking in its native tongue. Run, forget, run. Halfway across, the line stalls. Someone has fallen. You don't see who. The man behind pushes. The man ahead resists. and for a moment the bridge groans under indecision. A guard shouts. His voice cracks like a whip through the heat. You look down. The water is close enough to taste. It moves with the grace of things that have never known captivity. For a heartbeat you imagine stepping off, letting it carry you anywhere but forward. The fantasy ends when a rifle but digs between your shoulder blades. You move. On the far bank, a soldier kneels and vomits bile the color of rust. No one stops. The bridge shakes again as the next group crosses, the boards clicking like teeth. By the time you glance back, the river has swallowed its reflection and looks empty, as if ashamed to witness what it just carried. Water discipline. In the first days you learned to ration courage. Now you ration thirst. Water discipline, they called it that, back when rules still had classrooms. Sip only at dawn and dusk. Wet the lips but do not swallow. Keep the cork clean. Pretend control. Your canteen is almost a relic now, its dented sides holding more dust than mercy. You tilt it against your mouth and count silently. 1, 2, 3, stop. The swallow feels like betrayal. Beside you, a Filipino lieutenant mutters advice he learned from a grandfather. Think of fruit with thick skin. Mango, santal, guava. Your body will believe you are eating it. You try. The mind obeys for a moment, conjuring sweetness and shade. Then the taste collapses into iron. When guards shout Mizu, water, the column freezes, conditioned like animals to both hope and dread. Sometimes it means a puddle aloud, sometimes a trap to watch who breaks rank. The punishment for thirst is demonstration. You see it once. A man kneels by a ditch, scooping filthy water. 2 guards drag him out, laughing. They make the rest of the line watch as he is forced to swallow handfuls of mud until his mouth stops working. Then they walk on, leaving him upright like a monument the road built. After that, even the sight of water hurts. Crosscut. A Japanese private writes home. Far behind the column, in a village turned garrison, a Japanese private crouches under a thatched awning and writes by the light of a kerosene lamp. He is 20 years old, from Nagano, with fingers stained by the grease of his Arisaka rifle. He writes to his mother, "We have taken many prisoners. They walk calmly. The sun is strong, but we endure it." He does not write about the smell. He does not write about the look in the prisoner's eyes, or the sound a man makes when he drops from heat and is left to bake where he falls. Instead he writes about home, the persimmons ripening, the sound of rain on tile roofs, the mountain that always looked like it was bowing. He ends with a line from a poem he learned in school. Even in victory, the cicada sings of emptiness. When he folds the paper, sweat from his palms smudges the ink. He doesn't notice that the word emptiness has blurred into something unreadable. The letter will never reach Japan. It will be found months later in his pack at a burial site near San Fernando. The poem will be intact. The signature will not. The schoolyard. At dusk, the march halts near a school in the town of Orion. The checkpoint becomes a corral. Guards herd prisoners into the yard where children once learned multiplication. The blackboard still carries an unfinished equation. 6 times 8 is equal to. Someone lies down in its shadow and whispers, 48. No one answers. The arithmetic of this place has changed. Chalk dust floats in the humid air. Benches lie overturned, desks splintered. In one corner, a pile of textbooks smolders where a guard tried to make light. The pages twist and blacken, releasing the smell of sugar and glue. A prisoner finds a piece of chalk and writes on the board beneath the equation, April 10th. He underlines it once, slowly, the line wobbling like a pulse. When a guard notices, he wipes it away with his sleeve but leaves a faint white scar on the slate. In the classrooms, men curl on the floor. Some sleep instantly, others whisper about the next checkpoint as if the future were a rumor that needs retelling to survive. A chaplain kneels beside a desk and traces a cross on the wood grain with his finger, careful not to let the guards see. You sit against the wall and watch a gecko hunt insects near the ceiling. Its tongue flickers in silence, efficient and patient. You envy its hunger. It knows what to look for. The night lesson. Midnight. A shout splits the air, followed by the slap of boots. A man who slipped past the wire in search of water is dragged back by two guards. They force him to kneel in the center of the yard. The prisoners lift their heads but say nothing. One guard speaks softly, almost gently, before raising his rifle. The sound that follows is short, mechanical, and absolute. The echo bounces off the blackboard, rattles through the windows, and settles into the soil. A teacher's bell lies half-buried near your foot. It trembles once, rings faintly, then is still. The next morning the body is gone. Only a wet circle remains where the earth remembers him. The guards make the men march around it on their way out, a reminder written in dust. You step carefully, not to avoid the spot, but to acknowledge it. The ground feels cooler there. Crosscut. The radio that listens. Across the bay, in the tunnels of Corregidor, a radio operator sits before a silent transmitter. The set's green light has gone dim, its voice throttled by orders not to reveal position. He turns the knobs anyway, listening to static that sounds like rain falling on tin roofs. Sometimes he imagines he can hear the march, boots against gravel, the rhythm of exhaustion, carried faintly through the noise. He writes coordinates that mean nothing anymore, notes the temperature, files a report no one will read. The war has moved without him, but he stays at his post, waiting for a signal that will never come. Above ground, the sea licks the shore as if testing the taste of defeat. Morning at the crossroads. When dawn comes, it does not rise, it seeps. Mist rolls off the rice fields, cool for a few breaths before the sun burns it away. The guards whistle, the column awake. Men stumble to their feet, joints creaking like rusted hinges. The road forks ahead, one branch toward Balanga, one toward Oroni. Both smell of sweat and diesel. You realize that direction no longer matters. All paths lead north, and north means hunger. At the checkpoint, a Japanese officer inspects the line. His uniform is immaculate, his boots polished to the color of discipline. He watches as prisoners shuffle past, expression unreadable. Then, almost imperceptibly, he turns away, not from disgust, but from recognition. For a second, he looks like a man who has seen his own reflection in a muddy puddle and doesn't want to meet its eyes again. The column moves on. Behind you, the schoolyard fades into dust. The blackboard stands blank under the morning sun, chalk circles still visible if you know where to look. The chalk circle. Later that day, the memory of that circle follows you. You see it in the round mouths of canteens, in the hollow eyes of the dead, in the sun itself as it climbs and stares. Every circle promises return. None delivers. You realize that the march has become a kind of education, each checkpoint a lesson, each mile a question you answer with your feet. The subject is endurance. The exam never ends. By noon the horizon wavers again, thick with heat and distance. A truck rumbles past carrying empty barrels. The sound fades, leaving only breathing, thousands of lungs negotiating with air. You walk until the word walk loses meaning. until body and road share the same temperature. The day slides into evening without announcement. Shadows lengthen like arms too tired to lift. Someone ahead begins to hum a lullaby. Another joins, then another, until the tune stretches thin over the line like gauze. It covers nothing, but it helps. The chapter ends on a quiet image. A blackboard forgotten in an empty schoolroom, dust settling over the faint white outline of a circle, still glowing faintly, as if the moon had once been there and promised to return. Chapter 4. Pilar to Balanga. Names become miles. The taxonomy of heat. Morning has no edge anymore. It seeps. The light here does not arrive. It thickens. You learn there are kinds of heat that maps never show. The 9 a.m. heat that sits on the back of your neck like a steady hand. The noon heat that shouts in brass tones, drowning insects. The 3 p.m. heat that pretends mercy, loosening its grip just long enough to remind you what mercy feels like. Even shadows wilt. Bayonets droop in mirage. Sweat turns to a paste that glues fabric to skin. Every breath is an argument with the air. The road north curls through a procession of villages. Pilar, Bagak, Balanga. Each name sounds cool when whispered, as if vowels could hold water. They cannot. The letters themselves seem to blister on the tongue. A Filipino scout in front of you counts trees. Every 100 palms, a kilometer, he says. By the 20th palm his voice gives out. The next 100 pass in silence. From the ditches comes the sour smell of algae and decay. Frogs croak once, twice, then think better of it. The jungle is learning discretion. Arithmetic of loss. Someone up the line collapses. The order ripples backward. Keep moving. 2 guards jog past. Rifles held horizontal like balancing poles. A single shot punctuates the heat. Conversation ceases for miles. Numbers surface later when the mind is cooler. Nearly 76,000 captured. Thousands to die before nightfall. Hundreds each day after. But inside the column, arithmetic simplifies. 1 foot, 1 breath, 1 more tree. A former baseball player from Iowa walks beside a fisherman from Cavite. They share nothing but rhythm. When the fisherman falls, the Iowan reaches out too late. A guard waves him forward. The gap closes as if the man were never there. Somewhere behind, another guard drags a body to the roadside and leaves it with the efficiency of a punctuation mark. The march edits itself. Villagers step out only after the column has passed. They kneel to the fallen, search pockets for identification tags, say a name if they find one. Then they drag the bodies to shade, not out of courage but habit, the island's oldest instinct. Crosscut, the priest of Balanga. In Balanga, a Franciscan priest stays behind after the Japanese requisition his church as a barracks. He hides 2 canteens beneath the altar and waits for the march to arrive. When the first group appears, he slips out through a side door and kneels by the road, pretending to fix a sandal strap. A Filipino soldier stumbles near him. The priest presses a canteen into the man's hand without looking up. Their eyes never meet. Moments later, a guard notices the movement and shouts. The priest rises slowly, dusting his knees, and smiles. The guard hesitates. The gesture disarms him, but then strikes. The canteen bursts, its water fanning across the dust like wings. That night the priest is confined to the sacristy. He spends the hours writing a confession on a page torn from the parish register. At dawn, when he looks out, the road is empty but still shining wet. He takes it as absolution. The language of boots. By afternoon, speech has collapsed into footfall. Every sound repeats. Boots, bayonet rings, flies. The rhythm becomes hypnotic. Step, step, breath, step, step, breath, until thought slides behind it like a passenger. Occasionally, a guard shouts, "Hayek, hurry! You would if you could." The word itself begins to sound like a heartbeat. A truck passes filled with captured flags, their colors dulled to mud. One corner of the stars and stripes flaps loose, brushing the faces of men who once saluted it. No one reaches out. Touching would make it real. The road north is lined with mango trees. When wind moves through them, they whisper like gossiping relatives at a funeral. Some branches still carry fruit, green and hard. One falls, splits, and rolls into the path. No one dares stoop. A guard kicks it aside, juice splattering his boot. The smell, sharp, sweet, impossible, follows the column for half a mile before fading into dust. Crosscut, radio that no longer calls. Across the bay, Corregidor still resists. Inside its tunnels, a signalman sits before his silent transmitter. He taps out ghost messages anyway. Bataan fallen stop holding until final order stop. No one answers. He removes his headphones and listens instead to the sea pounding the rocks above. It sounds like applause for something finished. He writes in his logbook, "Heat in air shaft stifling, men in dream state, prayer continuous." The pencil breaks. He sharpens it on his boot sole and keeps writing because writing is proof that sound once had meaning. The road learns your weight. Late day. The sky bruises toward copper. Each step digs a memory into the earth. You realize the road is keeping score. It knows how many feet, how many failures, how many shadows passed. Your legs ache with the logic of debt. 1 mile paid with flesh, the next on credit. When you stumble, the man behind steadies you with his elbow. Neither of you speaks. Gratitude would waste air. The column crosses a field where carabaos once grazed. The animals watch from a distance, flicking their ears at flies, unbothered. One lifts its head and snorts, a sound both ancient and bored. The guards laugh. It is the only laughter you hear all day. At a checkpoint, a guard lowers a bamboo pole to slow the march. The pole squeaks against its hinge. The sound lodges in your mind, a hinge between before and after. You pass beneath it and feel yourself shrink, as if entering someone else's memory. Crosscut. The photographer. Among the guards is a correspondent from Asahi Shimbun, camera slung over one shoulder. He has been told to record the triumph. Through his lens the column becomes pattern, repetition, symmetry, proof of order. He does not smell it. He does not hear the flies. He frames one shot, a group of prisoners walking into sunset, silhouettes perfect against gold haze. It will appear in Tokyo weeks later beneath the caption, Bataan March of Honor. Viewers will see discipline. Only the photographer knows the picture smells of rot. That night he develops the film in a bucket of river water. The negatives come out spotted, eaten by minerals. He hangs them on a wire to dry. A breeze lifts them like thin ghosts. For a moment he believes he hears their voices. He packs the film carefully and never looks at it again. The mango leaf. Dusk again. The road narrows between paddies that mirror the reddening sky. Mud sucks at your heels with small, obscene kisses. Mosquitoes rise in clouds so thick they look like smoke. A mango leaf detaches from a branch above and lands on a soldier's bare shoulder. It clings there, trembling with each step. For an hour it stays, a bright green country traveling north on borrowed skin. When it finally falls, it drifts to the ditch and settles on a pool of stagnant water. Ripples push outward, circles within circles, until they break against mud and disappear. You watch it vanish and feel an absurd grief, as if something innocent has given up. The evening march. Night again. You walk by moonlight, pale and forgiving. The guards grow quiet. Even their anger is tired. Fireflies gather in the trees, tiny lanterns guiding a funeral that never ends. The column breathes in unison. Somewhere a radio crackles with imperial march music, distant and thin. The tune is so faint it sounds like apology. When you finally stop for the night, the ground feels alive beneath you, still moving. You lie down and watch your own chest rise and fall, a reminder that you are still counted among the living for one more mile. The chapter ends on a quiet image. A mango leaf caught in a puddle, its reflection shimmering beside the moon until both become indistinguishable. Chapter 5, San Fernando, Trains Without Air. The Yard. San Fernando arrives not as a town, but as exhaustion drawn in straight lines. Rails cut the dust like scars. Telegraph poles march beside them, each one humming faintly, as if Evenwood remembers orders. The column halts at the edge of the rail yard. Guards shout, counting heads, their voices shredded by fatigue. The sound of boots on gravel replaces the rhythm of the road. For the first time in days, there is the illusion of stillness, though nothing truly rests. You see the pens, bamboo fences, barbed wire strung too low, ground trampled into paste. Men fold into the enclosures like spilled grain. Some lie down instantly, pressing their faces to the soil to smell something that is not heat. Others crouch, wary of becoming motionless in front of watching eyes. Flies bloom on everything: lips, wounds, rations of rice dumped from buckets. The air shivers with their small insistence. A guard waves them away with a bayonet, and they return, fearless. You sit with your back against a telegraph pole and feel it vibrate. Messages traveling to somewhere that still has direction. The vibration becomes a phantom heartbeat. Someone beside you murmurs, "Trains. They said there will be trains." He says it like hope, but the tone is closer to warning. Boxcars. The trains arrive at noon, engines coughing steam into air that cannot absorb more heat. They are freight cars, the kind used for sugarcane, livestock, or. Their wooden slats are sun-warped, their metal roofs blistered to dull grey. Orders echo. High. Move. The first car opens its mouth. Men surge forward, herded with rifle butts and curses. The air inside smells of wood, dung, and something that might be rust. 80 men cram in, then 90, then 100. The doors slam shut. A chain clinks through the latch like laughter that forgot its punchline. Inside, darkness has weight. Shoulders press against shoulders until individuality dissolves. Breath turns to steam, steam turns to sweat. Sweat runs down legs and pools on the floorboards. You try to lift an arm and cannot. The skin of strangers sticks to yours. A voice near your ear prays in Spanish. Another curses in English. A third mutters in Tagalog about the rain he will never see. Someone pounds the wall. Another joins. The rhythm rises like thunder with no sky to answer it. Guards outside yell back, strike the slats with rifle butts, and the thunder dies in confusion. Light leaks through gaps, thin needles that stitch gold onto faces, then vanish. You learn to measure time by how those needles slide across the wall. When they disappear completely, the car is an oven. The smell changes first, sweat, then urine, then fear. After an hour, words shrink to grunts. After 2, silence returns, thick and crowded. A man near the door collapses. There is no space for falling. He simply tilts, wedged upright by the press of bodies. The next man takes his place in the rhythm of breathing. Survival becomes geometry. Crosscut. The station master. Outside, the Filipino station master stands in the shade of the depot, cap in hand. His job is to signal departure. He studied rail timetables once, believed in precision, in minutes that meant something. Now the schedule is gone, replaced by shouted orders from Japanese officers. He watches as each car is sealed, counts quietly, lips moving. When the last chain locks, he steps forward, salutes, and turns away so no one sees his face. His assistant, a boy of 17, asks if they should write down the train numbers. The station master shakes his head. No one will ask for these records. He looks at the steam drifting upward and says, "Remember the sound instead." When the engine's finally grown into motion, the boy covers his ears. The sound is a moan of metal and men combined. The short ride that lasts forever. The distance from San Fernando to Capiz is barely 30 miles. The journey feels longer than the Pacific. Inside the car, air turns into argument. Each breath competes. Men faint standing. Others claw at the slats for a slice of wind. Someone near the floor screams that he cannot breathe. A bayonet punctures the roof from outside. One small hole, accidental mercy. A thread of light enters, and every face turns upward as if witnessing a miracle. Through that hole you glimpse a piece of sky the color of forget. It does not look like forgiveness. Minutes, hours, days. Time stops measuring itself. Your senses reorganize. Smell first, then touch, then the slow hum of heartbeat. A body beside you sags. You do not know if he sleeps or leaves. There is no room to check. At each stop, doors slide open to count survivors. Fresh air floods in, cruel in its generosity. The living gasp like fish. The dead are dragged out by their ankles and left beside the tracks. One lands face up in sunlight, his eyes 2 mirrors no one can bear. The doors close again. The train shudders forward. Wheels grind on rails, a lullaby for madness. The rhythm becomes hypnotic. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, like a slow heartbeat too stubborn to quit. You think of rivers again. The sound is similar but kinder. Crosscut. A field beside the tracks. A farmer in Pampanga stands in his rice field as the train passes. The cars are sealed, the gaps too small to see through, but he hears the cries, a muffled chorus, half wind, half human. He removes his straw hat and bows, unsure why. The water around his knees trembles from the vibration. When the sound fades, he stares at the ripples until they smooth. That night he tells his wife, "The trains carried ghosts." She nods, and they leave a bowl of rice by the doorway before sleeping. Capiz platform. The train lurches to its final stop. Doors creak open, hinges stiff from heat. Light floods in, so bright it burns. You stumble out into air too big, lungs confused by its abundance. Men collapse as soon as they touch the ground, limbs folding like empty coats. Guards yell, striking indiscriminately, trying to turn chaos back into formation. A captain counts bodies for transport records. He doesn't finish the math before dusk. On the platform, a Japanese medic sprays disinfectant from a hand pump over the prisoners. The liquid smells sharp, chemical, indifferent. For a second it feels like rain. For a second everyone stands straighter. Then coughing begins again. The next stage is already waiting. Camp O'Donnell, 10 miles more. The guards shout the command to walk. Some cannot. They are lifted by others, carried until the carriers fall too. The road north resumes its old rhythm. Dust, breath, dust. Behind you, the boxcars stand open, dripping condensation that looks like tears. Crosscut, a Japanese photographer. A military photographer documents the arrival. Through his lens, the prisoners look like dark brushstrokes against a pale canvas. He adjusts focus, unaware that the smell of death will cling to the negatives forever. That night he develops the film in a bucket of well water. The images emerge slowly, faces blurred by heat shimmer, eyes white with reflection. On one frame, a prisoner seems to look directly at him. Startled, he scratches the negative, erasing the gaze. When he sends the prints to Manila, he keeps one for himself, an accidental double exposure of train and sky. He hides it in his wallet and years later, back in Tokyo, will show it to no one. The handprint. At Kapis Station, on a wall of corrugated tin, a single handprint glows in grime, dark, deliberate. No one knows who left it. Each new train adds more beneath it until the metal becomes stippled with ghosts. You notice it as you pass, then forget until much later, when memory turns it into a symbol too neat for truth. The road again. You walk the last miles to Camp O'Donnell under a moon that pretends coolness. The ground crunches with the bones of beetles. The guards are quieter now, spent of fury. Even cruelty needs rest. Somewhere ahead, a lantern marks the camp gate. It swings slightly in the breeze, haloed by moths. The light looks gentle, but men who have gone before whisper that it leads to another kind of silence. You step toward it anyway. The feet obey. The mind drifts. Around you, the column breathes in ragged harmony, a choir of endurance. The chapter ends on a quiet image. A single handprint on the side of a train car, smudged by time yet still visible in morning light. Proof that once someone reached for air and almost found it. Chapter 6. Camp O'Donnell, the place where waiting breaks. A gate that does not protect. The gate stands crooked, a suggestion more than a boundary. Its sign reads Camp O'Donnell, letters stenciled over old American paint now blistered under the Philippine sun. The wood creaks in the wind, a tired sentinel unsure who it guards. You step through and realize the air is different here. Not hotter, but older. It smells of damp bamboo, rot, and something sour you can't yet name. The ground is dust over clay, pocked with footprints that never harden because so many pass before they can dry. The camp was once an American training field. Barracks, parade ground, water tanks, a chapel without walls. Now it is a geography of neglect. Barbed wire hums faintly in the wind like an old violin string. Latrines fill faster than they can be dug. Tents buckle under their own fatigue. The guards herd you toward an open space. There are no bunks left. The lucky find patches of shade beneath broken roofs. The unlucky kneel in the sun, heads bowed as if in perpetual prayer. When night comes, it does not cool the air. It only hides the smell. A doctor from Wisconsin counts the new arrivals. Thousands more each hour. He has no medicine, only lists. His handwriting grows smaller with every page, as if rationing ink the way the men ration breath. You hear the word whispered for the first time. Dysentery. It moves through the camp faster than rumor. So does malaria, fever, despair. They learn to share the same body. Disease learns your name. It begins in the gut, then the blood, then the eyes. Men grow translucent, as if light can't stand to stay in them. Skin loosens. Bones introduce themselves through thin curtains of flesh. The hospital area is a stretch of grass with canvas draped over poles. Its soundtrack: coughing, flies, and the soft slosh of contaminated water ladled from barrels. Orderlies, barefoot, sleepless, move between bodies, unsure who is patient and who is already beyond verbs. Filipino soldiers die fastest. Their rations cut, their medicine none. Graves are shallow, dug with helmets, marked by twigs. Americans follow, slower but steady, a grim rhythm of alternating flags. You volunteer for burial detail because the air there is slightly cleaner. The work has a kind of dignity. Names written, tags tied, the earth given purpose. A priest recites the same psalm until it loses grammar. Yea, though I walk, the rest is swallowed by the wind. Every morning you wake to fewer sounds. The camp is learning silence. Even the guards speak less. There are too many to punish. A dead man teaches obedience perfectly. Crosscut: the nurse at Bilibid. In Manila, 70 miles away, a Filipino nurse named Nelia tends the hospital at Bilibid prison. She boils instruments in the same pot where she once cooked rice. Her uniform is grey from washing. She keeps a small notebook of names, the men she's treated, the ones she couldn't save. Each name written carefully, almost lovingly, in fountain pen ink scavenged from a Japanese officer's desk. She knows the names will vanish into archives or rot, but she writes anyway. It is a way of holding. At night, she dreams of Camp O'Donnell, though she's never been there. She sees fields turning grey, men queuing for a ladle of water, a chapel made of air. In the dream she keeps walking toward them, but never arrives. When she wakes, she hums a lullaby her mother used to sing. Son Coman Narun, Narun Dinong Dios. Wherever you are, God is there. She does not believe it fully, but belief is not the point. It's the rhythm that matters. The arithmetic of survival. You begin to trade in fractions. 1 spoon of rice equals 1 hour of work. 1 swallow of water equals 10 more minutes upright. Everything measurable becomes sacred. Some men hoard their rations, hiding them under dirt floors, but rats learn faster than greed. Others trade cigarettes for a crust of bread, for aspirin, for a story. The stories are the best currency, cheap to tell, expensive to forget. A corporal recounts Chicago winters, the smell of gasoline on snow, the way frost carves halos around street lamps. His listener, a young Filipino recruit, offers a tale of Toll Lake glowing red at sunset. Both men die within a week, their words lingering like smoke. At dusk, you count the living in your corner. 31 yesterday, 28 today. A ledger in your head keeps score. The numbers are quiet but honest. One evening, you find a scrap of mirror glass in the dirt. You clean it with your sleeve and stare. The face that looks back is foreign, eyes sunken, skin patterned in dust, beard uneven. You realize you could walk past yourself now and never recognize the stranger. You tuck the glass into your pocket anyway. Memory needs proof. Crosscut: the officer's report. At headquarters in Tarlac, an Imperial Japanese officer compiles daily summaries for Tokyo. He writes, Camp O'Donnell functioning normally. Prisoners adjusted to labor detail. Minor disease outbreak being contained. He files the report neatly. Later, when a clerk asks about the rising death toll, he replies, "They are soldiers. They understand fate." The clerk nods. neither speaks again. Outside, cicadas sing as if nothing on the island has changed. The well. Water becomes mythology. There is one functioning pump in the entire camp. Every morning, a queue forms before dawn. Hundreds of men, canteens clinking like rosary beads. The pump groans with each stroke, coughing brown liquid that clears only after the 10th bucket. Fights break out over place in line. Guards intervene with rifle butts. Blood and water mix, drying into the same pattern on the ground. A chaplain near the back of the queue carries a tin cup tied to his belt. When his turn comes, he fills it halfway, then passes it to the man behind him. "God first," he says. The man drinks greedily and thanks him with silence. Later, when the chaplain's body is carried to the burial ground, that same man unties the cup from his belt and places it on the fresh mound. The next morning, rain collects inside it, a small, shining mercy. The mathematics of memory. As weeks pass, memory becomes a form of structure. Men recite lists of things they once knew: baseball lineups, street names, ingredients for adobo, lines of Shakespeare. The recitations create order where none remains. At night, someone whispers, "Tell me a color." You close your eyes and answer, "Green." What kind of green? Like mango leaves in April. Silence follows, heavy with shared imagination. Others remember sounds: the squeal of streetcars, church bells, the hiss of rain on tin roofs. They replay them until they sound real. It is how the brain protects itself from forgetting what comfort used to sound like. Crosscut. The grave detail. Burial detail again. You walk beyond the wire, shovel over shoulder. The graves are laid in rows, shallow because the earth resists. Each body wrapped in whatever cloth is left: uniform, blanket, flag fragment. A Japanese sergeant supervises, chain smoking. He does not interfere. He only counts aloud. When his voice reaches 100, he lights another cigarette. One day you dig beside a field of wild lilies. Their scent mixes with decay, producing an odd sweetness that makes your throat tighten. You realize the smell will haunt you more than any face. When you finish, you plant one lily on the nearest mound. The sergeant notices but says nothing. The next day there are 3 lilies, then 7. By week's end, the graves bloom like a small rebellion. Night and its small mercies. Night returns with crickets and fever dreams. Stars hang indifferent above the camp, bright enough to mock. The moonlight turns the barbed wire into lace. It is beautiful, and that makes it worse. Someone plays a harmonica, a weak, uneven tune that manages to find melody anyway. Men turn toward it as if warmth could be drawn from sound. When it stops, no one asks why. The silence that follows feels earned. You lie awake, counting breaths. Somewhere nearby, a man mutters, "Tomorrow." The word sounds like both promise and curse. Dawn comes late, shy. The light feels thin, reluctant to commit. You stand and watch mist rising from the burial field, curling around the lilies like smoke from invisible incense. The chapter ends on a quiet image. A tin cup balanced beneath a dripping tap, each drop landing with the same soft patience as prayer, collecting proof that, for now, time is still moving. Chapter 7. Guard, Prisoner, Witness. The guard who avoids mirrors. He refuses to look into water, not the puddles that form after rare rain, not the metal of his bayonet, not the enamel bowl that holds his rice. He knows what reflection can do to a man. His name, if you heard it, would sound ordinary. Private Takeda, 25th Regiment. But in this place, names thin into rank and duty. He is neither cruel nor kind. He is what orders make of him. Each morning he polishes his rifle until it gleams, careful not to angle the barrel toward his face. When the prisoners shuffle past for roll call, he counts in whispers. Ichi-san. The rhythm steadies him. The column moves like a tide he can neither stop nor understand. He tells himself these men are enemies, but they look more like ghosts. Translucent skin, hollow cheeks, eyes that hold nothing he can recognize. Sometimes, when he wakes at night to the sound of coughing, he almost forgets who the prisoners are supposed to be. For a second, they are just people trying not to disappear. He thinks of home, rice fields outside Shikoku, his father's hands stained with soil, his sister's laugh across the veranda. Memory is a dangerous indulgence here, but he lets it come anyway, small doses between orders. At dawn he takes guard post near the well. A prisoner approaches with a tin cup, trembling from fever. Takeda hesitates before barking the usual command. Instead, he nods once. The man fills the cup, drinks, nods back. Nothing is spoken. Both pretend the moment didn't happen. Later that day, Takeda will slap another prisoner for stumbling. He does it harder than necessary to pay off the debt of mercy. Balance must be restored. That night he lies awake and sees the reflection of his own eyes in the rifle's bolt. For the first time, he does not look away. The prisoner who counts clouds. He was an accountant once. Numbers comforted him, their obedience, their lack of malice. Here, nothing behaves that way, so he invents his own equations. He counts clouds. Each afternoon, lying in the yard between roll calls, he studies the sky through the barbed wire. Cirrus, cumulus, nimbus. He gives them nicknames: escape, memory, maybe rain. He teaches a Filipino teenager nearby the classifications. The boy, barely 19, listens intently, repeating the Latin names like prayers. The two of them create a school of the sky. When the guards notice them pointing upward, one asks what they are doing. The prisoner answers, "Studying the weather, sir." The guard grunts, unamused. The clouds keep drifting, curriculum intact. One afternoon, the accountant sees a formation shaped like a ship with sails. He whispers, "Liberty." The boy laughs, a sound that startles everyone nearby. Laughter is contraband here, rarer than quinine. The next morning, the sky is blank, blue as paper waiting for words. The boy dies of fever before noon. The accountant doesn't look at the sky that day. When night comes, stars prick holes in the darkness. He counts them too, because that's what he knows how to do. Numbers still obey him, even if nothing else does. The villager who brings bananas. Outside the wire, beyond the guard shacks and the smell, a woman lives in a hut with walls made of woven palm. Each morning she gathers bananas from her small grove and leaves them in the grass near the perimeter, where she knows the patrol seldom walks. At first it's one banana, then two. By the third day, someone inside notices. A hand reaches through the wire, hesitant, then quick. The fruit disappears. She hears a faint sound. Thank you, maybe, or just breath. She keeps doing it, always at dawn, always silent. Some days the bananas vanish before sunrise. Other days they rot in the heat, untouched. She never stops. One morning she steps closer, too close. A guard spots movement and shouts. She freezes, heart drumming. Another guard, the one who never smiles, lifts his rifle but doesn't fire. He gestures for her to go. She nods and retreats into the jungle's green shadow. After that, she leaves no more fruit. The soldiers eventually forget her. The prisoners don't. Months later, when bananas appear in rations again, one man peels his slowly, reverently, as if tasting the memory of her courage. Crosscut, the chaplain's ledger. Inside the camp's chapel, little more than a rectangle of air bounded by bamboo poles, a chaplain keeps a ledger of the dead. Each entry a name, nationality, cause, and date. He writes in tiny letters to save paper. When the pages fill, he begins again on the margins, then over the lines, layering one list atop another until the ink becomes unreadable. God will separate them, he whispers, the way the tide sorts shells. A guard asks once what he's writing. The chaplain answers, inventory. The guard shrugs, indifferent. He doesn't know the word for mercy written small. The witness without a camera. There is no camera here, only memory trying to imitate one. The scenes arrange themselves. A guard handing a pebble of salt to a prisoner, pretending it fell from his pocket. A doctor breaking a thermometer because he cannot bear to measure another fever. A man drawing a cross in the dust and erasing it before anyone sees. A pair of boots left at the gate, their owner carried out before sunrise. Each image burns without film, engraving itself in air. The witnesses multiply, though none will ever think of themselves that way. Crosscut, the interpreter. Between guards and prisoners stands the interpreter, a Filipino man conscripted for the task. He was once a teacher in Angeles. Now his words are uniforms for others' orders. When a guard shouts, he translates. When a prisoner pleads, he translates again. He knows the difference between words and meaning, but has stopped pointing it out. At night he writes notes in a tiny notebook hidden in his shoe. Dates, orders, names of those who disappeared. He intends to survive long enough to tell someone, though he's not sure who will listen. Years later, that notebook will be found buried under floorboards during reconstruction. The ink will have faded, but the indentations will remain, legible by touch. The guard and the pebble. Private Takeda again. The fever has spread to his own men now. He watches a fellow guard shiver through the night, eyes wide and glassy. The next morning that guard is gone, carried to a ditch outside the fence. The line between conqueror and captive narrows to a thread. During inspection, Takeda spots a prisoner limping, bare feet wrapped in rags. He gestures for him to stop, pretends to check the binding, then presses something into the man's palm, a small white pebble. "Salt," he mutters. The man stares, uncomprehending, until taste explains. Takeda walks away before gratitude can become betrayal. That night, he dreams of the pebble rolling in the surf, smoothing itself against other stones. He wakes with the sound of waves in his ears, though the nearest sea is miles away. The prisoner who draws. Another prisoner, a Filipino draftsman before the war, finds a piece of charcoal near the burned mess hall. He uses it to draw on the baroque walls, lines of faces, mountains, the silhouettes of ships he's never seen. The drawings multiply, small as postage stamps, tucked between cracks in the boards. When guards notice, they laugh, calling it superstition. He keeps drawing anyway. Each face he sketches is someone who's gone, brought back through line and shadow. "I'm teaching the wood to remember," he whispers. One morning the wall is scrubbed clean. That night he starts again on the floor. Decades later, during restoration, faint traces of charcoal will still be visible. ghosts written in grain. Witness. No camera, no photograph, only this. A guard who learns the taste of shame and still follows orders. A prisoner who names clouds so the sky will not forget him. A villager who risks everything for a piece of fruit. A chaplain who writes names smaller than mercy itself. An interpreter who translates grief into ledger lines. A draftsman who draws until the wood remembers. You, who see them now, are the camera they never had. The chapter ends on a quiet image. A single banana leaf caught in the wire, edges curling in the wind, green fading to brown. It flutters like a flag that no nation claims, whispering both warning and forgiveness. Chapter 8. Letters that found no one. The post that never came. You sit on a crate outside the Baroque wall, holding a scrap of paper that once belonged to a Japanese supply ledger. The column of kanji down one side makes it look official, almost respectable, something the world might keep. You write anyway, not to be read, but to exist. Dear Mother. The pencil begins, its point already blunt. I am alive. We are waiting for the rains. The camp is called O'Donnell. It is not far, though it feels like another planet. The words crawl across the page like men on a long road. The sentences break often, gasping for air. You describe the heat, the dust, the way the sky refuses clouds. You do not mention the dead. You write instead about a tree near the gate where sparrows land each morning, as if routine were proof that the world still remembers its schedule. The letter ends simply, tell everyone I am fine. Tell the water I will come home someday. You fold it carefully, twice. No envelope. You tuck it into the seam of your shirt, close to the skin, as if the heart could act as postmark. It will never leave this place. Around you, men are writing too, on cardboard, wood scraps, bits of cloth. Some compose entire novels in their heads, sentences recited under breath like rosaries. Others write single words, wife, son, dog, because whole stories cost too much. At night, the guards collect the visible letters for inspection. Most end up burned. Smoke becomes the only delivery system left. News like weather. News doesn't arrive. It drifts. Rumor is the only broadcaster. A guard mentions a battle near Midway. A prisoner swears he overheard an officer say, Tokyo bombed. Another insists the Americans have landed in Australia with planes faster than birds. Each report is repeated, reshaped, refined until it fits the listener's hunger. Hope is rationed like rice, small portions, unevenly distributed. A Filipino soldier claims to have seen a secret coded signal at dusk. 3 lanterns on a hillside, flickering twice, pausing, then once more. He calls it proof of rescue. Others squint toward the ridge and see nothing but fireflies. Still, for that night, everyone sleeps lighter. Morning erases everything. The sun returns, punctual as ever. The camp's commander posts a notice in both English and Japanese. Rumors of rescue will be punished as resistance. The notice flaps in wind, its paper thin enough to see daylight through. It looks almost translucent, like skin stretched too far. Yet even the guards crave news. They ask prisoners for translations of Allied radio phrases printed in intercepted leaflets. Islands secured. Enemy retreating. Some laugh, pretending disbelief. Others stare too long. Everyone wants to know who's winning, as if victory might provide shade. Crosscut. Homer's Reckoning. Years later, General Masaharu Homer will stand in a courtroom in Manila, the war already lost. He He will look thinner, quieter, and older than his own photographs. The trial will smell of disinfectant and irony. Law dressed in the uniform of vengeance. Translators will shuffle papers. Prosecutors will read aloud numbers like curses. Miles marched, prisoners counted, bodies found. Witnesses will describe beatings, shootings, the box scars, the thirst. The words will hang in air that no longer belongs to either side. Homer will listen through headphones, nodding occasionally, perhaps at memory, perhaps at noise. He will say, "I did not order these acts." He will say, "I regret what happened." The court will say, "Command responsibility." His wife will write from Japan, "They say you were a poet once." He will reply, "A poet forgets the weight of boots." When the verdict comes, guilty, death by firing squad, he will close his eyes, not in fear, but in the same weary courtesy he once used to end meetings. The sentence will be carried out quietly at dawn. None of this helps the dead, but history needs endings, even when mercy has none left to give. Crosscut, the man who read the news. In San Fernando, long after the war, a barber sweeps his shop floor and finds a rusted dog tag beneath the planks. He cleans it, reads the name, and places it in a box beside old razors. That evening, listening to the radio announce the general's execution, he holds the tag and wonders which name should feel heavier, the prisoner's or the general's. He decides weight is democratic. It belongs to everyone. The return of rain. Rain arrives without warning. The first drop lands on your forearm, a cool pinprick that startles more than it soothes. Then the sky opens completely, as if a curtain tears. Men crawl from huts and barracks, lifting faces to the deluge. Some laugh, others cry without sound. The guards retreat beneath roofs, confused by a joy that costs nothing. The rain tastes of rust, smoke, maybe forgiveness. It fills every dent, every helmet left on the ground. Canteens open like mouths. The mud churns into chaos, and no one cares. For one night the camp is alive again, steam rising from bodies, songs from throats that forgot melody. A doctor uses his hands to collect water for the sick. A chaplain whispers blessings that sound like breathing. The rain continues until dawn, drumming the roofs like applause. When it stops, the camp smells of wet earth, decay, and brief hope. By noon, fever takes most of the joy back. But not all. Not completely. A few men hide cups of rainwater under their shirts, saving it for later, proof that the sky can still remember kindness. Crosscut, the diary. Somewhere in the barracks, a man keeps a diary on the backs of Red Cross labels peeled from discarded crates. He writes in pencil stolen from a guardhouse. Each entry is dated, though days have lost meaning. He records details. Number of deaths that morning. Temperature at noon, too hot for air. Condition of the well. Rumor of liberation, absurd but pleasant. On the last page, he writes, "Rain today. Smell of earth reminded me of my wife's garden. I dreamed of her hands pulling weeds, gentle as confession." The diary ends mid-sentence. When the camp is liberated in 1945, the notebook will be found under a plank, its edges chewed by termites. The final words are incomplete but legible. We will. The sentence never finishes. Maybe that's the point. The telegrams. Months later, telegrams cross oceans. In Iowa, New York, Manila, and Cebu, mothers and wives open envelopes stamped War Department and read the same careful phrasing. The War Department regrets to inform you. Some letters carry the word missing. Others say presumed dead. A few, rarer still, say returned safely, and are held so tightly the paper creases into the shape of a prayer. In one farmhouse, a mother lays the telegram on the table beside a loaf of cooling bread. She does not cry. She takes a knife and cuts the bread evenly, 6 slices, and calls her family to eat. The bread tastes of salt, though no one added any. In Manila, Nelia, the nurse from Bilibid, reads names from the newspaper list of recovered prisoners. She runs her finger down the column, stops at one familiar surname, and closes her eyes. She doesn't know if it's her patient or another with the same name, but she whispers Salamat, thank you, anyway. Memories Post Office. Decades pass. The camp becomes a memorial. Trees grow where barracks once stood. Tourists walk quietly, reading plaques, photographing rusted artifacts arranged like altars. Every April, old men arrive in wheelchairs, their medals clinking like soft bells. They speak little. The air does the talking. One veteran holds up a plastic bag containing a single, browned envelope, the letter he wrote in the camp but never sent. He lays it on the stone marker, its paper fluttering in the breeze, and whispers, "Delivered." Wind lifts the page. It dances once, twice, and settles among flowers. A schoolchild watching asks her teacher, "Who are these men?" The teacher answers, "They are what letters sound like when someone finally reads them." The girl doesn't fully understand, but she memorizes the line. Later she will use it in an essay about history and silence. It will win a contest. Her prize, a notebook. She will fill it with questions. The sky that wrote back. At dusk, clouds gather over the memorial, thick, bruised, almost purple. Thunder rumbles far off, gentle as a drum roll from another century. A veteran tilts his head, smiling faintly. "Rain again," he says. "They always come with the rain." The first drops fall on the stone names, darkening them one by one. For a few moments the letters shine, legible and alive. Then water runs down, blurring them into anonymity once more. You imagine those raindrops as ink, messages written backward by the sky to the ground, simple and eternal. Remember, forgive, remember. The chapter ends on a quiet image. A letter left open on the memorial stone, rain spreading its ink until the words become one color, blue-gray, like distance softened by time. Chapter 9. After the Road. Memories Perimeter. Survivors' Arithmetic. Liberation came not with trumpets, but with coughing. Men woke to the sound of boots, American this time, and could not decide whether to cheer or hide. Their bodies did not understand joy. It felt too much like fever. When the gates opened in early 1945, only a fraction stepped through under their own power. Of the 76,000 who began the march, less than half remained alive. Of those, many carried malaria in their blood and ghosts in their lungs. A medic wrote in his log, "They weigh less than their shadows." The liberating soldiers brought rations, cigarettes, clean water. They also brought mirrors. Some prisoners turned away. Others stared as if meeting an ancestor. One man laughed until his voice cracked. Another touched his face and whispered, "I thought you died." They were fed carefully, spoonfuls at a time, because abundance can kill the starved. Some did die, from the shock of plenty. Others refused food, convinced it was another trick of survival. When reporters arrived, cameras clicked in the same rhythm as machine guns once had. The survivors posed awkwardly, their ribs casting thin shadows, eyes hollow but direct. Headlines called them heroes of Bataan. They didn't feel heroic. They felt like unfinished sentences. That night, when the first plane lifted them away from Luzon, one man turned to another and said, "Do you think the road will notice we're gone?" The other man didn't answer. He was already asleep, dreaming of walking, always walking. The Road Revisited. Years later, when the world has gone fluorescent and noisy, some return. They come with sons and daughters, or alone, tracing the old route by jeep and foot. The villages have changed. Concrete houses, satellite dishes, karaoke machines, but the heat has not. At Marival's, the sea still smells of salt and iron. At Pilar, school children line the streets for the annual Remembrance Walk, waving paper flags. Their voices are bright, unburdened. The veterans smile, unsure whether to envy or bless them. One stops at a culvert where he remembers a friend falling. The ditch is overgrown now, the earth thick with vines. He kneels anyway, touches the soil, and whispers the friend's name. A local farmer passing by pauses, removes his hat, and does the same. The march route is marked now by stone pillars, white, waist-high, numbered every kilometer. Each marker carries the same inscription: Death March Route, April 1942. Cars rush past without slowing, but the stones keep count. In Balanga, the veteran stands at the plaza where the bridge once groaned under weight. The river beneath looks calm, almost polite. He throws a handful of rice into it. "For the thirsty," he says. At Capis, the memorial tower rises 200 feet into the sky. Steel lattice, sunlight slipping through. At its base, names are carved in granite. He runs his fingers over them, tracing grooves that still feel warm. He finds some he remembers, some he doesn't, and some that sound like his own. When he closes his eyes, he hears the road again, the murmur of feet, the hiss of dust, the faint chime of metal. The sound has softened over time, like a language fading into dream. Crosscut, the classroom again. Elsewhere, another April. In a classroom not far from where the march began, a teacher writes Bataan in capital letters across a chalkboard. The students watch, silent. Outside, a mango tree leans against the window, its leaves casting moving shadows on the floor. The teacher speaks softly. This is not only history, it is geography of endurance. It happened here, where we stand. She tells them about the march, the camps, the men who came home and the ones who didn't. She doesn't show the worst photographs. She describes smells instead. The heat, the dust, the waiting. Smells are harder to forget. When she finishes, she doesn't erase the word Bataan. She leaves it on the board all day. By afternoon, the letters have smudged into faint white ghosts. The janitor who cleans the room that evening pauses before wiping them away. He whispers a short prayer he learned from his grandfather, who walked the road and never spoke of it again. The quiet ceremony. Every April 9th, the veterans who can still stand gather at the Capis National Shrine. They arrive in wheelchairs, on crutches, guided by younger hands. The Philippine and American flags rise side by side, their cloths snapping gently in the wind like conversation. A chaplain in white robes steps forward. His voice, amplified, trembles slightly but holds steady. We remember not the cruelty of men, but the endurance of the spirit. Around the monument, families place flowers, white chrysanthemums, yellow sampaguita, red roses. A brass band plays softly. "Abide with me." A child tugs at her grandfather's sleeve. "Was it very bad?" she asks. He looks at her, at the sky, at the ground. "It was long," he says. That's all. After the speeches, the veterans remove their caps. Silence follows. deeper than applause. Even the birds seem to hold their breath. For a moment, the air itself feels sacred, the way it did on the first day of rain in the camp, the way it does whenever memory chooses to be kind. Crosscut, the historian's archive. In a dim university library in Manila, a historian catalogues letters and diaries from the march. She wears gloves and works quietly, almost reverently. Each envelope she opens releases a small gust of dust and ghost air. She pauses over one line written in pencil. "Tell the water I will come home someday." The graphite has faded, but the intent has not. She copies it into her notes. Later, when she writes her book, that line becomes the title. When the manuscript is done, she places her draft beside the original letters and closes the box. On its lid she writes, "To be opened again when someone forgets why kindness matters." Crosscut, the guard's son. In Shizuoka, Japan, a middle-aged man opens a chest of his late father's belongings. Inside, folded in cloth, he finds a military diary written in careful script. The entries describe Luzon, heat, dust, prisoners, fatigue. At the very end, a line reads, "I gave a man salt. I hope it helped." The son reads it twice, then 3 times. He doesn't know which man his father meant, or if the story is true, but the sentence feels like a key to something half buried. He copies it onto a small piece of paper and tucks it into his wallet. Years later, traveling to the Philippines on business, he will visit the Kapis shrine and leave that note at the base of the memorial. It will blow away before anyone reads it. That's enough. Crosscut, the Filipino farmer. Not far from the old route, a farmer plows a field. His father once saw the march pass this very place. Sometimes he still finds rusted buttons in the soil, dull brass tokens of history. He keeps them in a tin box on a shelf near the family altar. When his youngest son asks what they are, he says, "They belong to men who kept walking." The boy nods, not really understanding, and pockets one of the buttons. It becomes his lucky charm. Years later, when the boy is grown and working in the city, he'll touch the button before every difficult day. The edge will wear smooth, the engraving vanish, but the habit will remain. The Museum of Silence. Some memories need walls. In Tarlac, a small museum stands near the former campsite. Inside, the air is cool and respectful. Displays line the corridors. Uniforms, dog tags, letters, a canteen dented by a bullet, a map of the march etched in glass. Visitors move slowly, whispering without realizing it. In one corner, a glass case holds a small tin cup. A plaque reads, "Used by prisoners at Camp O'Donnell. Rainwater collection vessel." Children press their faces to the glass. "It's so small," one says. "Yes," replies the guide, "but it once held a lifetime." Outside, the museum garden is planted with white lilies, the same kind that once grew beside the graves. They sway in the wind, nodding as if to an invisible rhythm. Memory's perimeter. The road still exists. Trucks roar over it, tires hissing on asphalt, unaware of the bones beneath. Time has paved over pain, but not erased it. At sunset, the light turns the pavement bronze. You imagine the road inhaling, dust of memory rising, then settling again. The perimeter of remembrance stretches outward, invisible but alive. Somewhere along the route, a child kicks a can. It rolls, rattling, then stops. The sound echoes farther than it should. You close your eyes and hear again the march, not the cruelty, not the orders, but the rhythm of endurance. Step breath, dust, silence. It is faint, but it's there. It will always be there. The chapter ends on a quiet image. A road at dusk, empty except for a single shadow that could belong to anyone. Guard, prisoner, villager, or traveler, stretching long, then fading into the evening light. Epilogue. The wind that remembers. Morning rises slow over Luzon. It is the kind of light that forgives everything it touches. Ruins, rivers, even names carved in stone. The grass along the old road bends under dew, each blade bowed in quiet ceremony. Birds return to the telephone wires, reclaiming the geometry of song. You stand where the march began and ended, and began again, in memory, in retelling, in the endless echo of footsteps through time. The air tastes clean now, a mixture of salt, soil, and something almost sweet. Decades have passed, but the road keeps its shape. Listen. There it is, the faint sound of boots against earth, soft as heartbeat. Not ghosts, just history breathing. You follow the road north for a while, passing fields newly planted, towns rebuilt, children walking to school with their shirts half tucked and laughter trailing behind them. They do not look haunted. That is how healing works. It hides inside ordinary things. At Marival's, fishermen mend nets in the same salt breeze that once carried gunpowder. At Balanga, a tricycle hums past, the driver whistling. At Capis, the memorial tower shines in morning light, its steel ribs catching sun the way a spine catches breath. You stop there, at the base of the tower. The metal hums faintly, like the low note of a bell that never learned to stop ringing. The walls around it list names. So many names they blur into texture, like rain falling on water. You trace a finger over one, then another, until you realize it doesn't matter which. They all answer to the same silence. Wind moves through the lattice. It carries the smell of lilies, rust, and time. Somewhere nearby, a veteran sits beneath a tree, eyes closed, lips moving in prayer. You can't hear the words, but you know the rhythm. Gratitude, grief, release. The road beyond the gate glows pale under the rising sun. Trucks pass, commuters hurry, children point at the monument and ask questions. Their teachers answer with stories that have softened around the edges, but still hold their shape. It is enough. You walk a little further, just enough to hear the wind shift. It brushes the leaves, the stones, the old rails, the air itself, making a sound like breath drawn after a long silence. That's when you understand. The wind doesn't remember pain, only persistence. It remembers the shape of movement, the discipline of endurance. It has carried ashes, prayers, songs, and now it carries you. You stand still and let it pass through. It smells faintly of rain. Somewhere behind you, thunder murmurs, a language of distance, never threat. You look up and see clouds gathering, not dark but luminous, rolling like thoughts too heavy to keep. Rain begins again, light and clean. It dots the ground where shadows once fell, polishes the memorial stones until each name gleams anew. Drops slide down your arm, collecting at your wrist before falling. Small baptisms for a world that almost forgot how to grieve gently. In the distance, a child's voice calls out and laughter answers. Life insists, as it always does. You whisper one last thing to the air. Not a prayer, not even words, just the exhale of remembrance made soft by time. The wind takes it, lifts it toward the trees, and lets it go. When the rain fades, only the sound of leaves remains, a rustling like paper turning pages. The story has ended, but it keeps being read. If you found quiet here, keep it. If you found sorrow, let it teach you mercy. If you found endurance, pass it on to someone who will need it more. The sky clears, wide and forgiving. Light drifts across the fields where the road once burned. It touches every scar and calls it history. You breathe. The wind answers. Somewhere, a bell rings, soft, steady, endless. Aftermath. The road that kept their names. The road is quiet now. Grass has reclaimed its edges, soft and green, as if the earth has finally grown tired of remembering blood. Palm shadows sway across it, long and slow, turning the dust gold instead of red. You walk where thousands once stumbled, a line of men stretched thin between hunger and heat. The air hums with cicadas, ordinary and endless, and that ordinariness hurts more than the silence ever did. They called it a march, but there was no rhythm in it. It was a surrender turned inside out, a trail of bodies mistaken for movement. 80 miles of thirst and disbelief, under a sun that never blinked. You can almost hear it still, the scrape of boots against gravel, the rasp of breath too dry to matter. The sound of men counting steps, because counting was the only thing that didn't require hope. You stop beside a tree that has outlived everything. Its bark is pocked with initials carved by hands that refused to disappear quietly. Each letter a protest, each groove a heartbeat. The wind presses through its branches with a low, steady sound, part hymn, part memory. They were soldiers once. But out here, uniforms dissolved, nationalities blurred under the same sweat and dust. A man from Kansas and a man from Manila could trade the same canteen, the same curse, the same prayer. What separated them on maps meant nothing when thirst made everyone a single word: human. The survivors would remember the heat most of all, how it lived under the skin even at night. The smell of decay that no wind could carry away. The eyes of the guards, sharp with fear pretending to be power. And the road itself, stretching like an argument that refused to end. You look toward the horizon. It wavers in the light, as if distance still doesn't trust what it sees. Beyond it lie the camps, the years, the slow arithmetic of survival. One meal, one disease, one more day. Some made it home. Most did not. But even those who lived carried the road inside them. The dust, the silence, the long unlearning of how to trust footsteps again. In towns nearby, life continued. Children played in courtyards while the column passed. Mothers boiled rice that never reached their sons. War does that, folds horror into the ordinary, teaches the sky to hold two truths at once. Blue above, despair below. Light that refuses to choose sides. Decades later, monuments rose, stone markers along the route, names etched into bronze that grows warm under the same sun. People come here now with cameras and bottled water, following the path in comfort. They read the plaques, whisper the statistics, try to imagine. But imagination falters where endurance begins. Some distances can only be understood by walking them once and never again. You kneel and press your palm to the soil. It's dry, but not dead. The earth has learned to live with memory, not by forgetting, but by absorbing. Somewhere below, the bones of the lost rest with the roots of the living. Their story has become the road itself, rough, scarred, unbroken. The wind rises. Leaves drift across the track like slow confessions. A truck passes in the far distance, its rumble fading into the hills. For a moment, the air feels the same as it must have then, thick, salt-sweet, uncertain. You close your eyes and hear them again, the shuffle, the breath, the faint sound of someone still walking. What they carried was not just pain. It was proof. Proof that the body can fail and the will still hold. Proof that even in cruelty's longest hour, compassion can survive. A hand under an arm, a whisper of water shared from a cap. Small mercies that kept humanity alive when the world tried to kill it. Even now, their footsteps don't end here. They continue in every act of endurance that follows, in every soldier who resists despair, in every person who learns to keep walking through their own long heat. Because the road never belonged to death. It belonged to those who refused to stop. The sun drops low, and the dust glows like embers. The shadows stretch long, pointing always forward. You breathe, slow and steady. The air tastes of rust and rain, of endings that promise nothing except remembrance. What we learned, and what still walks beside us. History doesn't end where the road does. It keeps walking, quietly, in the language of repetition. Every time we think the world has grown past cruelty, it reappears, not as a uniform, but as a policy, not as a march, but as a border, not in heat and dust, but in indifference. The Bataan Death March is not just an old tragedy. It's a mirror, one we keep setting down and picking up again. It showed us what happens when mercy becomes conditional, when human worth is measured by power, and when obedience begins to sound like logic. It showed us that civilization can vanish not in fire, but in silence, in the small moments when people stop seeing each other as real. What the men on that road endured was not only physical torment, but the erasure of identity. They were turned into numbers, bodies, burdens. And when we look closely, we see that pattern repeating. Whenever a refugee line forms at a border, whenever captives are paraded as warning instead of rescued as humans, whenever those in charge learn to deafen themselves to the cries that don't fit their agenda. The uniforms have changed. The vocabulary is different, but the act of reducing life to logistics is the same. From Bataan, we learned that cruelty often disguises itself as order, that ordinary people, placed in extraordinary systems, can forget how to recognize pain in others, and that empathy, left unattended, freezes like blood in the sun. It took decades for the survivors to speak of what they saw. Even then, many said the hardest part was not the march itself. It was the disbelief of those who heard their story afterward. To suffer is one thing. To not be believed is another. So what do we do with their lesson now? Perhaps the answer is smaller than we think. Maybe it begins in the act of noticing. Noticing the quiet forms of cruelty around us, neglect, hunger, exclusion, and naming them before they harden into systems. Maybe it begins by asking the question, would I have seen them? Would I have stopped? Because the road from Bataan is still being walked. By prisoners of new wars. By migrants carrying their children through deserts and seas. By anyone who has been told they don't belong in the place their feet are standing. Every generation inherits a version of that march, a test of compassion measured not in miles, but in how far we're willing to walk towards someone else's pain. And yet, we also inherit something else, the proof that endurance can outlive cruelty, that even in the most brutal landscapes, kindness still appears, a hand sharing water, a glance saying keep going. Those small gestures are the opposite of oblivion. They are what keep humanity from collapsing entirely into history. The story of Bataan warns us that evil does not begin with monsters. It begins with people who forget to imagine themselves in another's place. And so remembering becomes an act of resistance. To tell this story, calmly, truthfully, without spectacle, is to keep the road from being erased. Because every time someone listens, another step is taken in the other direction, away from cruelty toward conscience. So as the light fades on that long road, don't turn away. Look at it, walk it in your mind, and understand that history's echoes are not ghosts. They're guides. They remind us what not to repeat, and what must never be forgotten again. When movement stops, survival does not. Some are forced forward on foot. Others are carried across water that never rests. The danger becomes quieter now, measured in repetition, cold air and waiting. Here, survival is not a sprint. It is endurance stretched thin across weeks and miles of sea. Part 3. The Murmansk convoys. What it meant to carry war across cold water, one crossing at a time. There are places on this planet where the air itself feels like a verdict, where the cold becomes a presence that watches you, follows you, and slowly measures your endurance. The Arctic Sea is one of those places. It stretches out in a flattened, pale horizon that barely separates sky from water, a world built from nothing but wind, ice, and the slow pulse of distant engines. Into this frozen silence, the convoys bound for Murmansk began their journey. They carried not only cargo but fear, hope, and the quiet understanding that survival was never guaranteed. You see their ships as small silhouettes against the endless grey. Some are merchant steamers loaded to the rails with weapons, trucks, food, and fuel. Others are escort vessels with sharper lines, built for speed and defense. Together, they advance in tight formation, each hull trembling under the weight of the cold. Every surface is rimed with ice. Every railing has thickened into a frozen shape that no longer resembles metal. Even the flags hang stiff and brittle, clinging to their masts as if stunned by the temperature. The men moving along these decks walk with that slow, careful rhythm that extreme cold forces on the body. Their breath shifts into the wind and disappears instantly. They keep their hands tucked deep inside wool, leather, and whatever layers they can manage to stack against their skin. Some of them try to joke about the frost, but most remain quiet. The silence is not just the silence of concentration. It is the silence of knowing that these waters are among the most dangerous in the world. There are no warm currents here, no friendly harbors nearby, no quick rescue if something goes wrong. Here, every mile has a price. As you watch them, a single realization settles over you. These convoys were not just supply missions. They were lifelines drawn across a hostile ocean. Every crate, every barrel, every vehicle strapped to the decks was a promise being delivered at unimaginable cost. Without them, cities would starve, armies would falter, and the entire shape of the war might shift in ways no one could predict. But none of that is visible in the moment. All you see are men working quietly in an icy dusk that feels like midnight. The wind rises, sharpening into a blade that cuts across exposed skin. It whistles through the rigging, making ropes hum like frozen strings. The sea beneath them is not smooth, but it moves in long, heavy swells that look slow until they lift the entire ship with surprising force. The water is darker than night. It reflects nothing. It reveals nothing. It simply waits. The sailors know this sea well enough to respect it, and perhaps fear it, but they do not have the luxury of turning away. They have their orders. They have their mission, and so they keep moving. Far ahead, ice fog begins to form, curling around the bows like pale smoke. The convoy enters it without hesitation, swallowed by a cloud that glows faintly in the dim Arctic daylight. The air becomes colder still, as if each breath now carries tiny shards of glass. The sailors brace themselves. They know that once they pass this threshold, everything becomes harder, slower, and more dangerous. Yet they continue forward, each ship following the next with unwavering discipline, like beads on a string pulled steadily across a dark and frozen world. The journey begins long before the ships reach the open sea. It starts in a harbor still wrapped in the dark calm of early morning, with lamps glowing faintly against the cold and men moving slowly across the decks as if trying not to disturb the air. You watch the preparations unfold with a quiet sense of inevitability. There is no rush, but there is no hesitation either. Every movement is deliberate, practiced, and shaped by the knowledge that once the ships depart, they will enter one of the most unforgiving routes in the war. The docks are slick with frost, the ropes stiff and difficult to coil, and the wooden planks echo with each footstep. Steam rises from the funnels of the escort vessels, drifting upward in twisting shapes before fading into the pale sky. Some sailors stand near the gangways, smoking the last cigarettes they will allow themselves before the cold forces them to stop. Others adjust scarves and collars, trying to protect any exposed skin. They know what awaits them, and although no one says it out loud, there is a shared understanding that some may not return. As the engines warm, the hulls begin to vibrate gently. It is a subtle tremor, but it signals the beginning of the long passage ahead. The merchant ships, heavy with supplies bound for the Soviet ports, sit low in the water. Their decks are stacked with crates and equipment, lashed tightly to prevent anything from shifting when the seas turn rough. Beneath the decks, the cargo holds are filled with fuel, ammunition, food, and machinery. Everything that makes a war run is packed into those metal caverns, and the responsibility of carrying it rests on the shoulders of men who have learned not to think too far ahead. The officers walk the length of their ships, inspecting, checking, adjusting. They look for ice already forming in corners where water has frozen overnight. They check the lifeboats, the ropes, the emergency gear. The smallest failure can become fatal in Arctic waters. Even the tools used to chip ice from the railings are laid out neatly, ready for immediate use. Nothing is left to chance. When the order finally comes to cast off, it arrives with the quiet authority of routine. Lines are released from their moorings, the engines deepen their tone, and the ships begin to move. You watch the harbor slowly drift away, the lights shrinking until they become faint specks behind the convoy. The shoreline loses its shape, blurred by the morning mist. Soon, the ships are surrounded by nothing but open water and the faint glow of a sun that never rises far above the horizon. The temperature drops steadily as they head north. The air becomes sharper, and every breath feels like drawing cold metal into the lungs. The men adjust again, tightening gloves and pulling hoods lower. Some gather near the vents that release warm air from below deck, holding their hands above the rising heat for a moment of relief. The warmth does not last long. The cold always returns. As the convoy pushes into the wider sea, the first signs of the Arctic's influence appear. Frost begins to creep across the deck in delicate patterns that look almost beautiful if you forget how dangerous they will become. The ropes stiffen, the lifeboats develop a thin crust of ice, and the railings grow white with frost. The sailors chip away at it constantly, knowing that if they do not work ahead of the ice, it will soon grow heavy enough to threaten the ship's balance. The sky darkens as the hours pass. Even during the day, the light is weak and fleeting. A pale band of blue hovers along the horizon, and above it spreads a dome of muted gray. This is the Arctic Gate, the threshold into a realm that feels untouched by the rest of the world. It has no softness, no warmth, no comfort. It offers only wind, water, and cold. Yet this is the path they must travel. The escort ships take their positions at the edges of the formation. Destroyers move like lean shadows, their hulls slicing through the waves with purpose. Corvettes patrol the flanks, scanning for dangers both above and below the surface. Every officer on every ship understands that once they pass into the northern waters, the threats multiply. Submarines wait beneath the waves, aircraft lurk beyond the cloud line, and storms can rise without warning. But for now, the sea remains calm, as if allowing the convoy a moment of deceptive peace before the hardships to come. You watch the men settle into their routines. Some stand watch on the bridge, eyes fixed on the horizon. Others move through the narrow corridors deep within the ship, checking machinery and monitoring gauges. In the galleys, cooks prepare hot drinks and simple meals that help fight the cold. In the quarters below decks, sailors secure their gear and remove layers of wet clothing, trying to find a little comfort in a place where comfort is always temporary. The first full day at sea passes in a rhythm of work and watchfulness. The convoy moves steadily forward, each ship maintaining its place with unwavering precision. The air grows colder with every mile, and the wind begins to pick up. You can sense that the Arctic is preparing to show its true nature. The sailors can sense it as well. They know the calm never lasts. As night falls, the darkness thickens quickly. There is no moon to soften it. The only light comes from the dim lamps on the ships and the glow of the horizon behind them. The ocean becomes a shifting black expanse, moving with the slow, heavy motions of deep water. The ships continue on, guided by instruments and experience, and a sense of duty that holds them to their path. The Arctic Gate is behind them now. Ahead lies the long stretch of frozen sea, where storms rise without warning and ice forms without mercy. Yet the convoy moves forward, silent and determined, carrying with it the weight of a world at war and the fragile hope that their journey will reach its end. The night stretches over the convoy like a heavy blanket, pressing down with a stillness that feels almost unnatural. Out here, the darkness is not a temporary visitor. It is a constant companion. It settles on the ships, on the water, and on the faces of the men who stand watch. You sense that in this darkness, the sailors lose all sense of distance. They can no longer see far enough to measure the world around them. They must trust that the ship ahead is still there, that the sea beneath them holds no hidden ice, and that the sky above remains empty of danger. This trust becomes a quiet act of courage. Inside the ships, the low hum of machinery becomes the heartbeat of the journey. The engines thrum steadily, vibrating through metal floors and narrow corridors. The sailors know every note of this sound. They can tell when the ship is working smoothly and when something is not quite right. They learn to sleep with the constant vibration under their bodies, their breaths falling into rhythm with the machinery that carries them forward. In the mess halls, men gather for brief moments of warmth. The light here is dim, kept low to avoid detection, but it is enough to create a small refuge from the cold outside. The smell of strong tea is always present, and sometimes there is soup thick enough to warm the throat. The sailors eat quickly, not out of impatience, but because the cold seeps into them even here, as if the walls cannot hold it back. Hands shake slightly as spoons are lifted, and boots remain stiff with frost even after hours below deck. The conversations are quiet. No one raises their voice. There is an understanding among them that excessive noise feels out of place in this frozen world. Instead, they talk in low tones about home, about letters that might be waiting for them, about the last convoy that returned battered but alive. Some speak of ships that never came back. These stories are shared with a steady, resigned tone of men who have learned not to expect fairness from the sea. You watch their faces as they listen. Some men nod slowly, others stare into their cups, and a few attempt a faint smile when someone describes something humorous or absurd from a past voyage. But even laughter is restrained. It is shaped by the cold. It is shaped by caution. The men know that out here, joy must be handled gently. On deck, the cold sharpens further as the convoy pushes deeper north. The metal rails crackle softly when touched, the frost reacting to the warmth of a hand. Sailors move with the careful steps of men who know how easy it is to slip on ice that has grown invisibly across the surface. They chip the railings every hour, sometimes more. The ice reforms immediately, returning in thin layers that thicken slowly throughout the night. Eventually, no matter how diligent they are, the sea will begin to weigh their ships with ice, and the battle to remove it will become urgent. The ocean changes as well. The swells become longer, heavier. The water grows darker, almost ink-like, reflecting nothing except the faint glow of the ship's shielded lights. Occasionally, a wave rises higher than expected, slapping against the side of a ship with a dull, resonant sound that echoes along the hull. The sailors barely react. They have heard worse. In the radio rooms, operators sit with headphones pressed tightly against their ears. The static of the Arctic is thick, and signals distort easily. They listen for any transmissions from escort ships, for weather reports, for warnings about submarines or changing ice patterns. Every message is logged. Every silence is noted. The operators know that the Arctic can swallow radio waves as easily as it swallows sound. Below, in the engine rooms, the heat is intense. The contrast between this cramped, roaring space and the freezing deck above is extreme enough to overwhelm the senses. The crew here works stripped to their undershirts, sweat running down their backs, eyes narrowed against the glare of lamps reflecting off metal. They shovel fuel, monitor pressure gauges, and listen for changes in the rhythm of the engine. Many of them will never feel the full force of the Arctic wind, yet they face dangers of their own. The machinery they maintain is the reason the ships stay alive. A moment's lapse can have consequences far harsher than the cold. When the sailors return to their bunks, they often lie fully clothed. Removing layers is a luxury reserved for warmer waters. Blankets are wrapped tight around them, boots tucked beside the bed for immediate use. Sleep comes in short bursts, interrupted by shifts, alarms, or the constant need to return to the deck to chip ice. Their bodies adapt to this fractured rhythm, learning to fall asleep quickly and wake just as fast. The cold, the tension, and the demands of the voyage shape their rest into something that resembles survival more than comfort. As the hours pass, the convoy reaches a region where the air grows even colder. The horizon behind them is nearly gone, swallowed by the Arctic darkness. Ahead, faint lights flicker on the bows of the nearest ships, glowing like isolated lanterns in a vast, empty world. You feel the loneliness of this place settle over everything. It is a loneliness born from distance, silence, and the knowledge that if a ship falls out of formation, help may never come in time. Yet there is a strange beauty here as well. The wind carries thin crystals of ice that shimmer when they catch the faintest light. The water beneath the ships rolls in slow, heavy patterns that look almost ceremonial. The sky, though dark, holds hints of silver where the clouds shift and reveal a glow too diffused to trace. The sailors see these things too, though they rarely comment on them. They understand that beauty in the Arctic is inseparable from danger. Near midnight, the temperature drops sharply again. Ice fog forms across the sea, spreading in a low, pale band that hovers above the surface. It thickens quickly, swallowing the bows of the lead ships until the convoy seems to be sailing into a cloud. Visibility shrinks to almost nothing. Voices carry strangely in this fog, stretching out and fading before they reach their destination. Lights become soft halos. Instruments grow harder to read. This is the true threshold of the Arctic passage. The officers order the ships to tighten formation. Engines slow slightly to prevent collisions. The crew becomes even more alert, every man aware that a sudden change in direction, a drifting piece of ice, or a miscalculated distance can endanger the entire convoy. The escort vessels move like shadows, their outlines barely visible through the fog. They guard against threats that cannot be seen but must always be imagined. In this moment, as the convoy moves deeper into the shrouded world ahead, you sense a shift. The sailors feel it too. The Arctic is no longer a distant challenge waiting for them. It has arrived. It surrounds them. It shapes every breath, every step, every decision. And still the ships move forward. They follow a path carved not by certainty, but by necessity. They carry cargo that must reach its destination. They carry the hopes of people far beyond these waters. They carry the quiet determination that has always defined those who sail into places where most would never dare to go. The Arctic Gate is behind them now. They have crossed into the frozen world where the real test begins. The first thing that defines this part of the Arctic is the darkness. It is not like the night you know from other places. This darkness has weight. It feels layered and endless, stretching out in every direction until the world becomes a single, silent color. Even the sea seems darker here, as if it absorbs what little light remains instead of reflecting it. You realize quickly that the men sailing these convoys do not simply travel through the night. They live inside it. The convoy moves forward as if swallowed by a massive shadow. The faint glow of the ship's shielded lamps does little to push back the blackness. Instead, the light clings to the ships themselves, tracing their outlines in thin halos that flicker and fade with every wave. Beyond that narrow glow lies a world that feels both empty and watchful. Every sailor knows that unseen dangers hide within it. On the bridge of the lead escort vessel, the officers stand close to the windows, staring into the void ahead. Their eyes strain to catch the smallest shapes, the faintest movement. They are looking for ice, for changes in the water's surface, for the silhouette of a submarine's conning tower. They know that the enemy uses this darkness as a shield. They also know that a mistake made here, in this environment, leaves no room for recovery. You watch them work without speaking. The bridge is hushed. There is no idle conversation, no unnecessary sound. The men communicate through short phrases, gestures, and the subtle movements of bodies accustomed to the rhythm of the sea. The faint hum of the instruments is the only constant. Even the engine noise seems muted, pushed down by the weight of the night. Below deck, the darkness invades in a different way. The narrow passageways are lit by dim red lamps designed to preserve night vision. Shadows cling to every corner. The sailors move through these corridors for their duties, brushing past pipes and bulkheads that radiate cold. Their footsteps echo softly, swallowed almost immediately by the metal. Everything feels closer here, as if the ship itself is tightening around them. Some of the men try to rest during their off hours. They lie in their bunks and stare into the faint glow that seeps in from the corridor. The darkness beyond their curtains feels pressing, like a thick fabric that wraps around the mind. Sleep comes slowly, and it is shallow when it arrives. Many wake at the slightest sound, unsure if the echo they heard came from within the ship or from the sea outside. It takes time to remember where they are. For those on deck, the night is colder still. The wind is relentless, carrying flecks of ice that sting the skin. The sea mist freezes instantly on exposed surfaces, creating tiny spikes that catch the light when someone moves past. The men chip away at them constantly. The ice forms faster now, growing into ridges that creep across railings and decks. The sailors fight it with steady movements, knowing that if they fall behind, the build-up can become dangerous. The loneliness of this place settles deeply into the spirit. You can see it in the faces of the men standing at their watch posts, their eyes fixed on the darkness. They are not afraid, but they are alert in a way that looks exhausting. Their bodies are stiff from the cold, their breaths short and controlled. They lean slightly into the wind, as if bracing themselves against a force they cannot see. Yet there is an unspoken solidarity among them. They know that everyone on these ships is experiencing the same cold, the same fear, the same weight of the night. This shared hardship ties them together more tightly than any speech or order could. They move as a single unit, understanding each other through small actions rather than words. On some nights, the darkness deepens even further when clouds form overhead, blocking the faint glow of distant stars. During these moments, the convoy becomes a string of barely visible shapes drifting across the sea. The officers rely entirely on instruments to keep formation. The sailors move by memory, by touch, and by instinct. Even the smallest flicker of light becomes important. In rare moments, the sky shifts unexpectedly. When the clouds part just enough, a thin curtain of pale light appears far to the north. It is not bright, but it is unmistakable. The beginning of the aurora stretches across the horizon, like a silent ribbon unfurling in slow motion. The sailors look up when they can, their faces softening slightly. Even here, in this hostile world, the sky offers small reminders of beauty. These moments do not last long. The clouds return quickly, but the memory of the light lingers. Inside the radio room, the operators strain to hear signals through heavy static. Arctic interference makes every message sound distant and broken. The operators adjust dials, repeat transmissions, and check for coded warnings. They know that danger can come without warning, but they also know that information can grant the convoy a small advantage in surviving what lies ahead. They remain focused, even as exhaustion creeps into their bodies. The men in the engine rooms feel the darkness differently. Down here, there is no night or day. The bright lamps create an illusion of warmth, but the metal walls radiate cold no matter how hot the machinery becomes. The noise is overwhelming, pushing into their ears and chests. They sweat constantly in the heat, only to freeze when they go topside. Their sense of time dissolves. All they know is the heartbeat of the engine and the relentless pressure of responsibility. When sailors gather briefly between shifts, their conversations often return to the nature of the darkness. They speak about how it changes their perception of distance, how it alters their sense of direction, how it plays tricks on the mind. Some men say they see shapes where there are none. Others describe hearing things that seem to come from everywhere and nowhere. These stories are shared quietly, not as confessions of fear, but as acknowledgments of the environment they must endure. On deck, the officers check their compasses and maps repeatedly. Navigation becomes a test of precision. The Arctic night hides everything except the faint glow of instruments. A shift of even a few degrees can push a ship off course, leading it into ice fields or dangerous waters. Every adjustment is made with care. Every decision is weighed against the consequences of error. You feel the effect of the night as well. The vastness of the darkness creates a sense of slow-motion time. Minutes stretch. Hours blend together. The ocean below becomes a continuous, rolling motion that seems to erase the sense of forward progress. And yet, the convoy continues to move, mile by mile, deeper into the frozen world that isolates them from everything they know. Eventually, a faint glow rises along the edge of the horizon. It is not sunrise in the traditional sense, but a softening of the darkness. The sky shifts from pure black to a muted shade of grey. The sailors look toward it instinctively. The change is small, but it signals the transition into another Arctic day, a day that will look almost identical to the night that came before. The convoy prepares to face this dim light with the same steady determination that carried them through the darkness. They know that the challenges will not fade with the change in the sky. The Arctic holds both night and day in its grip, and neither offers safety. But they continue onward, bound by duty, courage, and the quiet resilience that defines the men who sail these frozen seas. As the dim Arctic day settles into its muted grey, the convoy begins another cycle of work beneath a sky that never truly brightens. The light is thin and distant, a suggestion rather than a comfort. It lays softly over the vessels, revealing the ice that has grown during the night. Railings have thickened, ladders are edged with white, and antenna wires wear delicate, dangerous coats of frost. The men step out onto the decks with a familiar sense of resignation. They know what must be done before the cold can claim too much. You watch as teams move along the ships, armed with hammers, axes, and wooden mallets. They strike at the ice in steady rhythms, chips flying away into the wind. Every blow is necessary. Left unchecked, the weight of the ice would alter the balance of the ship, pulling it down by the bow or stern, making it more vulnerable to waves or sudden maneuvers. The men chip and scrape, their bodies bending and straightening in a pattern that has become second nature. Their hands ache. Their faces burn with cold. But the work continues. The sound of tools striking metal carries across the water, merging with the hum of engines and the hiss of wind. It becomes a kind of harsh music that defines life in the Arctic. The men barely notice it anymore. It is simply part of the background, like the creaking of the hull or the distant calls of officers. What they do notice is the way their breath crystallizes in front of them, the way their fingers stiffen even inside gloves, and the way their clothes grow heavy as frost gathers on every surface. From your vantage point, the convoy looks like a chain of stubborn shapes pushing through a world that does not want them. The water around them rolls in slow, powerful motions, edged with slush and small pieces of drifting ice. The sky above remains low, almost pressing down on the masts and funnels. The line between sea and air feels blurred, as if the ships are moving through one continuous, frozen substance. Inside the ships, the men follow routines designed to keep their minds as steady as their hands. Watches are rotated with precision. Meals are served at set times, even when appetites are dulled by cold and fatigue. Clothing is checked for dampness, boots are dried when possible, and gear is carefully stored so that nothing is misplaced when urgently needed. These small acts of order help counter the chaos that could easily take hold in such a place. Yet no matter how carefully the routines are maintained, the weight of the endless night presses on them. Some men grow quieter than usual. Their thoughts turn inward. They replay memories of home, of warmer places, of streets and rooms filled with familiar sounds. Others talk more than they normally would, as if words could build a bridge out of the darkness surrounding them. They speak of food they miss, of music they have not heard in months, of faces they hope are still waiting for them. In certain spaces on board, handwritten notes and photographs are pinned to walls. Small paper anchors in a sea of metal. These reminders of another life remain in place no matter how the ship rolls, no matter how hard the wind screams outside. They are fragile objects, but they hold an immense weight in the minds of the men who look at them between shifts. As the convoy pushes deeper into the Arctic, the threats that live in the darkness begin to feel more present. Reports filter through from other routes, other convoys. Stories of ships struck suddenly in the night, of flames rising from the water, of men forced into lifeboats in seas so cold that survival is measured in minutes rather than hours. The sailors aboard these ships already know these stories, but hearing them again, in this environment, gives them a sharper edge. On the escort vessels, anti-submarine watches become even more intense. Sonar operators lean over their equipment, listening for the faint echoes that might reveal a submarine lurking below. They know that the enemy uses the same darkness as cover, moving silently through the deep, waiting for a chance to strike. Every unusual sound in the headphones sends a ripple of tension through the room. Every confirmed absence of contact brings only brief relief. The ocean is vast. Silence does not always mean safety. Above, when the weather allows, lookouts scan the sky for aircraft. The risk of enemy planes increases as the convoy nears certain zones. Even though the Arctic clouds often form a thick barrier overhead, there are gaps. There are windows of visibility through which danger can descend. The men watch those openings carefully, their eyes narrowed against the biting wind. They know that in this environment, an attack can be sudden and overwhelming. Despite these dangers, The work on board continues with a quiet steadiness that borders on stubbornness. The gunners test their weapons, clearing frost from barrels and mechanisms. The navigators plot their course, adjusting for currents and ice. The radio men listen for updates from higher command, aware that changes in orders can come at any time. The cooks prepare what they can with supplies that must last the entire journey. Each role is a small piece of a larger effort to keep the convoy moving. At times, the darkness offers moments that feel almost unreal. On certain nights, when the clouds part and the air is particularly clear, the aurora returns. This time it is stronger, stretching in curtains of light that ripple across the sky. Greens and faint purples shimmer above the ships, turning the ice-covered decks and frozen railings into surfaces that reflect a ghostly glow. The sailors look up, some leaning on their tools, others pausing at their watch posts. For a brief moment, the Arctic does not feel hostile. It feels ancient and indifferent, a vast stage on which their journey is only a small, temporary movement. The men do not speak much during these displays. Words feel unnecessary. The light itself becomes a kind of silent company, reminding them that the world is larger and older than any war. When the aurora fades, they return to their tasks with slightly steadier hearts. The cold remains. The danger remains. But they have seen something that carries them forward. There are nights when the sea turns rough with little warning. Waves rise higher, slamming against the hulls with a force that sends shudders through every deck. The ships lean into the swells, climbing and falling with heavy motions that test every bolt and seam. On these nights, walking becomes difficult. Men grip handrails tightly, their bodies swinging with the movement of the ship. Any misstep can send someone sliding across the deck toward the railings, where the cold, open water waits just beyond. In this violent motion, ice becomes even more treacherous. It forms unevenly, creating slick patches that catch boots at the worst possible moment. The sailors adapt by moving in a low, deliberate way, bending their knees, shifting their weight with each roll of the ship. Their world contracts to a series of careful steps, thoughtful grips, and constant awareness of the angle beneath their feet. During storms, sound becomes overwhelming. The wind roars, the waves crash, and the ship groans as it strains against forces that would tear a weaker structure apart. Inside, objects rattle and clatter, doors slam, loose items slide along floors. The men raise their voices only enough to be heard over the noise. Orders must be clear. Confusion is dangerous in such conditions. Eventually, the storm passes, as all storms do. The sea calms slowly, the waves returning to their long, heavy roll. The wind subsides into a steady, icy flow. The sailors emerge from the intensity of the night with red eyes and sore muscles. They repair what has been damaged, resecure cargo, and clear new layers of ice. The darkness remains unchanged above them, but they know they have endured something that not everyone can survive. You see how the endless night of the Arctic reshapes these men. It does not break them quickly. Instead, it wears at them in small ways, hour by hour, watch by watch. It tightens their shoulders, narrows their gazes, and makes their movements more economical. Yet it also brings out a kind of quiet loyalty. They depend on each other completely. Every man on board understands that their survival is linked to the efforts of everyone else. In rare, brief pauses, there are softer moments. A mug of tea shared without words. A small joke passed along a line of men clearing ice. A hand placed on a shoulder in silent encouragement as someone returns from a long, bitter watch. These gestures do not erase the hardship, but they offer a thread of human warmth that the Arctic cannot freeze. The night stretches on. The convoy continues forward, guided by instruments and determination more than by light. Somewhere ahead lies the next phase of the journey, where the darkness will no longer be the only threat. Enemy forces wait along the way, watching for convoys like this one. The sailors know this. They can feel the tension rising with every mile. For now, though, they remain wrapped in the long Arctic night, moving through it with the steady endurance of men who have accepted that there is no easy way through this route. It is a passage that demands everything from them and offers nothing in return except the possibility of survival. They carry on regardless, because for them, this is not simply a voyage. It is their duty, their burden, and their quiet defiance against the vast, frozen world that refuses to make room for them. There is a moment in every long Arctic voyage when the convoy seems to settle into a single, unified rhythm. Ships that once felt separate now move with a shared pulse, guided by invisible lines of discipline and trust. You watch this begin to take shape as the convoy pushes deeper into the frozen route. What were once individual vessels now appear as parts of a larger organism, advancing in coordinated patterns across the dark water. Each ship maintains its exact place. The distances between them look narrow, almost dangerously so, but they are carefully calculated. Too much space invites submarines to slip in unnoticed. Too little space creates the risk of collision in rough water or sudden evasive maneuvers. The officers on every bridge understand these balances instinctively. They make constant adjustments, nudging rudders and engines to keep formation tight and precise. You can sense the tension behind this precision. It is not the loud, frantic kind that comes with gunfire or alarms. It is a slow, steady tension that sits beneath every decision and every movement. The sailors feel it in their muscles. The officers feel it in the weight of responsibility. The Arctic loves disorder, but the convoy must create order if it hopes to survive. On the lead escort vessel, the navigating officers monitor their charts with unwavering focus. They track the position of each ship, compare it with wind and current calculations, and adjust accordingly. Their work is meticulous. One miscalculation, one slow correction, and the convoy could drift into dangerous waters. Ice fields lie hidden to the east. Enemy patrol zones hover to the west. The path between them is narrow. It requires steady hands and steady minds. Behind the lead ship, the merchant vessels follow with almost ritualistic discipline. Their captains keep their eyes fixed on the faint shape ahead, measuring distance by instinct and instrument. The sailors on these ships often describe the feeling of following a ghost. In the Arctic's dim light, the vessel they depend on becomes little more than a dark, flickering outline moving through fog and shadow. And yet, they follow it faithfully. Each ship trusts the one before it, and the entire convoy depends on that chain of trust. The escort ships on the flanks move differently. They pace alongside the formation like watchful guardians, rising and falling with the waves in fluid, predatory motions. Their crews are trained for rapid response, scanning the sea for any sign of danger. These ships are the convoy's shield, their presence a silent reassurance to the slower, heavier merchant vessels. The men aboard them know that if an attack comes, they will be the first to meet it. You can see how the sailors on the merchant vessels view the escorts with a mixture of gratitude and quiet awe. The smaller ships seem to slice through the water with purpose, their guns always at the ready. Their crews move with a sharpness shaped by constant alertness. They are the ones who chase down submarines, who fire the first shots, who place themselves between the convoy and the threats that lurk in the deep. The men on the heavier ships know that without the escorts, their chances of reaching port would be slim. Despite the danger, there is a strange sense of companionship among the ships. Even though they are separated by distance and metal, they share the same conditions, the same cold, the same risks. When one ship encounters a sudden swell, the others rise to meet it a moment later. When the lead ship adjusts its course, the entire line bends with it, like a long, flexible spine adapting to the motion of the sea. You see this pattern repeated over and over again, until the rhythm becomes almost hypnotic. Inside the ships, the sailors become part of this rhythm as well. Watches are synchronized across the convoy. Meal times shift in unison. Engine checks follow a similar cadence, ensuring that no ship lags behind. The men breathe, move, and work within the same structured cycle, even though they may never speak to one another. The convoy binds them together through shared purpose rather than direct contact. Communication between ships is sparse. Lights are shielded. Radios are used sparingly to avoid detection. Instead, the convoy relies on coded signals, brief transmissions, and the quiet confidence that each ship knows what to do. Orders are clear but minimal. Any unnecessary chatter could reveal their position to listening ears beyond the horizon. You watch the signal officers work with a graceful efficiency. They raise and lower flags, flash lamps in short, measured bursts, and interpret the faint glimmers of light from other vessels. Their movements are quick but controlled, shaped by hours of training. They communicate entire strategies through gestures and flashes that last only seconds. In the Arctic, silence remains one of the convoy's most valuable defenses. As the day continues, the sea grows calmer for a rare moment. The wind softens. The waves smooth out into long, rolling motions that feel almost gentle compared to the storms of the night before. The sailors use this brief reprieve to catch their breath. They know it will not last long. Calm seas in the Arctic are like moments of truce. They come unexpectedly, linger briefly, and disappear without warning. During this lull, you can see how the convoy resembles a fleet of frozen monuments drifting through an ancient sea. The fog clings low around their hulls, and the ice on their masts sparkles faintly. Some sailors lean against the railings and look out across the formation. They see other men doing the same on other ships, tiny silhouettes outlined against the sky. A silent acknowledgement passes between them. They are not alone, even though the sea tries its best to convince them otherwise. In the engine rooms, the pace continues with unbroken intensity. Engineers monitor valves and gauges, adjusting steam pressure, fine-tuning engine speed, and checking for leaks. Their world is defined by heat, noise, and narrow spaces. They rarely see the ice that coats the deck above, but they feel its presence in the urgency of their work. They know that if the engines falter, the ship falters, and if one ship slows, the entire convoy is put at risk. Meanwhile, on the escort ships, the gunners perform their drills. They check the rangefinders, rotate the turrets, and scrape ice from metal surfaces that must remain free for when they are needed. Their eyes scan the horizon over and over again, searching for shapes that do not belong. They know that danger can emerge from any direction. The Arctic makes no promises. As afternoon fades into the first stages of a new Arctic night, the convoy tightens once more. The faint glow of the sky dims, and the ships begin to rely more on instruments than on sight. You watch the line of vessels glide forward, their movements steady and unified. The ocean becomes darker, the air colder. The formation becomes a single, determined shape moving through the shadowed world ahead. It is in this moment, as the last traces of daylight disappear, that you feel the convoy's true character reveal itself. The discipline is not forced. It is lived. It is the result of shared risk, shared hardship, and shared purpose. Each ship knows its role. Each man knows his duty. Together, they move as one, defying an environment that seems designed to break them apart. The night begins to rise around them again, deeper and heavier than before. But the convoy continues forward, its rhythm now fully set. A chain of steel, ice, and human resolve cutting across a frozen world. As the next stretch of evening settles over the Arctic, the convoy enters a zone where the weather grows unpredictable. The temperature drops again, the wind sharpens, and the sea begins to shift beneath the ships with a slow but unmistakable force. You sense how the men adjust instantly. Their bodies straighten, their eyes sharpen. They have learned to read the Arctic not by sight alone, but through the subtle signals that ripple through the ships themselves. The hulls respond first. You can hear the creaking of metal as the cold tightens its grip. The decks stiffen, the ropes stiffen, and even the air feels dense, as if the atmosphere has thickened around the convoy. The sailors move with more caution now. Steps become more deliberate. Voices grow quieter. It is as though the ships themselves are urging silence. In the bridge of one of the merchant vessels, the captain watches the horizon through a small, frost-framed window. His breath fogs the glass as he leans forward, chart in hand. He studies the faint outline of the lead escort ship, its silhouette just visible in the dim light. Every course correction he makes depends on that shape. His crew stands beside him, awaiting instructions, their faces pale in the glow of the instruments. They know that precision is vital here. A deviation of even a few degrees could pull them out of alignment and into danger. Across the convoy, similar scenes unfold. On each bridge, officers and helmsmen stand ready, adjusting their course to maintain the perfect spacing that keeps the formation intact. They react not just to what they see, but to what they feel through the vibrations of the deck, through the subtle roll of the ship, through the rhythm of the engines beneath their boots. This shared awareness becomes the convoy's language. You notice that even the smallest gestures carry meaning. A raised hand, a nod toward the compass, a brief glance at the radio operator. These motions replace spoken instructions, preserving silence while ensuring that every officer remains fully aligned with the ship ahead. The Arctic demands this restraint. Too much noise, too much light, too much radio chatter could invite attention from threats the men would rather never see. Further back in the formation, the sailors working on the deck feel the change in sea conditions plainly. The wind pushes against them, and the ship sways with more force. Tasks that were challenging before become even more physically demanding. The men chip ice from the railings with a renewed sense of urgency. They know that a sudden swell could throw them off balance if the surfaces become too slick. They brace themselves with their knees bent and their shoulders angled into the wind, moving in a careful dance with the rolling deck. Even below decks, the rhythm shifts. In the engine rooms, the engineers feel the altered vibrations of the ship as the sea grows rougher. They tighten valves, monitor pressure, and prepare for any strain on the machinery. Their world remains a furnace of heat and noise, but they sense the Arctic's influence pressing down even here. The ship becomes a single body, and every part of it responds to the changing environment. Meanwhile, the escort vessels perform their own silent choreography. The destroyers glide along the flanks, adjusting speed and angle with an almost predatory grace. Their crews remain locked in a pattern of scanning and listening. They monitor sonar for faint echoes of underwater movement. They sweep the dark horizon with binoculars, searching for shapes that do not belong. They watch the sky for signs of approaching aircraft. Every man aboard these ships understands that vigilance is their contribution to the convoy's unity. You see how the men on the escorts have a different posture than those on the merchant ships. Their stance is more alert, more coiled. They carry the weight of responsibility for the entire formation. Their weapons must be ready at any moment. Their reactions must be immediate. And yet, even with this heightened tension, they move with a calm professionalism that reflects their training. They do not fidget. They do not falter. They stand ready. On some nights, the convoy passes through patches of sea where the fog thickens suddenly, swallowing the ships one by one. In these moments, formation becomes a test of intuition and discipline. The lead ships vanish from sight. The vessels behind them push forward into a grey wall that obscures everything except the faint glow of their own lamps. The men grow still, listening for the subtle hum of other engines nearby. They know the convoy is close, but the fog makes them feel alone. Inside this pale blur, sound behaves strangely. It becomes muffled, swallowed before it can reach far. A hammer striking ice sounds like a soft thud. A shout disappears into nothing. Even the engines seem quieter, as though the fog absorbs their vibrations. You can feel how disorienting it is for the sailors. For a few unsettling moments, the ships lose all visual reference points. They must trust their instruments completely. They must trust the invisible line that binds them to the ship ahead. When the fog finally begins to thin, and the faint outline of the next vessel reappears, you see a subtle shift in the sailors' shoulders. The tension does not vanish, but it eases slightly. The convoy re-emerges into view, a chain of silhouettes moving forward once more. The men settle back into their routines, grateful for the return of even limited visibility. During calmer stretches, the line of ships becomes a hauntingly beautiful sight. Lit only by their faint, shielded lamps, they move across the dark water like a caravan of floating lanterns. The ice that coats their masts and railings catches whatever light exists, creating shimmering edges that fade in and out with each roll of the sea. The men standing at their posts see this beauty, though they rarely comment on it. They have learned not to grow attached to moments in the Arctic. The environment shifts too quickly, too ruthlessly. As night deepens, the formation tightens again. The wind rises. The sea grows restless. The ships lean into the swells in near synchrony, their bows lifting and falling like the chest of a great sleeping creature. The convoy moves as one, a single chain resisting the force of the Arctic. You can sense how much effort this unity requires. Every ship, every man, every decision must align. If one vessel falters, the entire convoy becomes vulnerable. Inside the radio rooms, the operators begin to detect increased chatter on the encrypted frequencies that monitor enemy movements. There are reports of submarines patrolling certain lanes, of aircraft spotted in nearby sectors, of convoys that have faced sudden attacks without warning. These messages circulate between the escort ships quietly. The merchant vessels receive simplified updates, enough to keep them alert, but not enough to overwhelm them with fear. The tension rises subtly across the formation. On the bridges, captains tighten their grip on cold railings as they consider the possible threats ahead. In the gun stations, men check their equipment with more frequency. Below decks, engineers listen for any irregularities in the engines. No one says it aloud, but the convoy knows this stretch of the journey is entering a more dangerous zone. And yet, the ships continue to move forward with the same steady determination. They press through the darkness and the cold and the growing uncertainty with a unified discipline that defies the vast isolation around them. The Arctic tries to fragment them, to pull them apart with weather, fear, and distance. But the convoy holds together. It moves as one, because out here, unity is survival, and these sailors understand that better than anyone. There comes a point in every Arctic convoy when the cold is no longer the only adversary. The convoy has pushed far enough into enemy waters that the men feel a new kind of pressure growing around them, something sharper and more alert than the night or the storms. It is the sense of being watched, not by nature, but by enemies hidden in depths and skies. You feel it too as you observe the change. The atmosphere tightens. Movements become quicker, more focused. The sailors speak less, though they were already sparing with their words. The officers stand longer at their posts, scanning the horizon with a kind of strained patience. Every small sound takes on a different meaning. Every shift of the waves becomes something to analyze. The convoy is no longer just enduring the Arctic. It is entering a hunting ground. The first signs are subtle. A faint echo picked up by a sonar operator. A report from an escort ship that a shape was spotted on the edge of the radar. A short, crackling transmission from command warning of submarine activity in the region. These early signals draw the crews into a heightened state of alertness. They know that the German U-boats have been waiting for convoys like this one. They know that these waters have claimed many ships before. On the destroyers and corvettes, the men shift their stance. Their eyes narrow. Their hands rest closer to weapons and controls. The escort ships begin to move in more calculated patterns, sweeping the flanks and widening their arcs. They search for the faintest indication of movement beneath the waves. Sonar pings cut through the water in slow, rhythmic pulses, creating invisible circles of vigilance around the convoy. You watch the sonar rooms, where operators sit with headphones pressed tightly to their ears. They listen for changes in tone, for echoes that should not exist, for rhythms that do not match the ship's own machinery. Their work demands focus that borders on obsession. They know that a single misinterpreted sound can cost lives. They also know that a submarine can remain hidden until the very last moment. The tension in these rooms hangs like frost in the air. On the merchant ships, the sailors feel the tension even if they do not hear the coded warnings. They sense it in the more frequent patrols on deck, in the additional glances exchanged between officers, in the way the escort vessels seem to move with sharper purpose. They respond by becoming even more diligent. They check cargo lashings, inspect lifeboats, and adjust their gear. They know that if something happens, every second will matter. The sea itself seems to sense the shift. The waves roll with a heavier rhythm, rising against the hulls in long, broad swells. The cold deepens, creeping into the metal until every surface feels brittle. The water darkens as if preparing to hide whatever moves beneath it. The ships press forward in this thickening world, their engines pushing tirelessly against the weight of water and fear. Above, the sky becomes a new source of concern. Though often hidden by clouds, it is not forgotten. The threat of enemy aircraft lingers constantly, especially in regions where long-range patrols are known to operate. Whenever the clouds thin even slightly, lookouts scan the gaps for movement. They know that the German Luftwaffe sometimes sends solitary planes far into the Arctic, hunting for convoys spread across the frozen sea. The sailors understand that if aircraft appear, they will have little warning. The sound will come late. The shadows will come quickly. The attack will unfold faster than the men can fully process. And in this environment, fire on the water is a nightmare no one wishes to witness. So they keep their eyes on the sky, even when the wind lashes their faces with cold that burns like flame. In the midst of this heightened watchfulness, the convoy continues to move with quiet determination. It advances through a world that feels both vast and suffocating. The sea stretches infinitely in every direction, yet the presence of unseen threats makes it feel small and enclosed. The men know they are in enemy territory, but they do not know where the enemy waits. This uncertainty becomes its own kind of pressure. Inside the gunnery stations of the escort vessels, the sailors prepare their weapons with the careful movements of men who have done this many times. They clear frost from barrels, check ammunition storage, and ensure that mechanisms can move freely despite the cold. They whisper reminders to themselves about angles and timing. Their bodies hold a controlled readiness that seems to pulse with the very engine of the ship. Night falls again, though you sense that it never truly rose. The convoy becomes a line of dim shapes drifting across a darkened world, its presence almost ghostly against the Arctic Sea. Shielded lights glow faintly from the ships, but they reveal little. The darkness returns as the dominant element, swallowing the horizon and hiding whatever moves through it. In this deepening night, the escort vessels accelerate slightly. They pull ahead, sweep the sides, and fall back into place, repeating their patrol patterns with relentless consistency. Their movements look almost choreographed, a dance of steel and purpose across the black water. The merchant ships follow behind them like quiet giants, trusting their guardians without question. You watch the men on these escorts. Their silhouettes are stiff in the cold, their breath forming quick, pale clouds in the darkness. Their eyes move constantly across the sea, across the sky, across the dim shapes of the convoy itself. Every shadow becomes a possibility. Every ripple becomes a question. Every sound becomes a potential signal. Inside the merchant vessels, men sleep in short, restless intervals. Some dream of home. Others dream of waves and cold and alarms. Many dream of nothing at all, their minds too exhausted for imagery. The darkness presses on their thoughts, filling their dreams with a quiet heaviness they cannot shake when they wake. They rise to new watches with tired eyes but steady hands, stepping back into the same endless pattern of vigilance. Amid this tension, there are brief moments when the Arctic reminds the sailors that it remains indifferent to human conflict. A break in the clouds reveals a single star, faint and trembling. A thin ribbon of aurora pulses slowly along the horizon. A solitary chunk of ice glows ghost white as it drifts past the hull. These moments do nothing to ease the danger, but they offer a strange sense of perspective, a reminder that the sea has been here long before the war and will remain long after it ends. Still, the men cannot dwell on beauty for long. Their focus must remain sharp. The convoy must stay tight. The escorts must stay alert. The night ahead holds too many unknowns. Somewhere in the vast darkness, steel shapes wait beneath the waves. Somewhere above the clouds, engines beat a predatory rhythm. Somewhere beyond the horizon, signals travel between enemy forces searching for this very convoy. And the convoy keeps moving forward, aware of the danger but unwilling to falter, because there is no turning back. Not in these waters. Not with this mission. Not when so much depends on their survival. The hours that follow bring a deeper shift across the convoy, a subtle tightening of nerves that moves from ship to ship. It is not sparked by a single event, but by a growing accumulation of signs that the hunters are near. These men have sailed the Arctic route enough times to recognize the pattern. The silence feels different. The sea feels different. Even the wind seems to carry a restlessness that is hard to explain. The officers on the escort vessels feel it first. Their instruments begin to pick up faint irregularities, brief distortions that might be nothing, or might be something waiting below. Radar screens show flickers that vanish before they can be identified. Sonar pulses return with echoes that seem slightly off, as if there are shapes beneath the surface just beyond the edge of detection. No one declares these as threats, but no one dismisses them either. You can sense how the men respond to these subtle warnings. The commanders become more present on the bridges. The lookouts adopt a stillness that borders on statuesque, their eyes fixed on the waves and sky. The tension does not erupt into panic. It settles instead like a second skin over everyone on board. The convoy tightens further. The ships draw closer together until they form a compact column that moves with deliberate precision. The escorts glide into defensive positions, accelerating to sweep the perimeters before returning to their places with stern, measured grace. Their engines growl more deeply now, pushing through the water with purpose. Their movements suggest sharpened awareness rather than fear. On the merchant ships, the sailors read the signs in their own way. They follow the changing routines, the quicker pace of the officers, the faint but unmistakable shifts in formation. They feel the change even if they do not hear the coded radio transmissions. Many spend more time on deck, staring out across the water as if they can catch a glimpse of whatever waits beneath. They talk less. Their breaths appear harsher in the cold. Even their jokes, whispered between tasks, sound different now, shorter, quieter, shaped by nerves. As the convoy advances, the Arctic's dim light fades until only a faint glow remains along the horizon. The sky becomes a vast dome of blue-black shadow, layered with streaks of drifting cloud. The darkness grows heavier with every hour, as though the sea and sky are conspiring to hide the threats that stalk this formation. You feel the shift in pressure as the men do. The night ahead is not just dark, it is charged. Then comes the first tangible sign. A sonar operator aboard an escort vessel hears a faint return that does not match any known pattern. He does not shout. He speaks in a steady, controlled voice, reporting the anomaly to the bridge. The officers lean in. They listen. The sonar pings again, slow and regular. The echo returns, faint but distinct enough to mark a possibility. A submerged shape. Moving. Watching. This is how many encounters begin, not with explosions, but with murmurs. The escort vessel alters course by a few degrees. Its engines increase power. The ship slides out of formation and glides across the convoy's flank, tracing a protective arc that expands and tightens with calculated precision. The sailors aboard brace themselves for a confrontation that may come suddenly or may never come at all. This uncertainty hangs in the air like frost. The convoy does not stop. It cannot. It continues forward, disciplined and precise. But every man aboard knows that somewhere in the black water around them, an enemy may be matching their movement. The thought settles heavily in their minds. The merchant crews begin preparing for what could follow. Lifeboats are inspected with greater urgency. Lines are tightened. Boots are checked for dryness. Men put on layers they might normally save for colder conditions. They know that submarines strike hard and fast. If the order to abandon ship ever comes, they will need every second they can save. As the escort vessel sweeps the water, the sonar signals fluctuate. Sometimes the echo sharpens. Sometimes it vanishes. Sometimes it shifts slightly to the left or right, as if the source is moving. The officers debate silently through gestures and short phrases. There is no panic here, only calculation. They know that attacking without confirmation wastes precious depth charges. They know that hesitation can be fatal. The rhythm of this silent chase stretches across the night. Minutes feel long. Seconds feel sharp. The sea feels deeper. Then, almost as quickly as it appeared, the echo fades. The water returns to its usual, steady pulse. The sonar grows quiet again. The escort vessel completes its arc and returns to formation. No alarm is sounded. No explosion breaks the surface. The threat, if it was real, has passed into the depths again, or chosen to wait for a better moment. The sailors know what this means. They were not imagining it. A predator was nearby. But predators are patient. The convoy continues. Hours later, the sky clears unexpectedly. The clouds thin, revealing patches of stars trembling over the Black Sea. This sudden clarity is both beautiful and dangerous. Enemy aircraft prefer nights like this. They can see more. They can strike without warning. The sailors look up instinctively. Their eyes scan the gaps in the clouds for movement. The escort ships adjust their formations again, creating wider detection arcs. Anti-aircraft crews stand ready. Their hands grip cold metal. Their shoulders tense. They watch the sky with a mixture of dread and discipline. They know the sound of engines could come from anywhere, masked at first by wind and wave. You feel the weight of this phase of the journey, the moment suspended between readiness and fear. The convoy is silent, but not still. It moves through the heart of danger with a resilience that feels almost defiant. Then, in the far distance, a lookout aboard one of the escorts sees something shift in the sky. A small, quick flicker. A faint silhouette moving between clouds. At this distance, it could be a bird or a shadow, or the beginning of something far more dangerous. He signals quietly. The officers look. They adjust course by a small fraction. The formation tightens again. Nothing happens yet. No alarm, no attack, no confirmation. But the convoy feels the threat closing, the noose tightening, the hunters circling. And still, the ships move forward, silent and resolute. For this is the Murmansk Run. And on this route, every hour survived is a victory. There is a point in every Arctic voyage when the cold stops being a condition and becomes a presence. It is no longer something the sailors endure. It becomes something that presses against them with intent, creeping into every gap it can find, turning the ships into monuments of frost and metal. You sense that the convoy has reached this point now. The temperature plunges without warning, and the air grows so sharp that breathing feels like inhaling shards of glass. The wind changes first. It strengthens into a sustained, punishing force that carries crystals of frozen sea spray through the air. The spray freezes the moment it touches anything solid. Railings thicken. Guy wires swell into icy cables. The decks develop a translucent sheen that makes every step treacherous. Even the small lamps glow dimly behind layers of frost that form faster than sailors can clear them. The men feel the shift instantly. They tighten their coats, adjust their scarves, and pull their gloves higher up their wrists. Some rub their hands together vigorously, trying to keep blood flowing. Others stomp their boots against the deck to shake off the numbness creeping into their toes. They have faced cold before, but this is different. This is the cold that settles into bones and refuses to leave. You watch as the sailors form ice-clearing teams that move along the decks with tools in hand. Their movements are stiff and repetitive. They swing hammers and axes against the ice with rhythmic determination. Chips fly off in small bursts, catching the faint light before disappearing over the side. The sound of tools striking metal echoes across the ship, merging with the wind into a harsh, relentless symphony. Each strike is more than a task. It is a battle, because the ice is no longer an inconvenience. It is a threat. If left unchecked, it will accumulate until it shifts the ship's center of gravity. Too much ice can pull a vessel into a dangerous lean, making it vulnerable to capsizing in rough seas. The men know this, so they keep working even as their fingers stiffen and their breath crystallizes around their faces. On the escort vessels, the situation is even more critical. Their narrower hulls and lighter frames make them more sensitive to ice buildup. The sailors chip constantly, moving along the length of their ships in coordinated patterns. The officers call out orders that cut through the wind with strained clarity. Time is their enemy here. The ice grows faster than any man can swing a hammer. Inside the ships, the cold asserts itself in subtler ways. Pipes creak. The metal bulkheads feel colder to the touch than they should. Condensation freezes along interior surfaces, forming thin trails of frost that grow during every watch. In the sleeping quarters, men huddle under blankets wearing full layers of clothing, their breath turning the air into a cold mist that lingers around their bunks. The engine rooms offer a stark contrast. Down there, heat radiates from the machinery with overwhelming intensity. Sweat drips from the faces of engineers, only to freeze almost instantly when they climb back onto the deck. The shift from the engine room to the Arctic air is brutal. Their bodies struggle to adjust, lungs tightening from the sudden drop in temperature. And yet they keep moving, because the engines must not falter. If the engines slow even slightly, the ship becomes more vulnerable to ice accumulation. As the hours pass, the storm builds. Snow begins to fall in dense waves, carried sideways by the wind. The flakes are sharp, more like fragments of ice than soft powder. They sting exposed skin and blind the men who face into the gusts. Visibility drops until the ship ahead becomes a faint, ghostly outline. The men move with caution, gripping railings and ropes as the deck tilts beneath their boots. In the wheelhouses, officers struggle to maintain course in the blinding conditions. The windows frost over in minutes, forcing them to scrape constantly just to keep a slim view of the sea. Instruments become their lifeline. Compasses, depth gauges, and radio bearings guide them through a world they can barely see. The crews trust these tools more than their own eyes, because the Arctic has turned sight into a liability. The convoy slows slightly, its rhythm disrupted by the storm. The escort vessels weave closer to the merchant ships, creating a tighter shield around the formation. Their hulls slam against waves that rise higher and faster than before, throwing sprays of freezing water onto their decks. Some men are knocked off balance, sliding across the slick metal before grabbing hold of a rail or a rope. It takes all their strength to stay upright. The storm's cold is merciless. Fingers numb quickly. Faces redden and burn from wind exposure. Eyelashes freeze together. When sailors speak, their words emerge in bursts of frost that hang in the air for a moment before vanishing. The cold becomes something the men carry with them. It clings to their clothes, their tools, their breath. Even inside the ship, the chill seems to seep through the walls. You sense how exhaustion forms in layers. Physical exhaustion from the constant chipping. Mental exhaustion from the endless vigilance. Emotional exhaustion from the knowledge that this cold can take a life as easily as an enemy attack. And yet, the sailors persevere. They move along the decks with the stubbornness of men who refuse to yield. Their steps may be slow, but they are sure. Their hands may tremble, but they keep working. Their breaths may be shallow, but they keep breathing into the cold, refusing to let it claim them. As night deepens and the storm reaches its peak, something changes. You notice it in the way the ice forms more aggressively, in the way the ships struggle to maintain formation, in the way the officers exchange tense glances. The cold is not just challenging them anymore. It is testing their limits. The convoy enters a region where temperatures fall so low that the sea itself begins to behave differently. Waves stiffen. The surface grows thick and slushy, as if preparing to freeze. Sheets of ice form between the swells, breaking apart under the ship's hulls with deep, resonant cracks. The sailors look out into this world and see a landscape half liquid, half solid, an in-between realm that feels more hostile than either alone. This is the part of the Arctic most men fear. Not the storms, not the submarines, but the cold that takes on a life of its own. The cold that can freeze metal, slow engines, and overwhelm entire crews. And tonight, that cold is rising around them with a focus that feels almost deliberate. The storm does not ease. It grows into something larger, heavier, and more consuming. The air turns so cold that even sound seems slower, as if the wind needs time to carry it. The ships press forward through this frozen fury, their hulls coated in layers of ice so thick they resemble drifting sculptures rather than vessels built for war. You sense that the men aboard them begin to feel small in a way no battlefield could ever make them feel. On deck, the chipping teams work until their movements blur into habit. Arms swing without pause. Shoulders strain. Fingers throb beneath wet gloves that freeze stiff within minutes. The men strike at ice that seems determined to return faster than they can break it. They chip railings down to metal, only to find them rimed with frost again by the time they reach the next section. Their breath forms clouds so dense they look like smoke in the dim light. Some sailors begin to show early signs of frostbite, though they try to hide it. They rub their hands through their gloves, trying to revive feeling. They stamp their feet to shake out numbness that creeps up from their toes. A few remove gloves briefly to adjust tools, only to wince at the shock of cold against bare skin. They know they should not do this, but sometimes necessity outruns caution. And still, the ice grows. You see the officers move among the men, urging them onward with firm gestures rather than raised voices. They know that shouting against the storm only wastes breath and energy. They speak close, leaning in so their words can be heard above the wind. Their faces show the strain of responsibility. If the ice wins, the ship loses. If the ship loses, the convoy weakens. Every man on deck understands the stakes. The storm's rhythm pounds against the hulls, shaking the ships with deep, resonant force. Water freezes instantly wherever it lands. Ladders turn slick. Hatches turn rigid. Even ropes stiffen until they feel like wooden poles. The sailors tug at them with both hands, trying to keep critical lines flexible enough to use. Their gloves stick to the frozen fibers. Their boots slip on glassy patches that form under the snow. Below decks, the storm expresses itself differently. The cold seeps through the steel walls, turning sleeping quarters into chambers of breath-frosted air. Blankets stiffen. Clothing dries slower. The men who try to rest do so in tight curls beneath layers of fabric. But even then the cold reaches them. Dreams become shallow. Rest becomes a negotiation rather than a necessity. In the engine rooms, sweat becomes an enemy. The heat is intense, almost unbearable, and the engineers work stripped to their undershirts. But when they climb the narrow ladders to the deck for inspections or changes of shift, their sweat freezes instantly. It forms icy ridges along collars, cuffs, and hairlines. Their bodies shiver with violent force as they adjust to the sudden, crushing cold. They must take care not to rush out too quickly, or the shock could knock the strength out of their limbs. The officers on the bridges struggle to maintain visibility. Frost forms on windows faster than they can scrape it away. They clear small horizontal slits with the edges of gloved hands, peering into the indistinct world outside. Their view is limited to a few meters of deck and the faint silhouette of the ship ahead. They rely on compasses, radio bearings, and instinct to guide them. In these conditions, vision becomes a luxury. The convoy adjusts its formation slowly, drifting into tighter positions. The ships move closer together to preserve cohesion in the storm. This proximity is dangerous. The margin for error narrows with every meter. A slight miscalculation could bring two ships into collision. And yet, the sailors prefer closeness to the alternative. Distance means vulnerability. Proximity means survival through unity. As the storm deepens, the sea begins to change in ways that unsettle even the most experienced sailors. The water loses its familiar role and becomes thicker. It moves like a heavy, cold syrup beneath the hulls. Slush gathers along the surface, swirling in pale, frozen patches that break apart when struck by the bows. The ships grind through these icy fields with low, rumbling sounds that resonate through every deck. The sailors watch this transformation with quiet dread. They know that if the temperature drops any further, the sea will begin to freeze more solidly. If that happens, the convoy risks becoming trapped in a frozen corridor, unable to maneuver against currents or escape enemy threats. The Arctic does not need explosives or torpedoes to destroy a ship. It can crush it slowly, relentlessly, without a sound. You can sense how the men begin to measure time differently now. Not by hours or watches, but by how long they can keep their bodies moving before the cold claims too much from them. Their tasks become smaller, more focused. Clearing ice from a railing, checking a hatch, tightening a line, returning to the stern. Their world shrinks to whatever section of deck they must conquer in that moment. The storm dims the horizon until the convoy becomes a drifting collection of blurred shapes, each ship swallowed by a curtain of white. The wind roars against them, turning the air into a relentless river of frozen particles. Snow does not fall gently here. It attacks. It blankets every surface, compounding the weight already added by the ice. And still, even in this chaos, the sailors find ways to endure. They move in pairs, supporting each other when footing becomes uncertain. They share the warmth of their breath in brief moments of shelter behind bulkheads. They pass flasks of strong tea between gloved hands, savoring the heat before it fades. These small acts of resilience form the backbone of the convoy's survival. At one point, a sudden gust pushes a wave of ice-cold spray onto the deck. It freezes instantly, forming a sheet that sends two sailors sliding toward the rail. They stop themselves just in time, gripping the nearest handhold. Their breathing is rapid, their eyes wide, but they push themselves upright and return to their work. There is no time to dwell on close calls. The storm demands their full attention. Inside the radio rooms, the static loudens. The operator adjusts dials with practiced precision, trying to decipher partial messages that come through broken and faint. Warnings from command, updates on weather, hints of enemy movement. The Arctic distorts everything. The warmth from the equipment barely touches the operator's hands. He pulls his sleeves lower, focusing his entire being on catching every fragment of information. Above deck, lookouts battle the wind to keep their positions. Their eyelashes freeze together. Their faces burn with cold. But they keep scanning the storm-darkened world. Even in this wideout, danger can appear. A U-boat, a drifting iceberg, a ship in distress. Their vigilance creates a thin thread of safety that the convoy depends on. Hours stretch. The storm shows no sign of weakening. The cold shows no hint of mercy. And yet, the convoy moves on, because these men have no other choice. Their mission does not pause for storms. Their cargo cannot wait for clearer skies. Their survival depends on movement. And so they face the cold not as an obstacle, but as an adversary to be endured. One blow at a time, one frozen breath at a time. The ice takes its toll on their bodies, their ships, and their minds. But it does not stop them. Not yet. For they still have dangers ahead far greater than the storm. There comes a stage in the Arctic Passage when the danger is not only in the ice or the wind or the submarines lurking below. It is in the slow, steady exhaustion that begins to freeze itself into the men. It settles in their muscles, creeps into their minds, and dulls the instinct that keeps them alert. You see its first signs in the way the sailors move. Their steps drag slightly. Their shoulders sag more noticeably. Their breaths become shorter and sharper, squeezed by cold and fatigue alike. The storm has diminished, but the cold that remains is sharper, more personal. It rests on the deck like a living weight and sinks into the sailors' bones with deliberate patience. The men wear layer upon layer of wool and leather, yet the cold still finds its way through. It numbs their fingers, stiffens their joints, and leaves their faces raw. Their eyes narrow against the wind until the eyelids themselves feel heavy. You watch them as they return to their routines, but their movements lack the energy seen earlier in the voyage. They swing tools with less force. They pause more often at the rail to rest their arms. And when they walk the deck at night, the once determined strides have become steps measured by necessity rather than confidence. They are not broken, but they are wearing thin. Inside the mess halls, the atmosphere has changed as well. The warmth that once brought momentary comfort now feels insufficient. A thin mist of cold hovers even here, following the sailors no matter how many layers separate them from the Arctic wind. Steam rises from mugs of tea in pale ribbons, fading quickly into the chilling air. The sailors hold their cups close, absorbing what little heat they can. Their conversations are quieter now, not because of any rule, but because they no longer have energy to spare. They speak in short phrases about the tasks ahead, about how much ice still clings to the deck, about when they might grab a few hours of sleep. The laughter that occasionally broke the tension earlier in the journey is almost absent now. When someone does smile, it is faint and fleeting, fading as quickly as the steam from their drink. The officers notice the shift. They see how the men stand during roll call, how their bodies lean slightly, how their faces hold the expression of people pushing against something larger than themselves. The officers do not lecture or scold. They simply adjust the routine. They rotate shifts more frequently. They send men below deck to warm up before exhaustion turns dangerous. They check hands for frostbite and insist on rest when needed. But even these changes cannot fully protect the men from the Arctic's quiet pressure. In the quieter spaces of the ship, you see the toll more clearly. A sailor sits on his bunk, rubbing his hands together, trying to coax warmth back into fingers that no longer obey his commands. Another stares at the ceiling, unable to sleep even though his eyes are heavy. In a corner, two men share a silent moment, passing a blanket between them as if the extra layer could make a difference. These are not dramatic gestures. They are simple attempts to keep going. The cold affects their minds as much as their bodies. Thoughts become slower, drifting through layers of exhaustion. Decisions take more effort. Attention fractures more easily. The men fight this with routine, cleaning tools, adjusting gear, checking the same rope twice. Ritual becomes a shield. Predictability becomes a form of strength. On the merchant ships, this mental fatigue shows in the way messages are repeated, in the way orders are clarified multiple times, in the way officers step in to correct small mistakes before they become dangerous. No one is blamed. Everyone understands. Fatigue is the one enemy that cannot be fought directly. It must be endured. On the escort vessels, the strain is sharper. Their tasks demand constant readiness. Sonar operators listen for hours at a time with unwavering focus, even as their minds beg for rest. Gunners stand at their posts long after their bodies protest. Navigators check bearings over and over, aware that a single moment of inattention could send the ship, and the convoy, off course. Exhaustion becomes something the entire convoy carries, like a shared burden. Sometimes, when the wind softens for a moment, the men lift their heads and look out across the sea. The horizon stretches endlessly, framed by layers of faint grey and blue. The world feels vast and eternal, and in those quiet seconds, a strange thought flickers through the mind of many sailors, that they have become part of something larger, something ancient, something indifferent to their presence. It is a humbling realization. It is also a frightening one, for in the face of such vastness, courage feels fragile. Not gone, but fragile. There are moments when a sailor rests his gloved hand on the railing, letting the cold bite through even the thickest fabric. He looks out into the empty expanse and feels the weight of the journey pressing against him. He thinks of home, of warmth, of conversations that do not involve ice or storms or submarines. He wonders how much farther they must go. He wonders how much more the cold will ask from them, and then he returns to his task, not because he feels ready, but because he must. This is how courage survives in the Arctic, not as fire, not as certainty, but as a slow endurance that persists even when the body wants to stop. You see it in the sailor who continues chipping ice with numb arms, in the officer who stands watch 2 hours longer so his men can rest, in the stoker who shovels fuel into the roaring engine despite the dizziness creeping into his vision, in the lookout who keeps his frozen eyes on the horizon because no one else can take his place. Courage, in this world, does not announce itself. It whispers. It waits. It holds on. And the convoy continues forward, driven not by strength that roars, but by strength that endures, quiet, persistent, and invisible to all but those who must carry it. As the convoy pushes farther into the Arctic night, the cold begins carving itself into the men in ways that no uniform or training can fully protect against. It shifts from a physical sensation into a quiet, persistent pressure that follows them through every corridor and watch post. You see it in their posture, in the way they lean slightly, as if bracing themselves against an invisible weight. You sense it in their eyes, where the fire that once burned with determination now flickers behind a film of exhaustion. Small tasks start taking longer. Gloves grow stiff. Tools feel heavier. Time feels slower. What used to be a simple walk across the deck now becomes a test of balance and will. Every footstep must be deliberate. Every handhold must be chosen carefully. The sailors move as though they are pushing through an unseen current. The cold has seeped beneath their skin, making even their own joints feel foreign. Inside the ships, the dim red lamps cast long shadows in the narrow hallways. The air itself seems to hold its breath, as if silence has deepened into something tangible. Sailors walk through these corridors with the slow, determined gait of men who have forgotten what warmth feels like. Their boots echo softly on the metal floor, but even this sound seems muted by the surrounding frost. In the mess hall, the mood has grown heavier. The laughter that once offered brief relief has faded into tired half-smiles. Men sit close together, not out of comfort, but out of instinct, as if proximity alone can fend off the numbness inside them. They wrap their hands around steaming cups, absorbing whatever heat remains before the Arctic air steals it. Some stare into their drinks for long moments, gathering the strength to drink. Others barely touch their food, too exhausted to chew. You notice how conversations drift now. They move slowly, without direction. One man mentions his hometown, but trails off halfway through the sentence. Another begins recalling a warm night by a summer river and stops, as though the memory hurts more than it comforts. No one scolds them for this. The Arctic does that on its own. The officers sense the slipping morale. They try to offer steadiness without drawing attention to fatigue. They give men brief pauses from deck duty, insist on warm fluids, adjust schedules by minutes or half-hours to distribute strain more evenly. These gestures are small in the grand scale of the journey, but here they matter deeply. They are reminders that the convoy is not held together by metal alone. But the cold does not relent. It finds cracks in discipline. It finds cracks in spirit. You witness a sailor stand on deck during a night watch, his body swaying with exhaustion. His grip slips on the railing for a moment, just a moment, and he catches himself with a sudden jolt. His breath rushes out in a violent plume of frost. No one saw it except you, but that near fall lingers in his posture, in his trembling hands, in the way he takes one slow step back, grounding himself again. He stays at his post until relieved, because leaving is not an option. Fatigue does not excuse the duty. Elsewhere, a young radioman rubs his eyes with the back of his glove, unable to clear the fog from his vision. He leans closer to the equipment, listening to the faint static that has begun to blur into a rhythmic pulse. His mind strains to stay focused as exhaustion chews at the edges of his concentration. He repeats transmissions twice, 3 times, even when they are clear. He knows mistakes can cost lives, but his hands shake now, and his pulse races without warning. When his superior arrives and quietly replaces him, he doesn't protest. He simply nods and steps away, shoulders lowered beneath a weight he cannot name. On the escort vessels, the strain is even more pronounced. Their roles demand constant vigilance, and vigilance is the first thing exhaustion targets. The gunners' eyes burn from wind exposure as they scan the horizon. Their fingers ache against metal handles. Their breaths come in shallow bursts as they brace themselves against gusts that threaten to knock them from their feet. They know that if an attack comes, adrenaline may not be enough to sharpen their minds quickly. This thought lingers in the background, dampening whatever courage they still cling to. In quieter corners of the ships, men allow themselves brief moments of vulnerability. A sailor unwraps a frozen scarf from around his neck and holds it in his hands, staring at how stiff it has become. Another studies the thin layer of frost forming inside the porthole glass, tracing the patterns with a finger before pulling his hand back quickly. One man closes his eyes and mutters something, perhaps a prayer, perhaps a thought meant only for himself, before returning to his duties without hesitation. These moments accumulate. They do not break the men, but they change them. Even the bravest among them begin to carry a quiet tremor inside, the kind that comes not from fear, but from relentless endurance. Their courage, once bright and steady, now looks different. It has hardened into something colder, more fragile, more worn. You can see it in the way they move, slow but steady, tired but unyielding. There are times when fatigue blurs the senses so thoroughly that danger passes unnoticed until it is close. A lookout squints into the darkness and blinks several times before realizing he has been looking at the wrong sector of sky. A sailor on deck pauses for a few seconds too long before responding to a call. These lapses are brief, but they carry weight. The officers acknowledge them with silent understanding. No reprimand, no raised voice, just a steadying hand or a simple order to rest. And yet, through all this, the convoy continues forward, not by force, not by momentum, but by a collective refusal to yield. That refusal is courage in its rawest, quietest form. Not a shout, not a charge, just a breath drawn when the air burns the lungs, a step taken when the legs beg for rest, a task completed though the body protests. You see it in the way a sailor steadies his trembling hand before gripping a tool. You see it in the way another braces his shoulder against a frozen door to force it open. You see it in the officers who stand a little straighter when their men look to them. You see it in the engineers who stoke the engine again and again, never letting the heartbeat of the ship falter. Courage here is thin, frost-covered, and deeply human, and though it bends, though it trembles, though it slows, it does not break. Not yet. Because the men know the Arctic will only get colder from here, and they will need every remaining thread of strength to face what the next days will bring. There comes a moment in every difficult journey when the human spirit reveals itself in unexpected ways, not as a surge of sudden heroism, but as something steadier, a quiet, persistent strength that settles deep inside the men who endure. On the Murmansk Run, this moment does not arrive with fanfare. It arrives softly, in the long hours after exhaustion has grown roots, in the stretches of cold when the world seems stripped of everything except breath and will. You see it begin in the way the sailors move after days of battering storms and nights without rest. Their bodies remain tired, but their steps become more deliberate. Their shoulders straighten again, even if only by a fraction. Their eyes regain a small measure of alertness. This is not recovery. It is resilience asserting itself, quietly but unmistakably. The cold still cuts through every layer of clothing, and fatigue still presses against them like a slow tide. But the men have reached a point where endurance becomes its own form of clarity. They know where the limits of their bodies lie, and they have learned to work just beyond those limits without breaking. They speak less, but their silence feels different now, not haunted but focused. On deck, the ice-clearing teams continue their rounds with the same tools, the same gestures, the same rhythm. But something in their posture has changed. Their movements, though slow, have purpose. Each swing of a hammer lands with steady conviction. Each scrape of metal against frozen railing sounds sharper, cleaner, more certain. The men are not stronger than before. They are simply more resolved. You notice how they begin to check on each other in subtle ways. A gloved hand taps another shoulder. A brief nod confirms readiness. A shared glance measures whether a man needs a moment's rest. These gestures are small, almost invisible in the wind and frost, but they carry weight. They reveal a shift that the Arctic cannot freeze out of them, the understanding that survival comes not from individual toughness, but from collective endurance. Inside the ships, men who once collapsed into their bunks now take a few minutes to help one another with gear. One sailor adjusts another's scarf. Another checks a friend's boots for cracks where ice might seep in. They do not speak while doing this. They simply work with quiet hands and tired but steady eyes. In the mess hall, the air remains cold, but the atmosphere has gained a subtle warmth of its own. The sailors still huddle around their mugs of steaming tea, still breathe in quick, pale bursts of frost, but now their conversations begin to return in small fragments. A remark about the weather, a muttered complaint about the ice, a brief exchange about the last watch. Nothing profound, nothing lengthy, but it is enough to shift the energy in the room. Even laughter, faint and fragile, begins to appear again. Not full laughter, a sound more like a warm breath carried on cold air. But it is laughter nonetheless, and here it carries meaning far beyond its volume. It is a sign that the cold has not taken everything from them. On the escort vessels, the sailors' resilience shows differently. Their tasks demand sharper focus, and they meet this demand with renewed steadiness. The gunners clean their weapons with methodical precision. The lookouts maintain their posts without complaint. The officers accept the weight of decisions with steadier hands. Their nerves may be frayed, but their discipline holds fast. You see fatigue in them still, in the slight shake of a hand when they remove a glove, in the slow blink that lasts a second too long. But you also see determination, a refusal to surrender even the smallest piece of their duty to the cold. The radio men, drained from hours of static and broken signals, sit taller at their stations. They adjust dials with more confidence, listening to the fragmented messages that drift through the Arctic interference. They record every detail carefully, knowing that clarity can mean life or death for the convoy. Even the engineers, trapped in the sweltering heat of the engine rooms and the freezing shock of the decks above, move with a renewed steadiness. Their hands remain rough and blistered from constant work, but their grip is firm when they stoke the boilers. They check gauges with practiced focus. They know the engine cannot falter, and they carry that weight without complaint. What you notice most is not what the men say, for they say little, but what they do. Every action carries intention. Every step has purpose. Every task is completed not just because it must be done, but because they choose to do it for each other. Out on deck, between the shrinking stars and the rising frost, you sense the beginning of a new phase of the journey. The Arctic is as merciless as ever, the cold no softer, the winds no kinder. But the men stand differently now. Not warmer, not stronger, but steadier. They have become a crew shaped by hardship, bound by shared endurance. They have become sailors who refuse to break. Because here, in the middle of the frozen sea, courage is not fire, it is ice. It is cold, quiet, and persistent. It does not blaze. It endures. The Arctic does not reward strength. It rewards persistence. And by now, the sailors have reached a place where persistence becomes the only measure that matters. You see it in the way they carry themselves across the frozen decks. Their movements may be slow, but they are sure. Their faces may be drawn, but their eyes hold a steady focus that was not there before. Something has taken root inside them, a kind of resilience that grows not from comfort, but from adversity. The cold still bites without remorse. It freezes eyelashes, stiffens joints, cracks the skin beneath gloves. Yet the men respond with a quiet defiance. They chip ice as if challenging it directly. They scrub frost from the railings with renewed determination. Their tools strike the frozen metal with a kind of steady rhythm that suggests not desperation, but acceptance. They do not fight the Arctic anymore. They work with it, against it, through it. You sense how the convoy itself reflects this shift. The ships no longer look like vessels struggling through a hostile world. They move like a unit with purpose, shaped and tempered by days of hardship. The storm's chaos has passed, replaced by a kind of disciplined silence. Each ship knows its place. Each man knows his role. Inside the ships, the transformation shows in subtle ways. The sailors sit straighter during brief rests, even when fatigue continues to weigh on them. Their conversations remain minimal, but the silences between them feel shared rather than empty. Exhaustion still presses on their bodies, but no longer in the same destabilizing way. They have adapted to it, taken its measure, and learned to operate within its limits. In the mess hall, the atmosphere has shifted from bleak to steady. The men no longer stare into empty space as if the journey stretches beyond imagination. Instead, they conserve energy with intention. They eat quietly, but their movements are purposeful. They help each other with frozen buckles and stuck zippers without exchanging more than a few words. This quiet cooperation has become part of the rhythm of survival. Sometimes, as they sit beneath the dim lamps, one sailor lifts a cup of steaming liquid and holds it for a moment before drinking. Not rushing, not desperate, just taking a breath to appreciate the small warmth in his hands. It is not joy, exactly, but it is something close to calm. On the escort vessels, the renewed steadiness becomes even more visible. The gunners stand at their posts with the same focus as before, but now their movements carry a deeper assurance. They clean their equipment with deliberate precision. They breathe slowly, anchoring themselves against the wind. They are still tired, but they are no longer tired in a way that clouds judgment. The lookouts, their faces reddened by cold, scan the horizon with a focus sharpened by days of vigilance. They know what signs to watch for: the faint ripple of a periscope, the unnatural shape of a conning tower, the movement of aircraft in distant gaps of sky. Their vigilance is not frantic. It is practiced, trained, internalized. Below deck, the engineers embody this same determination. Their tasks have not lightened, yet their posture has changed. They approach the roaring machinery with a calm efficiency that speaks of deep familiarity. Their hands, cracked from cold and stained with oil, move with steady certainty. They no longer rush between tasks. They work in a measured flow that keeps the engine alive without wasting a scrap of energy. The radio men, eyes rimmed with exhaustion, tune into broken signals with a focus that seems almost meditative. They record, decipher, adjust, and listen again. Their work exists in a world beyond the storm and cold, a world of frequencies and fragments, and yet they hold their ground, leaning into each transmission as if the clarity they seek is within reach. What is most striking, though, is not any single task or moment, but the collective posture of the men. They move like sailors who have accepted the scale of what they face and chosen not to yield to it. They are not fearless, far from it, but their fear has become something manageable, something carried rather than fought. You notice it in the way a sailor stands during watch, one gloved hand resting on a frozen railing. His breath forms steady clouds. His gaze is fixed far into the dark, but there is a quiet anchoring in his stance. He is tired, he is cold, but he is present, fully present. Moments like this echo throughout the convoy. A cook wiping frost from his counter before preparing warm broth. A mechanic tightening bolts with numb fingers but unwavering focus. A deckhand pulling ice from a vent until the metal shines again. A navigator tracing routes with a pencil that trembles only slightly from cold. These gestures, repeated endlessly, form the backbone of resilience. Occasionally, a small spark of humanity breaks through the frozen silence. A sailor hums a tune under his breath. Another quotes a line from a book he barely remembers. Someone mentions a memory of sunlight in summer, not to lament its absence, but to remind himself it exists. These moments are fleeting, but they matter. They are proof that beneath the layers of frost and fatigue, something warm still persists. The Arctic tries to erase identity. The sailors refuse to let it. Even the way they stand says something. Straight-backed against the wind. Shoulders squared despite the weight of their coats. Eyes focused when they could just as easily drift. What emerges from all this is a quiet, collective defiance, not loud enough to provoke the sea, but strong enough to survive it. They refuse to break. They refuse to surrender to the cold. They refuse to let the Arctic define them, because each man carries a reason, some deeply personal, some simple, some unspoken, to keep moving forward. A promise, a memory, a hope, a duty, a name waiting at home, or simply the belief that if one more mile is endured, the next one will feel possible too. And so the convoy presses onward, carried by ships battered by ice and men shaped by hardship, not because they feel strong, but because they choose to be steadfast, because endurance, here, is the only path through the frozen world that surrounds them, and the sailors of the Murmansk Run, exhausted, frozen, and unyielding, become the very embodiment of that endurance. There is a point on the Murmansk Run when the sea stops feeling like an opponent and begins to feel like a witness, a silent observer to suffering that grows slowly, steadily, without interruption. You sense that the convoy has crossed into that territory now, a region where danger gathers like a slow-forming storm, where instinct whispers that something is about to change. The cold remains crushing, but a shift in atmosphere brings a new kind of tension. It begins subtly, in the way officers stand closer to their instruments, in the way lookouts narrow their eyes at shadows that might be nothing or might be everything. The weather grows clearer, the sky opening just enough to reveal thin strands of stars. Such clarity is rare here, and it is dangerous. For in this part of the Arctic, clearer skies often mean something else is watching. You notice how the escorts adjust their formation. They spread slightly, widening their protective arc. Their engines thrum with a deeper urgency, pushing them ahead and to the flanks. The officers do not say why. They do not need to. They know where they are. They know what these waters have claimed. On the merchant ships, whispers ripple quietly through the crew. They talk about past convoys that passed through this region, the ones that survived and the ones that didn't. These stories surface not out of fear, but out of recognition. Memory becomes a compass here, guiding the men through a place where statistics have weight. Many ships have sailed this path. Not all have reached the end. The calmness of the sea feels unsettling. Waves roll with an almost ceremonial grace. The horizon glimmers faintly in the dim light. The stillness stretches too long. You sense that every sailor feels it too, a stillness that does not comfort, but warns. In the radio rooms, operators catch fragments of distant transmissions, coded flashes, faint signals, partial warnings. Nothing full enough to act on, but enough to tighten the air. A message about aircraft to the west. Another about submarine shadows picked up far behind. Another about a ship attacked 2 days ago, not far from this very route. The men record these fragments with steady hands. They bring them to their captains. The captains read them, absorb them, and offer no commentary. Instead, they adjust their vessels' courses by slight degrees, small shifts meant to keep the convoy unpredictable. Above, the sky shows signs of changing again. A thin glow deepens along the northern edge. Clouds gather slowly, curling into shapes that swallow the stars. Wind shifts direction, hinting at something unseen approaching. On the escort vessels, the crew chiefs order their men to weapons stations. They prepare without hurry, but with unmistakable purpose. Men clear frost from barrels, check ammunition, and wipe down metal parts that the cold has turned stiff. Their breaths rise in pale plumes that swirl around their faces. Their fingers ache against frozen triggers. But they work with silent dedication, their bodies remembering drills rehearsed 100 times. The convoy tightens, reacting instinctively to the escort's preparations. Ships draw closer, creating a formation that appears tense and compact on the dark water. Every man aboard feels the shift. No one announces it. No one needs to. This part of the journey has a reputation, and reputations in the Arctic are rarely exaggerated. As the day fades, if one can call it day, the sky takes on a strange quality. The clouds move with unusual speed, shifting in layers that create patterns of shadow and light across the horizon. Some sailors glance upward, then quickly away, as though expecting movement where none should be. And then it comes, the first sign. Not an explosion, not a shot, not a sound. A lookout aboard an escort vessel stiffens. He squints into the thin band of sky above the southern horizon. He sees a shape, a speck at first, a speck moving too quickly, too straight, too purposefully to be anything natural. He signals the bridge without raising his voice. The officer on duty looks, narrows his eyes, and nods once. The alarm is not sounded yet. It is too early, too uncertain. But the tension sharpens. The lookout scans again. The shape vanishes into a cloud, then reappears, faint, small, but undeniably present. An aircraft. Far away, but closing. You feel the shift ripple through the escorts. Commands are given quickly but quietly. The ship's speed increases. The anti-aircraft crew snaps into position with the fastest reflexes they have shown in days. Men brace their bodies against the wind, leaning into frozen metal as they prepare for a threat that may or may not materialize. On the merchant ships, no announcement is made, but the officers step forward on the bridge. Sailors on deck straighten. The routine continues, but altered, charged with a quiet electricity. Men tighten gloves, adjust scarves, and glance skyward when they think no one is watching. The aircraft does not descend. It does not attack. It circles. Far enough to maintain safety. Close enough to report coordinates. The sailors know exactly what this means. They have not been attacked, but they have been found. This is how it begins on the Murmansk Run. Not with fire, with sighting, with reporting, with the enemy plotting from afar. The escort ship signals quietly to the convoy. Maintain formation. Stay alert. Prepare for contact. The men respond with a steady, heavy movement of sailors who understand what prepare truly means. Their bodies may tremble from cold, but their resolve holds steady. They knew this moment would come. The Arctic may have been their first enemy, but it was never their only one. The aircraft disappears into the cloud cover, leaving behind a silence more suffocating than before. The convoy sails on, knowing full well that somewhere, above or below, the next move is already being made. For in this region, survival comes at a price, and that price is almost always paid in lives. The moment the reconnaissance aircraft vanished into the cloud cover, the convoy entered a different kind of silence. Not the silence of calm seas or frozen nights, but the silence of men who know they have been marked. The sailors feel it settle over them like a second layer of frost. Every breath becomes tighter. Every footstep feels more deliberate. You can sense this shift in the air itself, as if the world around them is holding its breath. The sky darkens further, but not from weather alone. Shadows gather in places where none should exist. The clouds thicken, curling into heavier shapes that drift low and fast. The wind sharpens, cutting across the decks in narrow, slicing gusts. Somewhere above those clouds, beyond vision, something is moving with intent. The convoy continues forward, maintaining its strict formation. The escort vessels tighten their positions once more, moving with a smooth, grave discipline. Their engines thrum with a note that feels deeper than before, a sound shaped by anticipation. The men aboard them brace themselves against gun mounts and railings, their eyes fixed on the sky and sea with unwavering focus. The hunters are near now. Everyone can feel it. Night comes quickly, or perhaps it never left. The Arctic twilight gives way to darkness so complete that the ships appear like faint, moving islands of dim yellow light. The sea beneath them rolls silently, as if unwilling to reveal what moves beneath its surface. Then the first alarm sounds. Not a shout, not a horn. A sharp clang ringing through an escort's deck, the signal that sonar has picked up movement. Below the surface, a shape is moving fast. On the escort vessels, the reaction is instant and controlled. Orders are given in quick, precise sentences. Men rush to their stations with a practiced urgency born from countless drills. The engine room responds with increased power, sending vibrations through the hull. The ship veers in a tight arc, leaving behind the safe formation to hunt the threat below. You watch as depth-charge crews race across the slick deck. Their boots skid lightly on patches of ice, but their grips remain sure. They work with relentless speed, adjusting angles and preparing charges that will be released at exact intervals. Their breaths come in pale, rapid bursts that vanish into the darkness. Their faces show no panic, only focus. The merchant ships know what this means. A submarine is closing in. Men on deck freeze for a moment, not in fear, but in concentration. They watch the escort vessel peel away into the night. They hear the muted roar of its engines rising. They feel the shift in the sea as the rest of the convoy adjusts to fill the gap in formation. They grip railings and ropes a little tighter. Then the first depth charge drops. The sound is distant at first, a low, heavy splash swallowed quickly by the ocean. Moments pass. The sailors lean forward instinctively. A muffled explosion erupts beneath the surface. The sea shakes. The decks vibrate. A wave of cold water crashes against the hulls. Another depth charge follows. Then another, and another. Each explosion thunders through the water with a force that feels both distant and intimate. The men feel it in their bones. They listen for signs of success, debris rising, an oil slick, anything. But the darkness gives nothing back. The escort vessel continues its run, releasing depth charges in a pattern designed to trap and crush any submarine caught within its reach. The explosions echo across the convoy in long, rolling waves. Merchants hold their course, trusting the escorts to keep the underwater threat at bay. Radio men record the events, their hands shaking slightly as they write. Then, silence again. Not calm, not peace. A silence waiting for the next move. The convoy presses on, aware that the submarine may have evaded the attack. The men remain tense. No celebration comes. No sense of relief. Only watchfulness. The hunters beneath the sea are known for patience, and the sailors know that this encounter may not be over. For a time, the ocean remains quiet. The escorts resume their protective positions. The formation tightens again. The men return to their tasks, though with sharper eyes and quicker breaths. The threat lingers like a shadow beneath their feet. Hours pass. The cold deepens. The night grows heavier. Then the danger returns, but not from below. A lookout aboard a destroyer raises his hand sharply. He has seen movement in the sky. This time, the shape is clear. A low, fast object slicing through the clouds. A German torpedo bomber. The alarm bell rings across the convoy. The quiet ends. Gunners snap into action. Searchlights remain extinguished. They would reveal the convoy's position, but the anti-aircraft guns rise, trained on the sky with practiced precision. Men brace their feet against frozen metal. Hands grip cold triggers. Every sense sharpens. The bomber dives. Its silhouette flashes briefly against the faint horizon glow. Narrow wings, rounded nose, torpedo beneath its fuselage. A weapon meant to break ships apart with one strike. The destroyers fire first. Bright streaks tear through the sky, glowing tracers cutting arcs in the darkness. The bomber veers sharply, diving lower, skimming the surface of the waves. The torpedo releases with a splash that cuts through the roar of engines and wind. The sailors watch it drop. They follow its wake. A pale streak slicing through the black water. An escort vessel turns hard, the ship groaning under the sudden force. Men grip railings to keep from sliding. The vessel moves just fast enough. The torpedo passes alongside, missing by meters before vanishing into the depths. A moment of breath, short, sharp, and then the bomber climbs again. The merchant ships brace. Nobody moves. Nobody blinks. The escorts fire again, their guns thundering across the convoy with deafening force. Tracers cut brighter lines now. The bomber wavers, slightly, but enough, and retreats into the clouds. It disappears. But the danger remains. Torpedo bombers rarely attack alone. The convoy continues forward, shaken but intact. No ship lost. Not yet. But the sailors know this night is not finished. The hunters have seen them, and once seen, a convoy is never left alone for long. Ahead lies more darkness, more ocean, more patience from the enemy, more risk for every man aboard these ships. This passage will demand a cost, and every man knows the price may come at any moment. There is always a ship that carries the weight of the journey in a slightly different way than the rest. Not because it is weaker, not because it is slower, but because of where it sails. The last ship in the line. You watch it now. A merchant vessel coated in thick layers of frost, its lights dimmed to near invisibility, its bow rising and falling against the slow, heavy swell. Behind it stretches nothing but an endless expanse of Arctic darkness. No protection from the rear. No escort directly behind. Only the cold and whatever shadows move through it. Every convoy has a ship that closes the formation, and every sailor knows one truth about that position. It is the loneliest place on the Murmansk Run. All threats that follow the convoy must pass near this ship first. All dangers that strike from behind will find it before any other. If something happens here, response takes precious moments longer. And in these waters, moments can be the difference between survival and loss. You sense that the men aboard this vessel know this intimately. Their movements are sharper, more alert. Their eyes linger a little longer on the horizon behind them. Their breaths hang in the air longer, not just from cold, but from vigilance. Inside the wheelhouse, the officers stand rigidly, glancing at their instruments while also staring into the sweeping blackness behind the ship. They know they must match the speed of the formation, keep the same distance, maintain their course without deviation. Falling behind even a little would turn isolation into helplessness. But maintaining position is harder here. The waves at the rear of the convoy roll differently. They grow taller, more chaotic, disrupted by the wake of every ship ahead. And as the storm winds begin to shift once more, the swells push against the hull with renewed force. The men on deck brace themselves against railings thick with frost. Their gloves stick lightly to the frozen metal. Their cheeks burn. Their eyelashes carry tiny beads of ice that cling to each blink. The cold feels different back here, not harsher, but emptier, as if the world behind the ship is made of nothing but wind, water, and the threat of unseen things. Above, the sky moves in slow layers. Clouds pull apart and reform, revealing thin stripes of starlight that tremble against the vast black. The sailors look up occasionally, reading the weather, searching for movement. They do not expect the enemy to come from above at this hour. But expectation has little meaning here. The Arctic has its own logic. Inside the hull, the engine maintains its steady rhythm, a deep, thumping heartbeat that carries through the ship. The engineers work with quiet concentration, adjusting valves and watching gauges, knowing that a moment of hesitation down here could doom the men above. The engine must stay warm. It must stay strong. It must not falter. Then, a faint knock echoes along the hull. Not from within, from outside. A sound so subtle it could be mistaken for a drifting chunk of ice brushing against steel. The sailors do not react. Not yet. But the officers hear it. They know it was not ice. It was too soft, too steady, too rhythmic. One of the escort vessels sends a coded light signal forward. Possible contact astern. Maintain course. The sailors on the last ship in the line exchange glances. They do not speak. Words are unnecessary. They return to their duties with steps that feel slightly heavier. Minutes pass in silence. The knock does not return, but the tension does not fade. Then, another sound. This one deeper. A low, distant thud beneath the surface. The sonar aboard the nearest escort sings with sudden clarity. A shape below. Large. Moving fast. A submarine. You watch the escort vessel roar into action. Its engines surge. Its bow rises sharply. It breaks formation with precision and arcs toward the threat. On the last ship, the sailors brace themselves. They have trained for this. They have imagined this moment. But imagined danger is never the same as hearing it beneath your feet. The submarine is approaching the rear of the convoy, the weakest point in the formation. The escort must intercept quickly. In the darkness, depth charges are prepared. Men stand ready. Hands grip freezing metal. The last ship adjusts its course a fraction toward the center of the formation, trying to close the gap. The submarine moves closer. Its presence vibrates faintly through the hull, a sound felt more than heard. The escort dives into position. The deck shudders as the first depth charge drops. A splash. A heartbeat. Then a muffled explosion that erupts beneath the surface, sending water shooting into the air. The last ship rises with the wave. The sailors cling to railings. Ice shakes loose from overhead structures. Silence. Another charge. Another thunderous bloom of force. The sea trembles. But the chase is not over. The submarine shifts direction, accelerating beneath the last ship. The escort must reposition, fast. The sailors sense it before anyone confirms it. The submarine is directly beneath them, and for the first time tonight, fear flashes openly in a few eyes. Not panic, not surrender, but fear. The humankind, the kind that comes when one recognizes how thin the line is between survival and loss. The captain of the last ship issues a calm order. Steady. Hold course. The sailors obey. Because they must. Because turning now could scatter the formation. Because the escort needs them predictable. The submarine glides beneath the hull. A shadow passing through deeper darkness. A silent predator choosing its moment. Then, a sudden change. The submarine slows. Shifts direction. The escort drops another volley of depth charges. The water erupts. The shock waves tear through the sea. Boiling patches rise to the surface, glowing faintly in the ship's lights. A long, rising plume of bubbles follows. The sailors hold their breath. And then, nothing. Silence. Stillness. The shadow has vanished. The escort circles once more, sweeping the area as sonar pulses through the deep. The operators hear nothing now except their own breath in their headphones. The search continues, but the ocean gives nothing back. The submarine may be destroyed, or it may be waiting, motionless in the black. No one knows. The last ship in the line resumes its position. The convoy presses onward. But something has changed. The men have seen how close the sea brought loss, How fragile the formation truly is. How thin the margin between safety and tragedy. And you feel the weight of that knowledge settle across the convoy like frost. The night is not over. The journey is not done. And the Arctic still watches, silent and patient. The convoy sails on, but the encounter with the submarine changes the tone of the night in a way nothing else could. The men no longer move with the weary steadiness of routine. They move with the cautious steps of those who have just looked directly at the thin edge dividing them from fate. The cold has not lessened. The danger has not passed. But something inside each sailor has sharpened. You sense this immediately as you watch them on deck. Their eyes linger longer on the water behind the ship. Their ears strain for sounds beneath the surface. Their steps carry a quiet urgency that was not there before. It is as if every man aboard understands, on a deeper level now, how much depends on each moment of vigilance. The last ship in the line has returned to its place, but the officers know this position is more vulnerable than ever. A submarine that survives an attack often stalks from behind, waiting for exhaustion to loosen the convoy's discipline. They know U-boats linger at the edge of formations, like wolves testing the rear of a moving herd. So the last ship becomes a shield, a sentinel, a silent warning to whatever lurks in the black water behind it. Inside the bridge, the captain studies the horizon through frost-framed windows. He does not speak often. He simply watches the sea, the sky, the faint silhouette of the escort ahead. He knows the convoy cannot afford hesitation. They must remain steady. They must remain predictable enough for the escorts to protect them, yet alert enough to react if the next threat strikes too close. The officers beside him stand with stiff shoulders, hands resting on cold instruments. Their eyes reflect the dim red glow of the lamps. They know they are nearing the final stretch of the journey, the part where hope begins to flicker, where the distant faint glow of the northern sky hints at land that lies beyond the frozen horizon. But hope here is something that must be carried carefully. Below deck, the sailors move with a new discipline. They check valves, secure equipment, and inspect lines with fresh urgency. Every sound is listened to twice. Every vibration is analyzed. Their bodies are tired to the point of numbness, but their senses are alert in a way only fear and responsibility can produce. In the mess hall, the atmosphere is different from any night before. The sailors sit closer, speaking in low tones that carry a mixture of exhaustion and quiet determination. They mention the depth charge blasts in passing, not to dwell on them, but to acknowledge the closeness of the threat. Some nod at each other in shared understanding. Others stare at their cups, absorbing warmth as if storing it for whatever comes next. On the escort vessels, the men work with sharpened edges. Sonar operators listen with a focus that borders on stillness. Gunners stand ready, hands poised, eyes narrowed. Lookouts pace the decks in slow, deliberate arcs, their silhouettes cutting through the cold. They all know the same truth. A submarine rarely gives up after one failed attack. The sea beneath them feels deeper now, darker, more watchful. But the convoy does not falter. Hours pass. The night grows heavier. The cold deepens, turning the air into something that feels almost solid. Then, a faint glow appears ahead. Not sunrise. Not the aurora. A pale band of grey stretching across the horizon, just visible through the shifting clouds. It is the first suggestion of land to the east, the direction of the Soviet coast, the destination the convoy has fought so hard to reach. The sailors notice it slowly, one by one, quietly. No cheers erupt, no voices shout in relief, but shoulders straighten, eyes lift, breaths steady. They are not there yet, but the world ahead looks different now. The Arctic, however, does not allow an easy end. As the convoy draws closer to land, the risk changes shape. The enemy presence increases. Aircraft patrol these regions more frequently. Submarines lurk along the approach routes. The cold remains merciless. The escorts communicate in quick, coded signals. Their formation compresses into a tight protective knot. The ships move as one, hugging the narrow corridor that leads them into the final leg of the passage. The water changes here, growing shallower, then deeper again, forming unpredictable currents shaped by underwater terrain the sailors cannot see. And then it happens. A sound. Soft. Muted. Barely perceptible. But unmistakable. A pressure wave beneath the hull. Not an explosion. A torpedo passing close. Too close. The last ship in the line shudders. Men grip railings. Eyes widen. Hearts pound. The submarine is back. Before fear can fully rise, the nearest escort vessel surges forward with sudden, violent speed. Lights flash. Engines roar. Depth charges spill into the sea in a rapid sequence of calculated drops. The ocean convulses with a series of muffled detonations, each one sending icy spray into the air. The sailors cough as the cold shock hits their faces. The sea boils. Foam surges. The convoy slows subtly, maintaining formation while allowing the escort space to hunt. Minutes pass. Long, agonizing minutes. Then, from beneath the surface, a dark slick begins to rise. Oil. Thick. Black. Spreading slowly across the water. A sign. A possibility. A grim confirmation that something has been hit. The escorts circle once, scanning for movement. Sonar pulses return nothing. No shadow. No shape. The submarine is gone. Whether destroyed or fled, none of the sailors can say. But the sea, for now, grows quiet. The convoy resumes its course. Strained. Watchful. But still moving. As the faint grey band ahead widens into a muted horizon, the sailors understand that they are nearing the end of the most dangerous stretch. The air remains freezing. The sea remains treacherous. But something subtle shifts inside them, the smallest thread of relief that their endurance has meant something. The last ship in the line continues forward, its hull battered, its decks heavy with ice, its men weary to their core. But still it moves. Still it holds. Still it follows the faint glow of land that waits somewhere beyond the cold. For this is how the Murmansk Run is survived. Not by outrunning danger, not by conquering fear, but by refusing to stop when the sea demands surrender. And the sailors aboard these frozen ships, tired, battered, and unbroken, carry their convoy into the final stretch of the journey. Epilogue. The silence that followed them home. You stand with them now, in the final hours of a journey carved through ice, darkness, and fear. The convoy has reached the coast at last, not in triumph, but in a quiet, exhausted drift toward safety that feels almost unreal. The sailors step onto the new shoreline with boots still stiff from frost, lungs still burning from cold, and minds still echoing with the rhythm of engines and storms. Land does not greet them loudly. It greets them gently. A thin morning light spreads across the docks in muted grey tones, soft enough to feel like mercy after the endless Arctic night. Snow drifts along the quayside in slow, delicate spirals. The ships behind them, coated in layers of ice, dented by storms, scarred by close calls, sit quietly in the water like creatures that have finally found a place to rest. The sailors move with a slowness that comes not from fatigue alone, but from disbelief. After so many days and nights of cold that gnawed at the edges of consciousness, the ground beneath their feet feels too still, too warm, too solid. Some men linger on the gangways, as if unsure whether it is safe to step forward. Others pause and stare at the mist rising from the sea, seeing ghosts of the journey still drifting above the waves. You sense a strange silence around them, not the silence of fear or tension, but the silence that comes after survival. It settles gently into their clothing and clings to their breath. It follows them into the narrow streets and wooden buildings of the small port, where warmth seeps slowly from stoves and lamps. It rests on their shoulders like a memory that will never fully thaw. They sit on benches, on crates, on steps made slick with frost. Some cradle hot cups between trembling hands, steam curling toward their faces as if trying to warm the places where the cold still lingers inside. They sip slowly, not out of caution, but because their bodies are relearning softness after too many days spent bracing against the Arctic's teeth. Their conversations remain minimal. A nod, a brief sentence, a name spoken quietly. The rest is carried in the spaces between words. You see men glance at one another with a recognition deeper than speech, the shared knowledge that they endured something vast, something heavy, something that could easily have taken them. They see in each other what they cannot yet articulate, the frostbite scar forming along a cheekbone, the trembling that hasn't quite left the hands, the distant look that enters the eyes when the wind brushes their skin. Inside the warehouses where supplies are unloaded, the atmosphere grows warmer. Light from low-hanging lamps paints soft circles on the floor. The sailors' shadows move slowly across the beams, bending and stretching like tired silhouettes, learning to stand upright again. You notice how the men breathe differently here, deeper, steadier, no longer fighting the cold for each inhale. But even in this warmth, a quiet stillness clings to them. It settles on their old injuries. It lingers behind their eyes. It rests in their bones like a half-remembered dream. This silence is not emptiness. It is memory, not just of danger, but of endurance. It is the silence of men who have seen the sea rise against them, who have felt the Arctic's weight, who have walked through nights where the difference between living and vanishing came down to one steady breath in a world determined to steal it. It is the silence that follows a test survived through stubbornness more than strength, through unity more than skill. Some sailors rest their foreheads against the wooden walls, letting the warmth seep in slowly. Others stare out the windows toward the sea they just crossed. In their eyes you see gratitude, exhaustion, and something else, something harder to name. Not regret, not fear. Something more like reverence for the part of themselves that refused to break. They know the Arctic has marked them. They also know they did not yield. And when they finally rise, to eat, to walk, to speak, they carry a new heaviness and a new clarity. They think of home differently now, of warmth differently, of time differently. The smallest comforts feel immense. The simplest sounds, footsteps on wood, wind against a roof, the clink of a metal cup, feel like reminders that life can be gentle again. Yet even as they begin to step back into the world, one truth follows them quietly. The Murmansk Run never truly ends for those who sailed it. It lingers in memory, in breath, in bones, in silence. A silence that will rise years later when winter winds return, when a ship's horn echoes across a harbor, when cold air brushes unexpectedly against the skin. A silence that carries the shape of frozen decks, the weight of heavy seas, the hum of engines pushing through darkness. A silence that reminds them that courage can be quiet and endurance can be colder than fear. And as you drift with them for these final moments, watching their breath soften, their shoulders lighten, their steps become steadier, you understand why the story endures. Not because of the danger alone, but because of the men who refused to surrender to it. You've been part of Echoes of War. where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land. After so much repetition, something unusual occurs. The sea recedes. The convoys fall away. What remains is distance. No columns, no formations, no shared rhythm of movement. Only a single body, suspended between sky and water, where survival is no longer reinforced by others, but sustained internally, one decision at a time. Here, the war does not pause. It thins, until endurance becomes solitude. Part 4. Pacific Isolation. What survival became when the war narrowed to a single life. You are standing at the edge of the Pacific, where the air never quite rests. Salt hangs in the wind. The deck beneath your feet vibrates faintly as engines cough awake before dawn. The horizon is wide, but never empty, a pale line where sea and sky meet without promise. Somewhere above this water, a single aircraft lifts into the light, fragile by design, stubborn by necessity. Its outline is compact, almost modest, carrying no suggestion of dominance. The machine was never meant to impress. It was meant to endure. Jefferson Joseph de Blanc moves through this space without ceremony. He is young, steady, shaped by discipline rather than ambition. He carries himself with the quiet assurance of someone used to responsibility, not recognition. His confidence is not loud. It does not announce itself. It shows in how he checks equipment twice, how he waits without restlessness, how he accepts routine without complaint. He is a Marine pilot in a war that leaves little room for individuality. One aircraft among many. One name among countless others recorded and forgotten. What matters here is not who he will become, but who he is now. A man preparing to fly because it is required of him, not because the sky promises distinction. Men move across the deck with practiced economy. There is no spectacle here, no sense of occasion. Gear is checked, straps pulled tight, hands resting on metal that has already been touched too many times to feel unfamiliar. These movements no longer belong to thought. They belong to habit. Inside the cockpit, space disappears. The instruments are simple. The margins are thin. There is no room for error, and no promise of return. Once the canopy closes, the world narrows to vibration, wind, and the steady insistence of the engine. Everything unnecessary is left behind. This story does not begin with victory. It does not begin with numbers, or rank, or reputation. It begins with repetition, with the choice to climb again, knowing that each ascent carries the same risks as the last, with the understanding that experience does not remove danger. It only teaches how to live beside it. Out here, courage is quiet. It looks like restraint. It sounds like an engine held within limits. The Pacific stretches beneath the aircraft, indifferent and unmarked. Distance is measured in fuel and minutes, not miles. There are no landmarks to offer reassurance. A mistake does not mean retreat. It means vanishing into water that keeps no memory. Up here, danger rarely arrives as drama. It accumulates. Heat builds slowly inside the cockpit. Sunlight flattens the sky into glare. Time stretches and thins. Eyes scan without rest, trained to notice absence as much as movement. The body learns how to stay alert without tension, how to wait without drifting. The aircraft responds best to calm hands. It forgives nothing done in haste. Other machines climb faster, turn tighter, strike harder. This one survives by staying intact long enough to leave. It rewards pilots who understand that survival is not found in aggression, but in patience. in knowing when not to press an advantage. Below, the ocean moves as it always has. It has seen aircraft fall before. It will see them again. The sky offers no protection, only space. What happens within it depends entirely on seconds, angles, decisions made without reflection. Hours pass with nothing to mark them. The engine settles into a steady rhythm. Muscles relax without slackening. The mind stays narrow and disciplined, holding itself inside procedure. Flying becomes work done above water, familiar, demanding, and never fully safe. When contact comes, if it comes, there will be no announcement. No time to prepare emotionally. Training will take over where thought cannot. Instinct will carry what reason no longer has time to manage. But for now, there is only waiting. This is how danger becomes ordinary, not through bravado, but through routine, through days that resemble one another closely enough to blur together, through the quiet belief that experience creates distance from chance, a belief that keeps the cockpit steady, even when it is only partially true. Somewhere in this wide sky, a pilot continues the work. No tally is being kept. No distinction is being claimed. The moment does not feel historic. It feels familiar. Tonight, you are not watching a battle. You are keeping company. Keeping company with a man who learned how to stay alive in a machine never meant to forgive mistakes. A man shaped not by a single moment, but by accumulation, by returning again and again to a sky that never softened. This story begins here, between departure and return, where survival is built quietly, flight by flight. The Pacific is waiting. Before the Pacific became routine, before flight hours stacked quietly into muscle memory, there was ground, solid, predictable, forgiving in ways the sky never would be. Training did not begin with danger. It began with order. Days followed a rhythm that left little space for improvisation. Wake, brief, drill, review. Time was divided cleanly, measured and accounted for. There was comfort in that structure, in knowing where to be, what was expected, and when the day would end. The future arrived in scheduled blocks. On the ground, mistakes still belonged to learning. An error could be traced back, examined, corrected. A poor decision did not yet carry irreversible weight. Instructors intervened early, voices calm but firm, shaping judgment before it hardened into habit. Airfields felt contained. Their boundaries were visible, their risks legible. Runways ended where expected. Equipment failed in ways that could be anticipated. When something went wrong, it happened within reach of help. There was always someone watching. This environment shaped confidence without urgency. The belief took hold, quietly, that preparation created margin, that discipline could make uncertainty manageable. Not eliminate it, but hold it at arm's length. Flight training broke the sky into components: altitude, airspeed, climb rate, fuel burn. Nothing mystical, nothing symbolic. Each variable could be named, adjusted, brought back into tolerance. Mastery felt procedural. Early flights rewarded smoothness over ambition. Landings were evaluated not by drama, but by absence of correction. The highest compliment was that nothing needed to be said. Progress was measured in how little attention was drawn. Repetition did its work. The body learned sequences before the mind questioned them. Hands found controls without searching. Feet adjusted pressure instinctively. The aircraft responded, predictably, reinforcing the sense that understanding created safety. There was pride in getting it right, in bringing the aircraft back unmarked, in following procedure closely enough that the flight left no story behind. The language of training praised consistency, restraint, control. Long before combat entered the picture, a preference was already forming. Survive first, perform second. On the ground, these lessons carried no urgency. They felt preparatory, abstract. The sky had not yet begun to push back. The aircraft itself did not arrive as a symbol. It arrived as a responsibility. It had weight, resistance, a presence that demanded attention even when stationary. Pre-flight inspections were slow, methodical, almost meditative, hands moving along surfaces, eyes tracing seams, looking for small signs of future failure. The Wildcat did not invite affection. It invited understanding. In the air, it revealed its character gradually. Controls were firm, not eager. The aircraft resisted sudden movement, punishing rough handling with instability. It asked for anticipation rather than reaction, calm rather than force. Training flights became conversations conducted without words. Each maneuver taught something about balance, about what the aircraft tolerated and what it refused. Speed bled away faster than expected in turns. Recovery required patience, not panic. The Wildcat did not hide its limits. It made them obvious, and in doing so, it shaped the pilot toward restraint. Other aircraft promised dominance through speed or agility. This one promised endurance, if treated correctly. Armor was placed where it mattered. Structure was built to absorb punishment. The design assumed damage and planned for survival rather than perfection. That assumption mattered. It taught a particular kind of discipline, not to press an advantage too far, not to chase unnecessarily, not to confuse aggression with effectiveness. Survival here was not passive. It was deliberate. Each flight ended the same way. The aircraft returned. The engine wound down. Heat lifted slowly from metal. Inspections followed. Notes were made. Lessons carried forward. Nothing dramatic happened. And that was the point. By the time confidence settled in, it was no longer loud. It felt practical, measured, paired with an understanding that safety was conditional, temporary, dependent on continuous restraint. The ground still existed. The margins were still wide. The lessons still felt theoretical. The sky, for now, remained cooperative. When the Wildcat left the relative calm of training airspace and entered operational skies, it did not change its nature. It did not become faster, or lighter, or more forgiving. What changed was the context around it. Out here, the aircraft was no longer a learning tool. It was a boundary. The Pacific demanded distance. Patrols stretched longer. The water below offered no alternative if something failed. Every decision carried the quiet knowledge that there was nowhere to land, nowhere to pause, nowhere to wait for help. In this environment, the Wildcat's design revealed its intention. It was not built to dominate the sky through speed or elegance. It was built to stay together under strain. Armor protected the pilot where it mattered. Structure absorbed punishment that would have destroyed lighter machines. Systems were simple, accessible, and reparable. The aircraft carried weight willingly. It accepted that weight as the price of survival. From the cockpit, the Wildcat felt solid, not responsive in a way that encouraged risk, but dependable in a way that rewarded caution. It did not tempt the pilot into reckless maneuvers. It insisted on being flown within limits, limits that now mattered more than ever. This was an aircraft designed for men who would have to come back through weather, fatigue, and damage. It assumed imperfect conditions. It assumed mistakes. and it built margin where it could. That margin was not generous. It was just enough. In operational skies, that difference mattered. When engines overheated, when controls stiffened, when the aircraft returned scarred and leaking, the Wildcat often still flew. It did not hide damage. It carried it openly, forcing its pilot to acknowledge every vibration, every imbalance, every change in response. The Wildcat did not promise victory. It promised time. Time to disengage. Time to descend. Time to reach water or deck before failure finished its work. In a war fought across vast distances, time was often the only resource left. Combat did not reward those who flew the Wildcat as if it were something else. Against faster, more agile opponents, the temptation to chase could be fatal. The aircraft did not turn sharply enough, did not climb quickly enough, did not accelerate cleanly enough to recover from overcommitment. Every aggressive decision had to be weighed against the cost of being wrong. This shaped a particular style of flying. Patience replaced pursuit. Position mattered more than speed. Pilots learned to fight defensively, to preserve energy, to wait for moments that offered advantage rather than forcing them into existence. The sky became a place of calculation rather than impulse. The Wildcat taught its pilots to respect geometry, to understand angles, separation, timing, to trust teamwork over individual action. Survival often depended on flying with others, covering blind spots, creating space to disengage. There was no room for solo bravado. The aircraft's limitations made every engagement feel narrow. Opportunities appeared briefly and vanished just as quickly. Hesitation could be as dangerous as aggression. The margin for error remained thin, but now it was shared between machine and pilot. Flying inside those limits required discipline under pressure. It demanded restraint at moments when instinct urged pursuit. It required accepting that not every encounter could be pressed, that survival sometimes meant leaving without confirmation. This was not defeat. It was continuity. Each return reinforced the same lesson. The Wildcat did not forgive impatience, but it rewarded judgment. Pilots who treated the aircraft as a partner rather than a weapon found themselves returning more often, sometimes damaged, sometimes shaken, but still airborne. Over time, this approach became instinctive. Decisions compressed. Risk was evaluated without conscious thought. The aircraft and pilot settled into a shared rhythm, cautious, deliberate, effective. This was how the Wildcat was meant to be flown. Not loudly, not heroically, but correctly. In the Pacific, correctness mattered more than dominance. It was what allowed the work to continue. The Pacific does not confront. It separates. By the time Jefferson de Blanc begins encountering enemy aircraft regularly, flying has already lost its sense of occasion. From altitude, the water offers no variation, no roads, no borders, no markers of progress. Just movement layered over depth, repeating without reference. Once airborne, the sense of distance changes. There is no middle ground between departure and return, only continuation. Flights lengthen. The horizon stays fixed while time moves around it. Fuel becomes a constant calculation, not an emergency, but a quiet presence in the mind. Every adjustment is measured against endurance rather than urgency. The cockpit grows warmer as hours pass. Air circulates poorly. Sweat dries and returns. The engine settles into a rhythm that is both reassuring and relentless. There is no silence here, only the steady insistence of motion. Below, the water absorbs everything without response. Weather moves differently in this part of the world. Clouds form suddenly, thick and vertical, obscuring space without warning. Light shifts rapidly, flattening depth, erasing contrast. The sky can appear empty and crowded at the same time, offering too much visibility and not enough. Navigation demands attention. A small error compounds quickly when there are no landmarks to correct against. Position is maintained through calculation, not recognition. The margin for drift exists long before it is felt. The Pacific does not punish mistakes immediately. It allows them to accumulate. Fatigue sets in subtly. Muscles remain still for long periods, tension held without release. Eyes strain against glare and repetition. The mind narrows, focusing on routine to avoid wandering. Alertness becomes something that must be maintained actively, like altitude. In this environment, waiting becomes its own discipline. Contact is rare. Hours pass without sight of another aircraft. When something does appear, it often dissolves into cloud or distance before identity can be confirmed. Each false alarm leaves a residue, a brief spike of attention followed by return to restraint. The absence of action begins to shape expectation. The sky teaches patience through monotony. It trains pilots to remain ready without urgency, to conserve energy for moments that may never arrive. Yet the possibility remains. Every flight carries the same quiet understanding. If something goes wrong, it will happen far from help. There will be no correction from the ground, no second attempt. Only decisions made inside a narrowing window. The aircraft continues to perform, but the cost of each hour is felt. Fuel diminishes. Heat builds. The body stiffens. Small mechanical irregularities become noticeable. Vibrations slightly off. Responses marginally slower. Nothing critical. Just reminders. The Pacific keeps no schedule. It does not escalate in predictable ways. Pressure builds not through intensity, but through duration. The longer the flight, the more the sky feels inhabited, not by enemies, but by absence. A sense that space itself is watching, waiting for inattention. Returning to base brings no release. There is relief, yes, but also repetition. The next flight follows soon after. There is little time to mark one patrol as distinct from another. Days blur, hours stack. This is where normalization begins. Danger has not yet appeared, but its conditions are already present. The environment has done its work quietly, shaping behavior, compressing margins, teaching the body how to remain inside long stretches of uncertainty. By the time combat arrives, it will not feel sudden. It will feel like a continuation. The Pacific has already narrowed the space. The sky has already set the terms. By the time combat entered his days, flying no longer felt episodic. There was no internal shift when the aircraft lifted into operational airspace. The body accepted altitude as it always had. The engine settled into its familiar rhythm. The sky opened without promise or warning. What mattered was attention, held evenly, without anticipation. Recognition came before emotion. A shape where there should have been none. A line that did not belong to cloud. A movement that disrupted the stillness just enough to demand focus. The eyes stayed on it longer than instinct wanted. Not long enough to speculate, only long enough to confirm. The aircraft remained steady. Hands resisted the urge to correct too early. Distance mattered more than reaction. Combat, when it arrived, did so quietly. The first moments were defined by separation, not violence. Altitude was compared. Position adjusted. The sun was accounted for. The ocean beneath became suddenly relevant, not as scenery, but as consequence. The sky reorganized itself around geometry. Speed was conserved deliberately. The wildcat did not reward haste. Every correction bled energy that might not be recovered. Control inputs remained small, restrained, calculated to preserve margin rather than seize advantage. When engagement followed, it unfolded without spectacle. Convergence, divergence, a brief compression of space. Noise increased, vibration sharpened, but the aircraft remained honest. It responded exactly as it always had. The moment passed quickly. Distance returned. The sky loosened again. The engine tone steadied. The aircraft continued forward as if nothing had happened. What remained was confirmation. Not that the enemy had been engaged, but that the system held. That procedures survived pressure. That survival could be achieved without excess. That mattered more than outcome. The second encounter did not feel different from the first. Neither did the third. Some flights ended without contact at all. Others carried brief moments of compression that resolved without conclusion. Enemy aircraft appeared, disappeared, reappeared at angles that resisted engagement. Not every sighting led to action. Not every action led to resolution. The sky did not reward effort with clarity. Repetition did its work quietly. Encounters stopped standing out. They became variations of the same demand. Recognize, assess, conserve, disengage if necessary. The wildcat enforced this rhythm relentlessly. Any attempt to force outcome was punished immediately, either through loss of position or increased vulnerability. Flying became less about reacting and more about refusing. Refusing to chase. Refusing to overcommit. Refusing to mistake proximity for advantage. Some engagements resolved quickly. Others stretched into minutes that felt longer than entire patrols. In each case, the decision-making process remained narrow. There was no space for reflection. Only evaluation and response. The body adapted. Movements grew smaller. Inputs became anticipatory rather than corrective. The eyes learned where to rest, how to scan without searching. The sound of the engine receded again, even when tension returned to the sky. Fear did not disappear. It compressed. It lived alongside task, sharpening focus without overwhelming it. Panic had no use here. The environment eliminated it efficiently. After encounters, there was little to say. Aircraft were inspected, damage noted, fuel logged, words exchanged only where necessary. The sky did not encourage storytelling. It required readiness. Some days brought multiple contacts. Others brought none. The unpredictability did not heighten anxiety. It normalized vigilance. Readiness became a condition rather than a response. Over time, something subtle occurred. Encounters that would once have demanded full attention now passed through the body almost without remark. Decisions that once required conscious effort arrived intact, complete, unquestioned. The aircraft and pilot moved together inside narrowing margins without conflict. This was not confidence. It was familiarity. The Pacific had already taught waiting. Combat now taught continuity. Flights stacked. Days blurred. Patrols merged. The distinction between routine and engagement dissolved. What mattered was not what happened during a flight, but that the aircraft returned intact and the work continued. No one stopped to count in the air. Outcomes accumulated elsewhere, on the ground, removed from heat and vibration. In the cockpit, there was only the present, a sky that might compress at any moment, and a machine that demanded restraint regardless. This was how combat became ordinary, not because it lost danger, but because danger stopped interrupting life and instead became its background condition. The sky accepted this arrangement without comment. Each return followed the same arc: descent, landing, engine winding down. Heat lifted from metal, salt dried on skin. The body prepared itself, without discussion, to do it again. There was no day that declared itself as important. Flights continued to begin the same way. Engines warmed. The aircraft lifted. The Pacific opened beneath the wings, vast and unreceptive. Nothing in the sky suggested that anything was changing, let alone building. And yet, something was. The accumulation did not announce itself through escalation. It emerged through sameness, through a growing familiarity with conditions that once required conscious effort. Each flight resembled the last closely enough that distinctions blurred. Patrols overlapped in memory. Encounters slipped out of sequence. Combat did not arrive as a series of events. It arrived as a condition. Some days brought a single contact. Others brought several. Many brought none at all. The unpredictability no longer felt dramatic. It felt structural. Readiness had to be maintained regardless of outcome. The sky rarely offered clean resolution. Contacts often appeared at distances that resisted engagement. Aircraft crossed paths without converging. Opportunities presented themselves briefly, then collapsed under changing geometry or fuel constraint. Separation returned before anything could be confirmed. These non-events became as instructive as combat itself. They taught restraint through denial. They reinforced the reality that not every situation could, or should, be resolved. The Wildcat enforced this truth mercilessly. Any attempt to force outcome bled speed and position too quickly to be recovered. Flying became an exercise in refusal. Refusal to chase an aircraft that could not be caught. Refusal to turn tighter than energy allowed. Refusal to believe that proximity equaled advantage. This refusal was not passive. It required discipline under pressure, the kind that runs counter to instinct. Every engagement demanded judgment not just about what could be done, but about what should be left undone. With time, this judgment sharpened. The body learned the aircraft's limits more precisely than any manual could teach. The Wildcat spoke through resistance, through sluggish response when pushed too far, through subtle vibration when energy margins thinned. These signals were felt rather than interpreted. Hands adjusted earlier now. Corrections happened before instability emerged. Turns were initiated with foresight rather than reaction. Altitude was guarded instinctively, treated as reserve rather than asset. What once required calculation now happened automatically. Encounters began to resolve themselves before they fully formed. Angles were anticipated. Separation was chosen deliberately. The aircraft and pilot moved together inside narrowing margins without conflict or hesitation. This did not feel like confidence. It felt like familiarity stripped of illusion. The Pacific continued to demand patience. Hours passed with nothing to show for vigilance. The sky remained empty until it wasn't, and then empty again. The rhythm never changed. Over time, even combat lost its ability to stand out, not because it became safe, but because it stopped interrupting the flow of days. Engagements folded into patrols the way weather folded into flight planning, as variables to be managed, not moments to be remembered. There was no sense of progress. No internal tally kept. No milestones marked. No moment when experience was acknowledged as such. The work was to remain effective, to continue returning, to preserve the aircraft and the pilot long enough for the next flight to occur. This effectiveness left little trace. The Pacific absorbed each flight without distinction. It did not reward success with clarity. It offered only continuation. Accumulation happened anyway. Recognition did not enter the cockpit. It arrived elsewhere, after the engine wound down, after the aircraft was secured, after the body had stepped back onto solid ground. It came through language that did not attempt to recreate the conditions under which decisions had been made. Reports were read. Numbers were confirmed. Outcomes were aligned with records kept beyond the sky. Only then did a pattern become visible. What had felt like isolated fragments, brief convergences, partial engagements, incomplete resolutions, were now assembled into a sequence. The accumulation that had gone unnoticed in the air was rendered legible on paper. The word itself carried no weight aloft. It did not alter how the aircraft flew. It did not change how the Pacific behaved. In the cockpit, nothing shifted. If anything, awareness sharpened restraint further. Recognition did not create ease. It underscored fragility. Experience had already demonstrated how quickly advantage dissolved under fatigue, weather, or misjudgment. The Wildcat remained unchanged, heavy, unforgiving, indifferent to outcome. It demanded the same discipline it always had. It punished the same errors. It offered no margin in exchange for reputation. Flying continued as it always had, measured, procedural, incomplete. On the ground, distinction could be named. In the air, it meant nothing. The aircraft did not respond differently because of it. The sky did not offer more space. The Pacific did not soften. The next patrol remained exactly as demanding as the last. What defined effectiveness here was never the tally itself. It was the consistency that produced it. The ability to repeat correct judgment across fatigue, repetition, and uncertainty without escalation. This form of distinction resisted drama. It did not seek acknowledgement. It did not invite reflection. It existed independently of awareness, a byproduct of restraint maintained long enough to be counted later. By the time it could be recognized externally, it had already been internalized. It no longer felt like achievement. It felt like condition, something that had formed gradually, without announcement, and now simply existed. The Pacific continued its movement without interruption. The sky remained wide and indifferent. Accumulation continued, unnoticed in the moment, irreversible only in hindsight, not as a story, but as weight. Nothing about the Pacific changed its appearance. The water remained wide and unbroken. The sky continued to offer the same pale distance. The aircraft lifted and leveled as it always had. From the outside, the pattern held. What changed was internal. Flights lengthened in ways that could not be shortened. Patrol areas expanded incrementally, just enough to stretch endurance without announcing themselves as excessive. Fuel calculations grew tighter. Time aloft pressed against margins that once felt generous. The body noticed before the mind acknowledged. Muscles held tension for hours without release. Shoulders stiffened. Hands remained fixed in position, gripping controls that demanded constant pressure but offered little variation. The cockpit trapped heat, allowing it to build without circulation. Sweat formed, dried, returned. Hydration became something to be managed carefully. rationed against duration. Hunger arrived quietly, then stayed. Sleep between sorties shortened, fractured by noise, routine, and anticipation. None of this felt dramatic. It felt continuous. The aircraft continued to respond, but its responses carried more information now. Vibrations that once faded into background demanded attention. The engine's rhythm was listened to closely, not out of alarm, but necessity. Small changes in pitch or resistance were noted and catalogued. The Wildcat did not fail outright. It hinted. The body learned to listen the same way. Eyes strained against glare that flattened depth and erased contrast. Scanning became effortful. Blinks were timed. Focus narrowed deliberately to avoid exhaustion. The mind learned how to stay alert without expanding outward. Fatigue did not announce itself as weakness. It arrived as narrowing. Movements took slightly longer to initiate. Corrections required marginally more effort. Decisions still arrived intact, but they demanded confirmation where none had been needed before. The body compensated instinctively. Posture shifted. Grip adjusted. Breathing slowed. Attention compressed further, trimmed to essentials. Anything unnecessary was dropped. This adaptation worked, for a time. The Pacific did not require catastrophe. It waited for accumulation to reach a point where correction no longer held. Microfailures began to appear, not as mistakes, but as moments where recovery demanded more than it should have. A turn completed later than expected. Altitude lost and regained with effort. Speed bled more quickly than anticipated. None of these moments were decisive. Each resolved, but each left residue. The margin between recognition and response narrowed until it barely existed. Where once there had been time to assess and choose, now there was only execution. Decisions arrived without deliberation, intact but compressed. The aircraft still flew correctly, but with less tolerance for deviation. Weather compounded the strain. Clouds rose abruptly, forcing altitude changes that consumed fuel and energy. Light shifted without warning, flattening the sky into uniform brightness that resisted depth perception. Navigation required constant attention. Small drift accumulated quickly when not corrected immediately. The Pacific allowed error to grow quietly. Fatigue deepened. Sleep no longer restored fully. Recovery remained partial. The body carried forward yesterday's strain into today's flight. Muscles remembered tension before the aircraft even lifted. The Wildcat endured, but endurance was not infinite. Systems continued to function, but their margin mirrored the pilot's. Both required precise handling now. Neither tolerated improvisation. Encounters with enemy aircraft continued, but they no longer defined the flight. They arrived layered on top of fatigue, weather, distance, and time. Each additional demand compressed space further. The work became heavier, not because it changed, but because it had to be sustained without relief. Microfailures corrected themselves, until one did not. There was no single moment that marked the shift, only the growing sense that recovery now consumed nearly all available margin. That decisions still arrived, but left little space behind them. The Pacific did not hurry this process. It allowed it to complete itself. By the time the margin thinned enough to be felt clearly, there was nowhere to step back into. The work continued because it had to. The aircraft flew because it could. But endurance had begun to cost more than it could replenish. The sky did not need to overpower. It only needed to persist. The closing in was complete, not as threat, but as condition. It does not begin with violence. The aircraft lifts as it always has. The engine settles into its familiar tone. The sky offers no warning, no signal that this flight will separate itself from the others. Nothing feels out of sequence. And yet, the margin is already thin. Fatigue is present before takeoff, carried forward from days that never fully reset. Muscles hold tension automatically now. Attention narrows immediately, not by choice, but by necessity. The body enters the work already drawing on reserve. The Pacific opens beneath the wings, unchanged. The first sign is not dramatic. It is a resistance that feels slightly wrong, a response that arrives a fraction late. The aircraft still obeys, but not with its usual honesty. Something in the chain between intention and movement has lengthened. The engine continues to run. The aircraft continues to fly. Nothing has failed outright. This is what makes it dangerous. The mind searches briefly for explanation, then releases it. There is no time for speculation. Training asserts itself, narrowing focus to what can be measured. Airspeed, altitude, engine tone. Each parameter is checked and rechecked. The Wildcat is kept inside its limits deliberately, flown conservatively to preserve what margin remains. Then the resistance increases. Control inputs require more effort. Balance feels uneven. Corrections consume more altitude than expected. The aircraft does not respond cleanly to trim. It remains airborne, but only through constant attention. The sky tightens. There is still order, still discipline, still procedure. But the effort required to maintain them grows. Fuel calculations compress inward. Time becomes expensive. Options that once existed on the periphery disappear. There is no longer space to wait for conditions to improve. The Pacific remains indifferent. The failure continues to announce itself incrementally. Power diminishes unevenly. Vibrations sharpen, then smooth, then sharpen again. The engine's rhythm fractures just enough to demand continuous monitoring. This is not collapse. It is erosion. Training insists on control, and control is maintained, but only just. Every correction leaves less margin behind it. Recovery now costs more than it restores. The body recognizes the pattern before the mind names it. This is not a situation that resolves. The aircraft has absorbed everything it can. Fatigue, damage, strain, all carried forward across countless hours. Now it signals clearly, without drama, that it cannot continue indefinitely. Decision arrives without urgency, but with finality. Stay with the machine or leave it. Attempt distance or preserve altitude. Delay and risk loss of control, or act while choice remains. There is no panic. There is clarity. The Wildcat has done its work. It has endured long enough to offer this moment, the last one in which decision still belongs to the pilot. The sky offers no guidance. The ocean waits below, unchanged. The choice is made not in haste, but in acceptance. Leaving the aircraft is not dramatic. It is mechanical. Hands move through sequence without conscious thought. The body performs actions it has rehearsed but never expected to enact. The canopy opens. Wind floods the cockpit. Noise overwhelms everything else. The aircraft falls away. For a moment, there is no reference, no orientation, only force. The body accelerates faster than the mind can follow. Air tears at clothing. Sound collapses into pressure. The sky that once felt expansive compresses into motion without direction. Then there is separation. The parachute deploys, violently and completely. The force snaps the body upright, replacing speed with suspension. The noise recedes. The descent slows into something manageable. The world returns in fragments. Sky above. Water below. The aircraft gone. There is time now, but it feels unfamiliar. Seconds stretch. The body hangs between altitude and impact, aware of both without being able to alter either. The Pacific rises steadily. Impact is not cushioned. It is absorbed. Cold replaces heat instantly. Water fills space that air once occupied. The body is dragged downward by weight and inertia. Instinct overrides everything else. Release. Surface. Breathe. The ocean asserts itself immediately, rolling, pulling, refusing stillness. The parachute disappears. The aircraft is nowhere to be seen. There is no time to watch for it. What remains is survival at water level. The body reacts in fragments. Muscles cramp. Breath comes shallow at first, then steadies. Pain announces itself slowly, filtered through shock. The mind inventories function without emotion. Limbs, movement, awareness. There is no rescue yet. No certainty that one is coming. The Pacific stretches outward in every direction, offering no scale, no reference. The sky above feels impossibly distant now, as though belonging to a different life entirely. The descent is complete. Control has ended. Endurance remains. Everything that once defined the work, altitude, speed, formation, dissolves. What matters now is staying afloat, staying conscious, staying alive long enough for time to change shape again. The ocean does not close this chapter. It opens the next one. It absorbs, resists, presses back. After the sky, it feels dense, heavy with texture and consequence. Movement is slower here, deliberate in ways that flight never was. Every action costs more effort than expected. The body learns this immediately. Clothing clings with water and salt. Muscles tighten against cold and strain. Balance feels uncertain, unfamiliar without the reference of horizon and instrument. The air smells different. Damp, vegetal, closed in. Sound carries unevenly, swallowed by distance or reflected without warning. There is no sense of position, only presence. Survival becomes local, immediate. The wide calculations of flight collapse into narrow concerns. Concealment, movement, stillness. The ground offers cover, but only if understood. Every step leaves trace. Every pause invites exposure. Pain settles in now, no longer delayed by urgency. It arrives without drama, catalogued and set aside. There is no room to dwell on it. The body is still required to function. Time stretches again, but differently. In the air, waiting was expansive, filled with repetition. On the ground, it tightens. Each minute demands attention. Stillness must be chosen carefully. Motion must justify itself. The sky remains above, but it no longer belongs to the pilot. Aircraft pass without recognition. Engines fade into distance, reminders of a world that continues without pause. There is no signal to send, no formation to rejoin. Identity narrows. What once defined purpose, altitude, speed, coordination, no longer applies. Survival becomes the only measure that matters. Everything else is postponed indefinitely. The ground teaches quickly. It punishes noise, rewards patience, conceals and reveals unpredictably. Familiar skills offer little advantage here. What worked in the sky does not translate cleanly. Judgment must be rebuilt from scratch. This is not a place of movement. It is a place of endurance. The moment of capture does not arrive as confrontation. It emerges quietly, through realization rather than force. A sound out of place. A presence felt before it is seen. The narrowing of options until none remain that do not invite greater harm. There is no final maneuver. The body understands before the mind does. Stillness replaces motion. Resistance is weighed and discarded. Survival shifts again, changing shape without ceremony. The transition is subtle, but absolute. Weapons are removed. Equipment disappears. Hands are guided, not roughly, but firmly enough to leave no doubt. The world reduces to proximity. Footsteps nearby, voices indistinct, the pressure of being watched. The war slows. Movement becomes permitted rather than chosen. Direction is no longer decided internally. Time fragments, breaking into intervals marked by instruction and waiting. What remains is awareness. Observation turns inward. The mind inventories what it can still control. Breath, posture, response. The discipline learned in the air finds new use here, stripped of machinery and altitude, but intact in habit. Fear does not vanish. It becomes diffuse. Unattached to immediate threat, it spreads into uncertainty, into not knowing what will follow or how long it will last. The sky is gone now. The Pacific too. In their place is enclosure. Physical, psychological, temporal. Space contracts. The horizon disappears entirely. This is where the story pauses its forward motion. Not because it ends, but because it must wait. The work has changed again. Survival is no longer about movement or decision. It is about endurance under observation. The ground has taken its hold. Time does not pass here in a straight line. It accumulates. There is no clear beginning to a day, and no reliable signal of its end. Light arrives indirectly, filtered and incomplete. Darkness follows without ceremony. The body learns to mark time by hunger, by fatigue, by the rhythm of being allowed to move. Motion is rationed. Each movement is permitted rather than chosen. Standing, sitting, walking, all occur within limits set by others. Space contracts to the immediate. A few steps become a journey. A corner becomes an edge not to be crossed. The world reduces itself. Sounds arrive unpredictably. Sometimes there is long silence, so complete it feels heavy. Other times noise intrudes abruptly. Voices, metal, footsteps, none of them offering information, all of them demanding attention. The body learns to remain still inside both. Sleep fragments. It comes in shallow intervals, easily broken. Dreams, when they arrive, are vivid and brief, dissolving on waking without resolution. The mind struggles to place itself in time, to decide whether rest has occurred at all. Hunger settles into routine. It is no longer urgent, only constant. The body adjusts, drawing less from muscle, more from patience. Energy becomes something to be preserved deliberately. Movements are minimized. Breathing slows. The war continues elsewhere. This is understood intellectually, but it has no relevance here. Aircraft still fly. Decisions are still made. Battles still unfold beyond reach. None of that movement enters this space. Captivity exists beside the war. not inside it. Here, nothing advances. Endurance replaces action. The effort required is not physical, but internal. The effort to remain oriented, to maintain restraint, to prevent the mind from racing ahead into outcomes that cannot yet be shaped. Routine becomes shelter. Small habits form quietly. Mental counting. Repeated sequences of movement. Attention directed deliberately to breath or posture. These patterns provide structure where none is offered. They anchor identity in the absence of agency. This is not passivity. It is control redirected inward. The body remains confined, but discipline survives. The same restraint that once conserved fuel and altitude now conserves something less visible: coherence. Captivity strips identity down to essentials. There is no role to perform, no equipment to manage, no environment to master. What remains is presence, the ability to stay intact inside conditions that offer no feedback. The habits learned in the air return quietly. Attention remains narrow. Reaction is delayed. Energy is rationed. The instinct to conserve margin persists, even when margin no longer exists in physical form. Discipline, stripped of machinery, becomes psychological. Memory becomes both refuge and hazard. Certain recollections arrive uninvited. The sound of the engine settling into cruise, the sensation of altitude stabilizing, the horizon widening beneath the wings. These memories offer momentary relief, but too much immersion risks disorientation. The mind learns to touch memory lightly, without entering it fully. Conversation, when it occurs, is careful. Words are chosen for survival, not expression. Silence becomes valuable. Listening matters more than speaking. Information is stored without visible response. Time stretches. Days lose distinction. Weeks dissolve into sameness. Without markers, duration becomes abstract. The body feels the passage of time more than the mind understands it. Fear changes shape again. It is no longer sharp or immediate. It becomes ambient, present without focus, difficult to exhaust. The challenge is not to eliminate it, but to prevent it from filling available space. This requires discipline. Posture is maintained deliberately. Breath is regulated. The mind is kept close to the present, avoiding projection forward or backward. Both directions carry risk. The self becomes something actively preserved, not through resistance, but through containment, through refusal to unravel internally when nothing external can be controlled, through acceptance without surrender. This is the deepest form of endurance, not the endurance of effort, but of restraint, of holding order inside uncertainty, of remaining internally aligned when all external structure belongs to someone else. The war outside continues to move. Inside captivity, stillness reigns, yet something remains intact. The discipline that once kept an aircraft inside its limits now keeps a man inside himself, not hardened, not broken, simply waiting. Waiting without knowing when or how the shape of the war will change again. Release does not arrive as a moment. There is no clear line to step across, no signal that one condition has ended and another has begun. Captivity loosens its grip gradually, uncertain of its own disappearance. Restrictions ease unevenly. Instructions change. Movement becomes less supervised, but not yet free. The body responds first. Muscles move with unfamiliar ease. Steps lengthen. Space expands without immediately offering direction. The return of choice feels abstract, almost theoretical, after so long without it. The mind lags behind. What has happened elsewhere during captivity cannot be taken in all at once. Time compresses backward, attempting to reconcile gaps too wide to close. Names, places, outcomes surface without context. The war feels both finished and unfinished at the same time. The sky returns overhead. It looks unchanged, but it no longer carries the same invitation. Its openness now contains memory, of exposure, of distance that could not be crossed, of the moment when control slipped beyond reach. Looking up does not prompt longing. It prompts caution. The body bears quiet evidence of endurance. Weight lost, strength reduced, reflexes dulled by stillness. Recovery begins immediately, but without a clear endpoint. Healing is not a process that can be scheduled. Leaving captivity does not restore what was taken. It alters the conditions again. Freedom introduces uncertainty of a different kind, one without boundaries to push against. The familiar structure of endurance dissolves, leaving space that must be navigated without instruction. Returning to life outside the war reveals a quiet divide. The world appears intact. Buildings stand. Routines continue. Conversations move forward without reference to absence or waiting. The gap between experience and environment becomes apparent immediately. Language falters. What was lived does not translate cleanly into description. The body remembers conditions the mind cannot easily explain. Confinement, stillness, the effort of holding oneself together over time. These memories resist narrative. They surface instead as sensation. Silence becomes habitual, not because there is nothing to say, but because speaking feels imprecise. The discipline of restraint persists beyond necessity, shaping behavior long after the environment has changed. The habit of conserving energy, of withholding reaction, of maintaining internal order remains intact. Flying, if it occurs again, does not feel the same. The aircraft remains familiar, but the relationship has shifted. Familiarity no longer guarantees comfort. The sky feels altered, not hostile, but revealing. Its openness now contains absence as much as possibility. Recognition may follow. Words may be spoken. Records adjusted. But these acknowledgments remain external. They do not resolve what has been internalized. Survival carries a cost that does not announce itself. It appears in caution where ease once existed, in patience where urgency might once have felt natural, in an awareness of limits that no longer feels restrictive, but clarifying. The war does not end cleanly. It recedes. What remains is distance, between who one was before the sky hardened and who returns afterward, between the world that continues and the memory that does not fade alongside it. This is not failure. It is consequence. After the noise fades, what remains is quiet, not the absence of sound, but the absence of demand. For Jefferson de Blanc, the war does not end with noise or ceremony. The war recedes unevenly. It does not withdraw all at once. It loosens its grip in stages, releasing the body before the mind, restoring movement before meaning. The world resumes its pace without waiting for memory to catch up. For those who endured, survival does not arrive as a conclusion. It arrives as continuation. The habits learned under pressure persist. Attention stays narrow. Restraint remains automatic. The body still prepares for conditions that no longer exist, conserving energy, measuring risk, scanning for signals that never come. This vigilance is not fear. It is inheritance. The sky remains overhead, unchanged in appearance, but altered in significance. Its openness now contains reminders of distance that could not be crossed, of margins that disappeared without warning, of moments when control gave way to endurance. What once felt expansive now carries weight. Time moves forward, but memory does not follow obediently. It circles. It returns without announcement. Certain sensations, heat, vibration, confinement, waiting, surface unexpectedly, detached from context but intact in feeling. These are not recollections of events. They are residues of conditions. Recognition exists, but it settles lightly. Distinctions, tallies, acknowledgments arrive after the fact, assembled from fragments that once belonged to long hours in the sky. They offer structure, a way to name what happened, but they do not redefine it. In the air, numbers never mattered. On the ground, they explain very little. What mattered was continuity, the ability to return again and again, to maintain discipline across fatigue and uncertainty, to remain effective when conditions narrowed and choice collapsed. These qualities resist simple celebration. They do not seek attention. They persist quietly. Survival does not elevate. It alters. The person who returns carries forward a different sense of proportion. Risk is measured differently now. Silence has weight. Waiting is familiar. The world feels less stable, but more legible. The illusion of control has been replaced by something steadier, acceptance without resignation. This acceptance does not erase what was lost. It makes room for it. The Pacific continues its movement, indifferent as ever. It has absorbed countless stories without pause, carrying no record of those who crossed above it or disappeared into it. The sky, too, remains unchanged, wide, patient, offering no guarantees. What endures is not spectacle, but memory shaped by restraint. The machine that once carried a pilot through that space was never designed to impress. It was built to endure. In that endurance, a relationship formed between discipline and survival, between restraint and continuity. That relationship outlasts the war itself. Years may pass. Life may resume its ordinary rhythms. But certain lessons remain embedded, no longer conscious, no longer questioned. They surface in moments of pressure, in choices made quietly, in the refusal to overreach when patience will suffice. This is not heroism preserved in amber. It is experience integrated into life. The war does not end with victory or defeat. It ends by dispersing itself into those who lived through it, reshaping how they move through the world long after the conditions that demanded adaptation have disappeared. What remains is not closure. It is orientation, a way of standing inside uncertainty without demanding resolution, a familiarity with limits that no longer feels restrictive, but clarifying, the knowledge that endurance is not dramatic, but deliberate, built through countless small decisions made correctly, without witness. This is where the story settles, not in triumph and not in loss, but in the quiet persistence of memory, carried forward, flight by flight, day by day, long after the engine noise has faded. By the end, the war has grown smaller, not resolved, not finished, simply reduced. What once involved armies and fronts now rests within a single person, measuring time by breath, by light, by waiting. Survival was never loud. It did not announce itself. It lived in restraint, in patience, in the refusal to stop moving forward, or the refusal to move at all. These stories do not conclude with triumph. They fade instead, into endurance carried quietly, without witnesses. If sleep has already arrived, then the film has done its work. If you are still awake, there is nothing left to follow. The war, at last, has narrowed enough to let rest enter. You've been part of echoes of war, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land. If you wish to return, these stories will remain here,